The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to the October the 16th, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1813 AD, Battle of Leipzig, largest battle in Europe prior to World War I, Napoleon's forces defeated by Prussia, Austria, and Russia. In 1900, Great Britain and Germany signed the Anglo-German Treaty agreeing to maintain territorial integrity of China and support open door policy called for by U.S. Secretary of State. In 1931, Mao Zedong and 25,000 troops begin their 6,000-mile-long march from the south of China to the north and west. In 1962, Cuban Missile Crisis begins as JFK is shown photos confirming the presence of Soviet missiles in Cuba. In 1978, Polish Cardinal Karol Wojtyła elected Pope John Paul II. In 1998, former Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet is arrested in London on a Spanish warrant requesting his extradition on murder charges. In 1923, Disney Brothers Cartoon Studio founded. In 1912, Arnold Schoenberg's Pierre Lemare premieres at the Berlin Coronello Sigh, sung by Albertine Zimi. In 1968, Americans Tammy Smith and John Carlos famously give the Black Power salute on the 200-meter medal podium during the Mexican City Olympics to protest racism and injustice against African Americans. Born on this day were Ito Hirobami, Oscar Wilde, David Ben-Gurion, Eugene O'Neill, Michael Collins, Edver Hoxie, Angela Lansbury, Tim Robbins, John Mayer, David D. Bashir, Bruce Harper, Naomi Osaka. Dying on this day were Marie Antoinette, Alfred Jodl, Johann von Ribbentrop, William Keitel, George C. Marshall, Magee Damon. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. A robbery at the 5th Street department store. Safe blown by nitroglycerin. This may be the same mob wanted in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and San Francisco for other safe-cracking jobs. Pick up all suspicious characters. That's all. Rosenquist.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rio Grande has set a new standard by which to judge gasoline value. No longer is it sufficient for you to demand gasoline that delivers only better mileage, or merely quick starting, or just power. You should demand police car performance, which includes all these qualities and many more. Do you realize that a police car is required to give 7 times the dependable service that you demand from your own car? The average Los Angeles police car, for example, travels an average of 78,840 miles per year. What a test for gasoline. Cracked gasoline fulfills these rigid requirements. For in the great Southwest, it powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other equipment than all other brands combined. When you next buy gasoline, get police car performance for your car. And that means Rio Grande Cracked with tetraethyl. It is usual at this time to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. But unfortunately, Chief Davis has not been able to appear for the opening of this program. But we shall hear from him at the close of the program. We present the nitroglycerin Parsons. It is 1918, the year of the war. Across the nation spreads the hysteria of patriotism that sends farmer and mechanic, capitalist and worker, believer and unbeliever, swinging into our drab, tramping down the main streets of the nation to the measure of a stirring march. In a little white church in San Diego, the Reverend Herbert Wilson also hears the distant strains of patriotic music, feels the call to serve his fellow men at the front. In a stirring farewell, he promises his parish that he will care for their boys in war as he has cared for them in peace. That night, accompanied by his brother Louis, the Reverend Wilson boards an eastbound limited. In the club car, Louis compliments his brother on his last appearance in the pulpit.
Well, Herb, you certainly made him weep in church today. You got a gift of gab, you have.
Yes, I suppose I have. And they all believe it.
Didn't you?
Did you?
Well, no, but then psalm singing isn't my line. I'm just the black sheep of the family.
Sometimes I envy you that, Louis.
What?
Being the black sheep of the family.
It's talking about her. What's got into you?
I don't know. I'm sure I don't. Look here. You don't suppose it's much fun being a minister, do you?
No, of course not. I'm not built that way, but a Bible pounder like you, why, that's your meat.
I wonder. Look here, Louis. You think I'm going to join up as a chaplain, don't you?
Sure, that's what you told the customers, wasn't it?
Yes, that's what I told the parish. But I'm not going to do it. I'm going to see some excitement and have some fun. I'm going to enlist in the infantry. I'm going to quit being a parson for a while, and I'm going to be just plain Herb Wilson. I'm sick of baptizing babies and praying over corpses, and I'm tired of shouting the word of God in the Holy Bible when I don't believe a word of it.
Do you know what you're saying? What's got into you?
I don't know, Louis. There is something wrong. I'm losing faith. I don't believe anymore. And, Louis, the strange thing is, it doesn't worry me a bit.
You mean that?
Yes, I'm sure I do.
And you want excitement?
Yes, Louis, yes.
And you want to be a black sheep?
Yes.
How would you like to do all that and make some money at the same time?
What do you mean?
Never mind what I mean, only we're stopping off at Toledo to see a friend of mine. Harris, I want you to meet my brother Herb.
Glad to know you, Herb.
Thanks, and I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Harris.
You know, Herb, Harris here is one of the best Peter men in the country.
Peterman? What's the Peterman?
Oh, that's a hot one. Louis Wilson's brother doesn't know what a Peterman is.
Well, you see, Harris, Herb's a preacher.
Oh, a preacher.
Yeah, but he's sick of it. He told me he wants some excitement, and I figured that he'd get more of it traveling with us than he would going to war.
But, Louis, you haven't told me yet what a Peterman is.
Well, Herb, a Peterman is a safecracker.
A safecracker? Louis, you don't mean to tell me that
Well, Herb, you can't really clean up making an honest living these days.
Yes, I know, but a common burglar. My own brother.
Oh, don't take it so hard, Herb. It's more fun and pays better than peddling a gospel.
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm shocked. Shocked beyond words.
Well, you don't need to say anything. Just listen to me. In a couple more years, I'll have $1 million. I'll be able to retire from this business and settle down. Would you ever make $1 million in the religion business?
$1 million. $1 million.
His brother and Harris draw an enticing picture of the life of a cracksman. And eventually, Herb is convinced that a career of crime has manifold advantages. After much discussion, Herb is won over.
Well, it sounds like good business to me.
Well, it is.
How about it, Herb? You want to join up with us?
Yes, I think I do. But first, I want to go into this thing thoroughly. Now, you say that you crack these steaks with soup. Or rather, nitroglycerin.
Yeah, that's right.
An explosive powerful enough to blow a safe must make some noise, doesn't it?
Oh, sure.
Well, that ought to be eliminated.
Eliminated? How the devil could you take the bang out of nitroglycerin?
I don't know, but you boys should if you work with it.
What are you getting at? We use the stuff the way it comes.
Well, then you aren't doing a thorough job.
Well, we ain't doing so bad.
Maybe not. But I believe in knowing all about my tools before I use them. Now, take acetylene torches, for instance. What's the best type?
I don't know anything about types. When I want to cut through a safe, I use a torch, that's all.
Well, before I go into this business, I'm going to find out these things.
Who's going to teach you?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out.
With the application that made him a brilliant preacher, Herb Wilson sets out to be a brilliant criminal. He attends an industrial school in Detroit and takes a course in the operation of acetylene torches. He works in a safe factory in Ohio, acquainting himself with all the details of the construction of strong boxes. And then, to complete his education, he travels to Washington and spends days in the Bureau of Standards, studying the chemistry of high explosives and inspecting burglar alarms.
His self-conferred degree in safe-cracking earned, he returns to Detroit and summons his brother, Harris, Joe Birchke, and Herbert Cox to his apartment.
Boys, I told you I'd go and I'd find out all I could about this business of breaking boxes. Well, I have. I've studied every type of safe made in the United States. I know how to put any burglar alarm that buzzes out of commission. And I've worked out a formula for a new nitroglycerin that just pushes safe doors out without making any explosion at all. And I've got the finest acetylene torch there is, made especially for me. And now I'm ready to begin work. How about it? You boys want to work with me?
Sure.
Yeah, by golly, that sounds good to me.
That's fine. But there's one condition, though.
Huh? What's that, Work?
I'm the boss. You take your orders from me. Is that understood?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, that's okay.
All right, then. I've got a swell mark picked out. We're going to break into the headquarters of Kroger Brothers, the big chain grocers.
Kroger Brothers? Why, you must be crazy, Herb. Why, that safe is absolutely bulletproof.
Yeah?
Yeah, sure, Herb. It's foolish to tackle such a big job at first.
Well, I see you boys aren't interested.
Oh, no, it's not. No, it's just a ticket to the pen.
But you're picking too big a job.
I said that I am giving the orders. Now, if there's any argument, I can get myself another bunch of men just as good as you fellows.
Oh, don't get sore, Herb.
Oh, we'll play ball with you.
Well, that's better. Now, here's the reason that we're going to pull a big job for a starter. As a rule, the big ones are not so well guarded. Why, Kroger's has only 2 watchmen inside and a man patrolling the street outside.
Well, it's an awful risk, Herb.
Of course it's a risk, but it's worth it to get a big haul, isn't it? Kroger's safe has a reputation for being burglar-proof. Well, let me tell you this. There isn't a safe made that's burglar-proof. And just you wait and see what I do with that box Thursday night.
On Thursday night, a big Packard sedan creeps through the shadows of the alley behind Kroger's store. It stops beside a manhole, and several men get out of it.
Here. Hoist this manhole cover. This is our entrance to the place. Okay, give me that flashlight. I'll go in first.
Hey, Herb, you sure you want me to lug this screen along?
Yes, sir. We're going to need that. Come on, let's get in the place.
Golly, it's dark in here.
Wait a minute now. Don't worry. You follow me and you won't trip over anything.
You know where you're going, Herb?
Do I know where I'm going? Of course I do.
Well, where are we now?
Well, we're in the basement of the building. Quiet now. One of the watchmen is due to come by here in a minute.
Here he comes now.
Pick him up and make it fast. Quiet, quiet. Frisk him, Louis.
Yeah. Here's his keys. Flashlight. And here's his gas.
Good. Now, Louis, you keep your gun on him. And Cox, he looks about your size. You strip him and put on his uniform, and then you keep making his rounds and punching the clocks so they won't get wise that anything's wrong. Okay. Come on, Joe. We're going to get to that safe. You take that screen.
Well, I'll meet you when I'm through here.
The office is at the head of these stairs. Come up there.
Okay.
Well, here we are, Joe.
My golly. How you going to walk on that box? Anyone can see right in through the windows there.
Well, now, just you watch. Here, hand me that screen. First, we got to unroll it. That's good. There. Now, we fasten these supports at either end. Here we are. And then we set it up. There. How's that?
A picture of a safe.
That's right. Anyone looking into this dark room from the outside will think it's the real safe. And all the time, we'll be working behind it.
Pretty smart, Herb.
Well, I try to think of everything. Now, you get busy and short those burglar alarms while I'm laying out my stuff. This burglar-proof box is going to be a cinch.
While Wilson worked swiftly and surely upon the safe, Louis and Cox hold up and trust the other watchman. And then Cox, in the watchman's uniform, continues the rounds where the unfortunate guard had left off. All the time clocks punched, Cox joins his companions in the office. Wilson has filled the crack around the door of the safe with soft soap, making the safe perfectly airtight. Then in a hole in the soap at the top of the door, he carefully pours nitroglycerin from a syringe. A detonating cap is placed at the bottom of the soap's crack, and positive and negative wires are run from it across the room to a small flashlight battery. At last, all is in readiness.
Okay, boys. Watch yourself. Here she goes.
Hey, Herb, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That watchman on the outside's coming this way.
Hey, we can't let him see us. Quick, Cox, you've got that uniform on. Do something. Get out there. Let him see you.
He's coming closer to the window.
Wave to him, Cox. Wave to him. And don't get in the light from that street lamp.
He's waving back. He's walking on.
Hey. Boy, that was a close shave.
Don't ever tell me to do anything like that again. I thought I'd die of heart failure when that bird came over to the window.
Well, we're okay now. Wait a minute. I need a shot of this nitroglycerin.
Hey, you're not taking a drink of that stuff, are you?
You bet I am. It's a great stimulant, and I need it. There, that's good. Well, that watchman won't be around this way for a half an hour. And we'll be out of here by that time. Now, hang on, boys. She's going this time. All set?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Cheers. Swinging on the hinge.
And hardly made a sound. Herb, I gotta take my hat off to you.
Come on. Let's see what's in it. Wait till I get that inside door open. Well, there you are, boys.
Gee, must be $100,000 in there.
Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, but there's a lot of Liberty bonds.
Yeah? Well, what can we get for them?
Only about 10% of their face value. Even so, we got a nice piece of change here for one night's work.
Well, how about it, Herb? Doesn't this beat sky piloting?
It sure does, Louise.
His technique a proved success after the Kroger job, Wilson goes on an orgy of safe cracking, culminating a week later when he and the mob break open 9 safes in one Detroit office building on the same night. The police are frantic, and while they fume, Wilson and his pals laugh in their apartment hideaway.
Say, boys, this is the funniest thing in a month of Sundays.
What's that, Herb?
Why, this newspaper story. Listen, just get a load of this. The largest police dragnet in the history of the city of Detroit was ordered today by the chief of police following the crime wave in the Stratton building last night, when 9 safes were broken open and cash and securities valued at hundreds of thousands of dollars were stolen. The police are arresting all robbery suspects and rounding up all suspicious characters in an effort to apprehend the criminals.
Not a good that'll do 'em, rounding up suspects.
Right, because we aren't suspects. I wouldn't have anyone working with me that has a police record.
You sure take more care than any Peter man I ever saw.
You're right, I do, and it pays, doesn't it? Why, the way we work without leaving the slightest clue, not even a fingerprint say, we'll be on Easy Street and out of the business before anyone knows we're in it.
Yeah, but we can't be retired this minute, and we're always taking a chance, you know.
Yeah, that's right. But, boys, I've got a job planned that'll get us out of this business forever.
Yeah? Yeah, what is it, Herb?
Well, there's a fortune in the safe of the Maccabees' national headquarters in this town.
The Maccabees? Oh, you're crazy, Herb. Nobody can break that box.
Yeah, that's what you think.
Why, there isn't a Peterman in the country that would even try it.
You're wrong there, Cox. Here's one.
An awful chance.
Not so awful as you think. I'm going to take plenty of time on the build-up, and when everything's set, we'll just walk in there and break that box.
But, Herb, that says built like a battleship.
Yeah? And there isn't an armor plate made that my acetylene torch won't cut through.
Oh, gonna use a torch on it.
Yes, sir. We're going to do this right. It'll take time, but it's worth it. And it'll be our last job.
Our last job? What do you mean, Herb?
Well, we can all retire afterwards.
Yeah? How come?
How come? Because there's $13 million in that safe.
Long weeks of preparation are spent on the Maccabee job. One of the gang makes friends with the night watchman at the organization's headquarters and learns from him the details of the layout. Plans are made down to the last detail for the destruction of burglar alarms, and dollars are obtained on which to transport the acetylene tanks into the office. Finally, on a Saturday night, everything is in readiness. One by one, the guards are overpowered and locked up in closets. One by one, the 13 burglar alarm boxes are put out of commission. Then, all precautions taken, Wilson unwraps his equipment. The gas tank is wheeled in, and donning an asbestos apron of his own invention, the nitroglycerin parson lights his torch and sets to work on the massive safe. Like a knife through cheese, the hissing blue flame of the torch cuts through the thick steel box. Deeper, deeper as the hours of the night wheel on. Closer, closer to a tremendous fortune. The members of the gang crouch around the leader, watching with eyes gleaming with avarice as the hooded figure of the monster cracks and bends over his work. Finally, toward dawn, Wilson raises his hooded head.
Well,
Only another quarter of an inch to go, boys.
Hurry up, Puff. It's getting late.
Well, it's just a matter of a few seconds, and then...
$13 million.
Yes, sir. Hey, what the...
What's this loose?
I don't know. What'll I get this mask for? Wait a minute. I want to take a look at that tank. Well, that's that, boys. We're out of gas.
Out of gas? But a quarter of an inch away from $13 million.
Quiet. Well, that's the way it stands.
What are we going to do?
Well, what can we do? We can't get gas any place at 3 a.m. on Sunday morning.
You could use nitro on it.
Yeah, if we had any.
Oh, that's right. We didn't bring any with us.
Well, it won't do any good crying about it. We've got to take it on the lam right now, boys. Come on.
In the whole of Wilson's career of crime, during which he stole more than $15 million from scores of safes and mail bags, this is the only failure. Disgusted, he goes to New York, and through a friend who is an intimate of social registrarites, he steals a fortune in jewels from the Fifth Avenue home of Mrs. Charlotte Palmer. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, he blows the safe of Harvard University, after having obtained the layout by posing as a student. Starting west once more, he meets a group of foreigners who are interested in buying some of his nitroglycerin. After tests which convince them that it's the most powerful explosive obtainable, they purchase 30 quarts, explaining that they wanted to blow up some rival vineyards. Wilson never knows until after his arrest that this nitroglycerin of his own manufacture was the explosive used in the Wall Street bombing in 1920 that cost the lives of 39 men and women. Wilson is spending a few days in Detroit in December 1920 when he receives a wire from his Confederates that there is a soft mark in San Francisco. He loses no time in boarding a westbound train, and a few days later he's going over details with his men. The mark is Hale Brothers Department Store. Already the gang has planted a girl Confederate at the hosiery counter of the store. And already one of their number, posing as a census taker, has gained the confidence of the night watchman and learned the details of the burglar alarm system. On the night of December the 5th, Wilson and his gang force their way into the place, and quickly subduing the guards, they dash up to the cashier's office on the 4th floor. Wilson goes to work on the safe, and soon the huge door swings open under the persuasive power of his special nitroglycerin. There remains only a steel partition within the safe that must be drilled with Wilson's motor drill. Herb steps inside the safe to finish the job.
Herb, look out. What's the matter? Them wire mats in front of the door. Looks like an alarm to me.
Yeah, that was a close one. Let me see. Yeah, I guess you're right, Cox. You better go ahead and short it out, and I'll collect up the motor while you're at it.
Okay. There's a light socket up there over your head.
Where? Oh, yes, I see. I'll just unscrew this bulb here and plug in the motor, then we're all set.
Yeah, this one's simple.
Well, have you got it right?
Sure thing. You can go ahead now.
It won't be long.
And it wasn't long. The loot from the Hale Brothers Department Store in San Francisco amounted to $100,000. Gleefully, the mob leaves San Francisco by different trains, and a few days later joined their chief in Los Angeles, where the loot is divided. Wilson and the gang settle down in Los Angeles, and Wilson buys several apartment houses and homes. His legitimate income from his investments is nearly $4,000 a month, and in safe deposit boxes from coast to coast, he has nearly $1 million in cash. But the lure of excitement is always with him. He cannot retire from his career of safe cracking. So it is that when seated in a dentist's chair one day and seeing a safe directly across the street in the 5th Street department store, he cannot overlook the possibility of cracking. After visiting the cashier's office in the store on a fake errand, he calls Cox and tells him about it. And that evening, he and Louis Wilson and Cox are discussing the layout of their Manhattan Beach hideaway when Cox's little son runs into the house.
Now, boys, it's an old box, and it'll be a cinch to break. Now, you enter from the alley, and here in the diagram is the...
Look what I found.
We're busy now, Jimmy. You'd better show it to your mother.
But look, Danny, we're going to great policeman.
What's that? Yeah. What have you got there?
A swell star. Look,
A deputy sheriff's badge. Where did you get it?
I found it on the beach.
On the beach, eh? Well, you better go on out and play, son.
Let me have the badge, Danny.
Not now, Jimmy. I'll give it to you later. I want to look at it.
Oh, hey.
Here, Jimmy, here's a dime. Go on out and get yourself some ice cream.
Oh, okay, Dad. Then can I play with the badge after?
Yes, Jimmy, after. Go on now, beat it.
All right, Dad. So long.
You suppose this has been planted on us, Herb?
No, I don't think so. It looks okay to me.
If you ask me, it's a swell break. We can use it on this next job.
deputy sheriff's badge does come in handy when the Wilson gang blows up the safe in the 5th Street department store. But the master criminal seems to be slipping. At least he's getting careless, for he drops the badge at the scene of the crime. Through this clue, a police investigation starts, which takes months, during which Wilson has taken to robbing the mail. But an investigation that through Cox's son, who had found the badge, leads to Cox himself, and from Cox's confession to Wilson. It is early morning, 2 days before Christmas in 1921. The peaceful sleep of Mrs. Wilson, faithful, innocent, unsuspecting wife of the arch criminal, is disturbed. She raises on her elbow, shakes her husband.
Herbert.
What's the matter, dear?
Herbert, I heard someone downstairs.
Oh, you're hearing things, my dear.
No, I'm sure. Listen.
You're right. There is someone down there. Where's that gun of mine?
There in the drawer. Oh, be careful, Herbert, please.
Of course, my dear. Who's there?
Come on down, you. I want to have a little talk with you.
Who is it? What do you want?
Come on, make it snappy.
Stay up there, Sarah. Stay up there.
No, I'm going to see what they want.
Get on the light, Joe. Drop that gun, Wilson.
Say, what is this?
You're under arrest by the United States government.
Why, my husband under arrest? What for?
We'll talk about that later, ma'am. Now drop that gun, Wilson.
Why, certainly. I just have it as protection against burglars.
Oh, yeah? Well, hand it over.
Certainly. There you are. And now may I ask the purpose of this uninvited visit?
This is not a social call. I've already told you you're under arrest.
Well, there must be some mistake. My husband is a retired clergyman.
Maybe that's what you think, ma'am. But that isn't all he is. We didn't come to arrest the Reverend Herbert Wilson, retired clergyman. We are here to get Herb Wilson, mail robber.
Mail robber? Herbert, what is he talking about?
Sarah,
No, you and Ed better take a look through the second floor. Say, Wilson, where do you keep your soup?
Soup? Why, if there's any in the house, it must be in the pantry. Why? Are you hungry? Sarah, get the gentleman some soup.
Come on, Wilson. That's a bum joke. That soup of yours killed 39 people in that Wall Street bombing last year.
Now, I assure you, there's some mistake.
No mistakes on our part, Wilson. You're the one that made the mistakes. Mistake number one was when you left your fingerprint on that light bulb in the Hale Brothers department store holdup last December. Mistake number two was when you dropped that deputy sheriff's badge while you were holding up the 5th Street department store. And mistake number three was working with a pal like Cox, who just squealed on you.
So he squealed, that dirty son.
Oh, I can't believe it. In all these years, I never knew. I believed all that you told me about the investment. In all these years, I've been living with a thief.
I didn't want you to know, Sarah. I was going to go straight. Honestly, I was. I just wanted to provide for you, dear.
A thief. My husband. Nothing but a common thief.
Not a common thief, ma'am. A mighty clever one. He's the best in the business. Or rather, he was the best in the business.
Wilson was a hard prisoner to handle. He plotted one jailbreak in which his partner Cox was killed. Then he planned another, which was successful, but which resulted in liberty for him only overnight. Finally, he was tried and sent to San Quentin for life. 6 times after his incarceration in the state penitentiary, he was taken out to testify for the state against one-time members of his gang, with the result that every one of his confederates are either now serving time or have met violent death. Dangerous days are ahead. Dangerous days for your car. Steep mountain grades. The temperature gauge creeps up and up. Look out. That may mean a huge repair bill. But you can avoid this grease by perfect lubrication. You can buy oil for a few cents, but it will be of little value to your motor. You should use a motor oil that is both de-waxed and de-jellied. Such an oil is Sinclair Opaline. Why gamble with ordinary bulk oils when you can buy a Sinclair Opaline for only 25 cents a quart, sold only in extra measure tamper-proof cans sealed at the refinery? You'll find it low-cost insurance of your motor safety. The new radio log for August is now available, containing a complete list of forthcoming cases to be broadcast on Calling All Cars and another Rio Grande radio program. Drive into your neighborhood Rio Grande service station tomorrow and ask for the August radio log. It's free.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 36 regarding a safe cracking. Suspects in this case now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
Ladies and gentlemen, we regret very much that Chief Davis was unable to appear tonight on this program. But he will be with us next week at this time. Calling All Cars is based on confidential police files and is written and produced by William N. Robeson. The orchestra is under the direction of Freddie Stark, and this is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Saucer Section reports 6 more children are gone.
Wesley and the children of the Enterprise become kidnap victims.
You've just committed an act of utter barbarity.
In a desperate plot to rebuild a dying planet.
We want to go home. I will never let her go.
Mysterious alien defenses.
Shield's inoperable, sir.
Leave the crew helpless to save them on Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Mrs. Berube is posing with her daughters in their favorite clothes.
Except you got them dirty. Even gravy and blueberry stains.
We wanted to see if new improved Clorox 2 really gets clothes cleaner. How'd we do, Mrs. Berube?
What a difference. Look, the stains came right out. Even Kathy's. And regular use keeps all our clothes cleaner and brighter. Nice improvement, Clorox 2.
Smile. New Clorox 2.
Got my family's clothes cleaner and brighter than ever.
Sir, isn't that a Volkswagen Rabbit?
Sure is.
But the roads aren't even plowed.
You're telling me?
That Rabbit sure goes through snow. And you're not even using snow tires.
That's right. Got front-wheel drive.
So you're the man who drives the snow plow. How long you been doing that?
How long have there been Volkswagens?
Volkswagen does it again.
Monday, the all-time championships on the line when Richard Dawson hosts the big battle of the big winners, the Championship All-Star Family Feud. Then,
take her easy, boy.
Josh gets a lesson in growing up.
Just who do you think you are, boy?
And fights for his place as a McKayan on how the West was won. Starting February 18th, the conclusion of the most electrifying story ever told on television.
I is a free man.
The saga of a people's struggle.
You are a nigger.
And their fight to survive.
Lead this fool not into temptation, Lord.
Hey, Simon. Simon Haley, come on out here.
Roots, the next generations.
Beginning 1 week from tonight on ABC.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, Durwood. Now that you and Gary have delighted the listeners, Rosie and I will do our very best to keep their spirits on the same high level.
Oh, you're going to sing a song for us.
Nope. You.
Oh.
I must confess what you say is true. I had a rendezvous with somebody new. That's the only one I ever had. Baby, baby, don't you go away mad. Oh, cheating shows and it never goes. You got a reason to be mad, I suppose. But he only was a passing fad. Baby, baby, don't you go away mad. His kind's a dime a dozen. I should have passed him by. But whoever dreamed that your cousin would come along and give us the eye? I understand that you feel upset What do you say that we forgive and forget? Come and kiss me just to show you're glad. Baby, baby, don't you go away mad. Understand that you feel upset. What do you say that we forgive and forget? Come and kiss me just to show you're glad. Baby, baby, don't you go away mad.
What about tomorrow, Bing?
Oh, a little golf, maybe, and...
No. What about tomorrow's different?
Well, I might get my right hand a little over on top of the club.
All right. If you're not taking any cues from a lady, I'll handle this one myself. Tomorrow, Bing and all, we mark the 30th birthday of radio station WMAS, Springfield, Massachusetts.
Oh, yes, indeed we do, Rosie, and I'll handle the best wishes department. Our little crew, the network itself, and all the stations down the line. Join in wishing WMAS many more birthdays to celebrate top-level broadcasting service in western Massachusetts.
Well, for a late starter, you finished strong.
Well, that's because I got the kinks out of my follow-through last weekend. When I take my sugar to tea, all the boys are jealous of me. 'Cause I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea. I'm a rowdy dowdy, that's me. She's a hi-hat baby, that's she. So I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea. Every Sunday afternoon we forget about our cares, rubbing elbows at the Ritz with those millionaires. When I take my sugar to tea, I'm as ritzy as I can be. 'Cause I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea. Sugar to tea, all the boys are jealous of me. 'Cause I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea. I'm a rowdy dowdy, oh, that's me. Hi-hat baby, that's she. But I don't take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea. Every Sunday afternoon we forget about our cares, rubbing elbows at the Ritz with those millionaires. When I take sugar to tea, I'm just as ritzy as I can be. 'Cause I never take her where the gang goes when I take my sugar to tea.
Right at this precise moment, ladies and gentlemen, we have some important words and music for all of you from Wrigley Spearmint Gum.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment.
With the biggest little treat in all the land.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's Gum.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley's Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's Gum.
Well, looks like right in here someplace, Rosie. It's Share the Song time. Is that right?
According to my libretto here, you're exactly right. What song will we sing?
Oh, that's a problem. We're long on songs here, but we're short on singers. Oh, they're numerous as leaves on the trees, our repertoire.
Maybe Buddy will decide for us and settle this whole matter.
That's probably the easiest way of doing it.
Easy does it, then.
Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June or July.
Snow time ain't no time to stay outdoors and spoon. So shine on, harvest moon.
For me and my gal. The night was mighty dark, so you could hardly see, for the moon refused to shine.
Couple sitting underneath a willow tree. For love, they pine.
Little maid was kind of afraid of darkness, so she said, I guess I'll go.
Boy began to sigh, looked up at the sky, told the moon his little tale of woe. Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June or July. Snow time ain't no time to stay outdoors and spoon. So shine on, harvest moon, for me and my gal.
Bing, I have here a tidbit that I think you'll enjoy.
I am ever your eager auditor.
What is that?
But are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I said.
Do you know that they just called off a beauty contest in a town because no female would admit that she qualified?
Oh, this town must really be nowheresville.
Ken, what are you talking about? There are beautiful girls everywhere.
Got to be. Don't tell me there's a town where the women are so modest, so shy, so wallowing in humility that they won't admit they qualify as beauty.
Well, I'll explain. You see, a big department store was celebrating its 40th anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
So they decided to put on a beauty contest for ladies just 40 years of age.
I see. Just 40, huh?
And there were no entries.
Nary a one. So, no contest.
No guts. All the ladies in the area chickened out. Huh?
Yeah.
It's perfectly logical. Why should a woman publicly admit she's 40 and parade around in a bathing suit to boot?
Is 40 the age of no return to a bikini?
Well, I don't think so. As a matter of fact, scores and scores of ladies have Well, they're delightful figures at 40.
Sure, beautiful figures they possess, and youthful complexions, movie star-type measurements, the whole thing.
You fellas observe, don't you?
Well, it's an educational interest, purely, an interest which indicates clearly that plenty of fillies of 40 are knockouts.
The trouble is that most of them are posing as 35.
Or 29.
That far back?
Why not?
So, as I say, that's why a beauty contest for girls of 40 is well-nigh impossible.
There's no such thing as a pretty lady aged 40 by personal acknowledgement.
Man, you gals can certainly take a cut age-wise, Rosie.
Oh, sure. Age-wise, we age very wise, you might say.
Wise, you're artful.
Artful dodgers of the grand total. But say, we're kind of dodging the music, aren't we?
Oh, never dodging the music, Ken. Delaying, perhaps, but never dodging.
Just hinting.
What a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in love. There's a smile on my face for the whole human race. Why, it's almost like being in love. All the music of life seems to be like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal, I would swear I was falling, could swear I was falling. It's almost like being in love. Like a bell that is ringing for me. And from the way that I feel when that bell starts to peal, I would swear I was falling. I could swear I was falling. It's almost like being in love.
Rosie, I don't know about you and Ken, but I'm really upset a little about this fiasco. You know, the beauty contest for ladies of 40 that didn't materialize?
It flopped because it violated the laws of self-preservation.
Oh, wait a minute. How come a friend or a relative or husband? Why didn't one of those guys enter the name of a 40-year-old beauty?
Because nobody actually knows the true age of a woman of 40. We covered that.
But, Rosie, consider the facts.
Oh, facts? Nothing.
Well, here's what I mean. Now, this is 1962, isn't it?
No argument so far.
All right. So if a lady was 20 in the year 1942, she'd admit it, wouldn't she?
Yes. Why not?
If a lady admitted to 20 in 1942, it stands to reason that 20 years later, in 1962, that same lady's now 40, isn't she?
Bing, let's not drag reason into this.
No?
No, Bing. The lady herself would have to enter the contest. A close friend, relative, or even a husband, for that matter, couldn't say for sure if the contestant was 40.
Rosie, I've known cases where women of 40 admitted they were 40.
Under questioning, that was.
Under pressure.
Oh, lots of women will admit to that age under duress and confidentially. But the point is, they will not shout it from the housetops.
You know, I suppose if the promoters of the beauty contest, if they'd really been smart, they would have cooked up a competition for pairs of beauties aged 20.
That's it. There's the solution. That would work.
A brilliant idea, Bing.
No, it's
Pairs
nothing, really.
of pretty gals aged 20. Each team totals 40. You got
On with the contest, I say, now that it makes sense.
I hope I get to be a judge.
it. You've got a judgeship coming, Bing.
Well, I think so.
And the folks have some music coming, don't they?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I love to hear the church bells ring on Sunday. The feeling that I get is heavenly. I love to hear the church bells ring on Sunday. For it's the day that brings you close to me. We walk hand in hand, proud that we can share that certain feeling in our hearts that's just beyond compare. I love to hear the church bells ring on Sunday when I'm on my way to church with you. We walk hand in hand, proud that we can share that certain feeling in our hearts that's just beyond compare. I love to hear the church bells ring on Sunday when I'm on my way to church with you.
See you next week, then.
Friends, don't forget to attend the church or synagogue of your choice. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you Monday.
On tap for tonight, the CBS Radio Network's big sports spectacular, Sportsorama, starring Red Barber. Topic for tonight's show, baseball's races in the final drive of the season. After tonight's show, you'll be able to make some shrewd guesses on the chances. Join Red Barber for Sportsorama tonight, here.
Stevie Cawthon, Kentucky Derby winner.
She's Annie Smith, tennis star.
We're here for Trident Sugarless Gum. We chew Trident because it doesn't promote tooth decay.
Annie, I chew Trident because it comes in 5 delicious flavors.
Stevie, 4 to 5 dentists surveyed recommend sugarless gum for their patients who chew gum.
Well, I recommend spearmint, cinnamon.
Your teeth are what's important.
Your taste.
Your teeth.
Women.
Boys. Trident gum.
Flavor for your taste.
Without sugar for your teeth.
Attention Track 2 users, attention Aptra users. Get ready for really clean shaving. Introducing Ultrex from Schick Super 2. The only twin blades with one push cleaning. Watch. One push pushes out soap and stubble for a clean start on really close shaves. Look, Ultrex slides on Track 2 razors, clicks on Aptra razors. Get new Ultrex with one push cleaning. Only Schick Super 2 Ultrex has one push cleaning.
It's time to fall in love again with a beautiful new breed of Mustangs from Ford. Mustang 2-door with its striking new aerodynamic line. Mustang 3-door with dramatic sports car styling and the spirit to take you where you want to go. And Mustang Ghia with the proud look and elegance of a thoroughbred. The beautiful new breed of Mustangs for $79. Capture one for yourself and fall in love again. At your Ford dealer now.
The client will be here in 10 minutes.
There goes lunch again. Oh, in time for something hot and delicious. Wishful thinking.
No, light lunch.
Light lunch?
From Lipton, hot, delicious noodles, rich, thick sauces, only half the calories of a cheeseburger. Try all 7 kinds.
Whenever it's there goes lunch, make it light lunch.
Delicious. Taste the Oriental.
Taste the a la King.
Whenever it's there goes lunch, make it light lunch.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
The Bullet was written especially for the CBS Radio Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. I shall be back shortly with Act 1. It's a quiet little bar, Paddy Noonan's, and Jerry Price stops there every evening on his way home from work. He's not looking for anything special in the way of atmosphere, adventure, companionship, and he has no intention of getting drunk. Just a couple of beers, perhaps, to bridge a busy day, to ease the fatigue, the strain on his nerves. In the comfortable half-light of Paddy Noonan's, the world outside becomes vague, distant, especially when Old Man O'Rourke is holding forth.
And he lay there, his head against the barricade, and the blood from him falling soft upon the pavement. I looked in his face, and I could see his death was upon him. "'Tis a bitter thing," I said, "to die at 17. And for a moment his darkening eyes held mine. And with his last strength he said, "'Tis a sweet thing to die for Ireland." Sweet indeed, Mr. O'Rourke. Any calls for one on the house? I thank you, Paddy Noonan.
I see, Jerry Price. Excuse me. Good evening, Jerry.
Hi.
I didn't notice you come in.
Well, when Old Man O'Rourke's in form, you don't see anybody, Paddy.
The old man there, he carries his war. I know I carry mine. You ever think of yours, Jerry?
No, never.
Never?
Nope. The day I came home from Vietnam, I put away the uniform. I also put away everything that went with it. The army, the war, like a snake sheds his skin. Now, the past is gone, Paddy. It's dead, so you forget it. You go on to other things.
Hey, what's everybody drinking? This round's on me. Set 'em up, Paddy.
Mr. Edward Clark himself. And what's the occasion?
Hey, I got a little announcement. Guess what the old lady tells me this morning? Number 10 is on its way.
Oh, that event around must be on the house, Mr. Clark.
Just a quick one, Paddy. Hey, I got the truck outside.
What are you hoping for this time, Ed, boy or girl?
Let's see. What do I got now? 4 boys and 5... No, I got 5 boys and 4... who can keep them straight? All I know is I'm always tripping over somebody. 10 kids in 12 years.
Well, you can't tell me it isn't exciting to hear there's going to be a new baby.
Oh, yeah. I know it's going to be a kid that'll wet its pants and keep me up half the night. It's another mouth I got to feed. Yeah, well, guys, I got to ride. I'll see you tomorrow.
You know, Betty, it's funny. People who don't want kids, can't stand kids, can't afford them, can't raise them, they can't help getting kids. Whereas, guess there just isn't any justice in this world.
Well, there may be no justice, Jerry, but there's always hope. How long have you been married?
Right after I got out of the Army, it'll be 9 years.
A fellow used to come in here, and they were married 15 years before they had their first.
Am I really out of the Army 9 years? Tell me, Patty, you're an old philosopher. Where does it go, huh?
Down the hatch and try another.
Yeah, don't mind if I do. Oh, wait on a paying customer first.
Where?
The fella standing at the end of the bar.
What are you saying, Jerry? There's nobody standing at the end of it.
In the brown hat and a raincoat.
Now, Jerry, what are you saying?
I know. That's Paul.
Tell me, what's the matter, Jerry?
Paul.
Jerry, listen to me. There's no way.
Paul. Hey, he was just standing here. Where'd he go? Where is he?
Jerry, where is who? Are you all right, Jerry?
Yeah, I'm all right. But I saw him.
Who?
Oh, a guy I was in the Army with.
The two of you. Were you close?
He was my buddy.
Well, when was the last time you saw him in person?
The night he was killed.
Have you ever seen him again? Like you thought you did just now?
No, this is the first time.
Well, maybe you need a rest, Jerry.
Hattie, why now? Why tonight after all these years?
Well, you say you saw him last the night he died in battle. Well, the sight of him dead must have stayed with you always.
But that's not how I just saw him, Patty. He wasn't in uniform. He was in civilian clothes.
You might have pictured him as he looked at a happier time.
I never saw him in civilian clothes. We met in the Army. And, Patty, I didn't see him as he was then. We were both kids, about 20. I saw him the way he'd looked today, about 30. His face was more mature.
Jerry, are you sure he's dead?
He is dead, Patty. I just saw him. I know I saw him.
Jerry, it's after midnight.
Oh, I'm not finished, honey. I got to clean up these reports, Marge.
Honey, a new rule has just been passed in this house. All paperwork shall be done in the daytime.
Marge, I have to call on customers. Be reasonable, huh?
Am I the kind of wife who makes idle criticism? No, indeed. Constructive suggestions, that's my motto. Northeast Distributors can solve all your paperwork problems by hiring a girl.
Honey, I'm lucky to have the job.
No, Jerry. You're not lucky. They're lucky. Well, everybody knows you're a terrific salesman. Well, you could get another job tomorrow. More money, less headache.
Honey, I couldn't walk out on Joe Keller.
Why not?
Well, I'll never forget what that man did for me. I came home from the Army, a kid with no experience. I needed a job. He took a chance with me. Now he needs me.
Oh. Well, I'm just worried about you, Jerry. You look so tired all the time.
No, I'm in great shape.
Will you go see Doc Steiner?
I did, today.
Oh, well, it's about time. You needed a checkup.
Well, I didn't just go for the checkup, honey. I went for the other thing.
Oh, Jerry.
Well, he said some people, men, well, they're okay in every way, but it just doesn't work out for them.
Jerry, it's all right.
No, honey. It's all my fault.
Honey.
It's just unlikely there can ever be any kids. He said unlikely. What he meant was impossible.
We've got each other.
Yeah. If only you didn't want a child so badly.
Now we'll definitely think about adopting. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Sometimes that works out even better. Come on, honey. Let me see you smile.
Marge, I don't know what I'd do without you.
Oh, that makes us even. I don't know what I'd do without you. Come on, get to bed.
Yeah, I'll just have a cigarette, huh? Well, honey, why'd you turn on the music?
To make sure you don't try to sneak in some work. I know you can't concentrate with the music going.
I'll just be a couple of minutes, honey.
Let's hear that password.
Paul, is that you?
Jerry. Hey, Climb down the hole. Make yourself at home.
Man, I'm so beat I can't even remember the password.
That's all right. I don't even know what it is.
Got a cigarette?
What'd they want back at the CP, Jerry?
Patrol.
You going?
Yep.
But you went out yesterday.
Well, maybe I better write to my congressman, huh?
I don't have any more cigarettes. Here, finish this one.
Paul, I don't know if I can go out again. We're being relieved tomorrow. We were promised a rest. I just don't know if I can go out again.
But you ain't going out, Jerry. Didn't you hear? I'm going.
Oh, no.
I'll say you and I made a trade.
No, Paul, I can't let some other guy do...
But I'm not some other guy. I'm your buddy. What's the matter, Jerry? You never did it for me. Can I have a drag on that butt, Jerry?
Paul, you're alive.
I'm alive, Jerry. I'm here with you. In your living room.
No, you can't be here. I went out afterward. I found your body. I carried it back. Maybe it wasn't you.
It was me.
But you were dead. You were killed.
Yes, Jerry. I was killed.
Jerry, will you turn that radio off and come to bed?
Marge, he's here.
Who's here?
Can't you see him?
Jerry, I don't see anyone.
Paul, why can't she see you?
She will. They all will.
When?
Later. I have to go now, Jerry.
No, Paul. Paul, tell her.
Jerry.
She'll think I'm crazy, Paul. Paul. He's gone, Marge. He's gone.
Jerry, honey, what's going on here?
Marge, he was here. He was right here. Now, you got to believe that. I'm not drunk, and I'm not crazy.
I believe you. I believe you, Jerry. Now, here, just sit down. Don't do anything. Don't say anything.
And we know who she's calling. But can a doctor help what ails Jerry? And now, Act 2 of The Bullet. Let us trace the path of the bullet. We have a worried Marge, a concerned Dr. Steiner, and a distracted Jerry.
Tell me about this man, Paul, you called him Jerry.
I said we were buddies, Doctor. That tells it all.
Jerry, please don't be so hostile. Dr. Steiner's only trying to help.
You were buddies. You came back alive and he didn't.
Yo.
There's an extensive medical literature on the subject.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
Jerry.
I'm not being hostile, Marge. I know I saw him.
Of course you saw him.
Well, finally.
But that doesn't mean he was there. You see, Jerry, the death of a wartime comrade remains an eternal reproach. All who survive are sentenced forever to feelings of guilt.
No. Doctor, the wars are fought by kids in foxholes. The literature is written by doctors and authors.
That's hardly fair, Jerry.
I'm the authority on war, Doctor, because I was a kid in a foxhole, and I don't feel guilty about my buddy.
You don't?
No.
Tell me why.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it.
Try me.
All right. You see, there's a bullet, and it's designed especially for you. And if it's your bullet, it'll find you no matter where you are. You can't evade it, you can't avoid it. It was meant for you, it was meant to be. You and the bullet. Both of you were dust, originally. You were dust because the Bible says so. And the bullet was also just dust in the ground. Well, that bullet was mined and refined and cast into metal. It was shaped into a slug and joined with a shell. It was one of billions of bullets, but it was yours, all yours. And at the right time, there'd be a tremendous explosion of gases in a narrow chamber. And the bullet would be torn loose from the shell case and spun around the grooves of a gun barrel and hurled through space. This is the bullet you don't hear. You don't hear it, Doctor. You don't hear it whine past your ear or ping off a rock or thwack against a tree. That's because it's your very own bullet. It's coming to meet you, or you're going to meet it. It's been arranged. You see? It's an appointment that can never be broken. The dust that had become the bullet would encounter the dust that had become you. And after a while, both of you would become dust once again and return to the ground. Your original home.
Jerry, I know you're overworked, you're overwrought, you're overtired.
I keep telling him to slow down.
Okay. I know I'm under a strain. I know I'm working too hard, but what can I do?
Jerry, try to understand. Right now, you're having what is popularly known as a nervous breakdown. This alleged visitor from another world. I say he's an illusion. I say you have subconscious feelings about him which you're not aware of. And I say they burst through because of heavy pressure on your nervous system.
Yeah, I knew you'd say that.
Prove me wrong.
How?
Go away. Get out from under. Rest a while. Relax.
Oh, honey, this looks like a good spot. You want to stop here and try for some fish?
Well, Marge, I think I'd like to go back and play 9 holes this afternoon.
Great. I need more practice with my irons.
Honey, you know, you've been getting a lot of sun. Maybe you better take it easy for a few hours, huh?
And besides, you have an appointment with, what's that name? Biscayne Appliances. See, Jerry, I wasn't sleeping when you called that number this morning.
Now, Marge, I've been good all month. I was just getting restless, that's all. Look, they're a big chain down here. If I can open them up, I'll justify the trip.
Justify? To whom? Why do you have to justify anything? Isn't your health important enough?
Honey, Joe Keller was very nice about it.
Joe Keller had no choice.
Marge. Honey, Steiner was right. I was beat. I don't know how I managed to drag myself along. So I did the right thing. I chucked it all. Now I'm fit, see? I never felt better in my life, and I'm raring to go.
Great. In a month or two, we may think about going back.
I'm not used to being idle, honey.
Neither am I. But I am learning to love it.
Oh, Marge. Why didn't I meet you when I was young?
Young? Jerry, you weren't even 21.
No, I was already made when we met. I had already become what I was going to be. You know, I've got a certain amount of ability.
A tremendous amount, Jerry.
But I'm not confident, honey. I doubt myself. I guess I didn't have very much encouragement when I was a kid. You know, my brother was a great athlete. My sister was a great beauty. I was kind of clumsy and funny looking. Anyway, Frank and Alice were sent to college. When my turn came, the money had run out. Or maybe they thought I wasn't worth the effort. That's why I enlisted when I was 18. I had to get away from the house and my father. There was no place else to go.
You never told me this, honey.
I decided if I ever had a kid, I'd never make jokes at his expense or tear him down in any way. I know how these things cut inside where it doesn't show. I would do everything to build him up and give him confidence. I will never have any real confidence, Marge.
Oh, yes, you will.
No, baby. You won't get it from a pep talk. I think we can go back home now, Marge.
All right, on one condition. You'll just have to slow down.
I promise.
And, honey, there's only one way you can really slow down. And that's to get a partnership from Joe Keller.
Now, Marge.
Don't you deserve it?
Of course I do.
Well, we're going to adopt a child. Which means I'll quit my job, and you're not going to spend time on the road. That kid will need both of us, won't he?
Yes, honey, he will.
Then we need that partnership, don't we?
Jerry, baby. You look like $1 million. Less 2% for cash, of course.
Yeah, Joe.
Oh, hold it. Ramona, no calls. I'm in a meeting. I can't be disturbed.
Well, anyhow, Joe, hello.
I want you to take it easy for a while, you hear?
Yeah, I'm ready for action, Joe.
Oh, you think you're ready. Now, listen. I know you had a lot of expenses. I want you to take this little check. It's only $500. I'm strapped for cash this week. I had to pop for a whole new computer setup. But anyway, I decided to increase your bonus to 5%. That'll amount to a pretty sweet raise, huh?
Now, Joe.
Don't thank me, kid. You're entitled to it. We got to make sure you don't get sick again.
Joe, I have to talk with you.
Well, sure, kid. What about?
Well, it's personal and important.
Well, let me buy you lunch. Well, Jerry, what are we going to talk about? I'm fresh out of polite conversation.
Joe, I want a partnership.
No, you don't, Jerry.
But, Joe...
No, don't interrupt. You don't want one. You'd like one. Two different things.
Now, don't nitpick, Joe.
You'd like a partnership, which means it would be swell. Great if you had it. But want is something else. It means lack. It means need. I know you'd like to own a business, but you're not cut out to be an owner.
Why?
Because an owner is an officer. And in your heart, you'll always be an enlisted man. Tommy, could you ever fire a guy because you could get someone else cheaper? If an old customer, a good friend, was getting slow paying bills, could you cut him off? Thousands of guys like you go bankrupt every year. You're nice, sweet, big-hearted. But you don't have the guts business needs.
Well, I'd like to remind you of the volume I sell.
I know it to the penny, Jerry, and you're well paid for it.
Well, I'm worth more now.
You are. You got a sweet raise this morning.
Joe, don't think I'm not grateful. You gave me my first break. But I think I can do better elsewhere.
Where?
Anywhere. Consolidated, Freeman and Singer. Should I go down the list?
Oh, they'd love to have you, Jerry. What'll they pay? They handle the nationally advertised brands. What'll you be, their glorified order taker? They don't need your full selling ability, so they don't have to pay you full price for it. Sure, with me, you push out all the schlock. It's rough, but you get top dollar. There's 20 outfits like mine. They grab you tomorrow, but where's the improvement? They won't pay you more. At least here, you got 9 years equity in a pension plan. You and me are used to each other. Besides, I really like you. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like a father to you, Jerry.
It was a fiasco, Patty, a fiasco. And how do I break it to March?
Oh, what's it all about, Jerry?
Well, at least I don't have to put up with Ed Clark tonight. I think I'd punch him right in the mouth.
We'll be deprived of his wonderful company in the next 2 weeks. He's tooling that trailer into the southwest.
Hello, Jerry.
What? Patty, is someone standing behind me?
No, Jerry.
Oh, will you tell me why?
I'll tell you everything, Jerry.
When?
Soon. I think maybe tonight.
Paul, why do you keep popping in like this?
I don't know, buddy. I can't control that.
Yeah, but Paul. Patty, don't you see anyone?
No, Jerry.
You didn't hear anyone talking to me either.
No.
Patty, do you think I'm crazy?
Well, maybe you should see a doctor.
I saw a doctor.
Well, how about one of them psychiatrist fellas?
I never even told my wife. I did see a psychiatrist. But after a while, I figured, why pay him $50 an hour when I can come in here and talk to you for nothing?
Well, there must be more to them fellas than that.
Oh, sure. He said that the roots of my problem go back to my unhappy childhood. But, Patty, I have a brother, Frank, who feels terribly insecure. He goes to a psychiatrist, too. Why? He had a happy childhood.
Put it this way. If you see someone and I don't, the flaw can be in me and not in you. Drink?
No. I better go home and face the music.
Jerry?
What?
Let's go someplace and talk.
Where?
Let's go to the parking lot. Sit in your car.
It's cold. That won't bother you, will it?
Not yet. Turn the heater on for yourself.
When will everyone else be able to see you, Paul?
In 2 weeks.
Oh, that's great.
No, it ain't.
Why not?
Because you'll be dead.
Because you'll be dead. Cold words from a warm friend. The chill inside the car becomes intense. But Jerry knows there's no point in turning on the heater. We'll rejoin these two friends when I... And now we return to the final act of The Bullet and a reunion of two war buddies who haven't seen each other in almost 9 years. Jerry Price, who is alive, and Paul Gardner, who is dead.
The heater in this car doesn't do much good. You're shivering.
Why am I going to be dead, Paul?
Remember the night I went out on the patrol?
Yeah, I'll remember that night as long as I live.
I completed my job. I was headed back. And then I felt something smash against my head. And I knew I just met the Bullet. You know, the Bullet we used to talk about? I bet you don't remember.
No, I remember.
I felt it slam into me. And then I didn't know anything anymore.
Yeah, well, when the guys told me, I went out to get you, Paul.
Yeah, I might have known you would. 1 minute, I was moving through a rice paddy. And the next minute, I'm sitting in an office. And I knew a lot of time had gone by. Don't ask me how. I knew, that's all. A man was talking to me.
What kind of man?
You know the type that's a clerk in the government or a big corporation, fussy, self-important. Everything's got to be in the right place. He doesn't even look at me. He's got a piece of paper. He says, Paul Gardner, you're going back. You should not have died that night. The computation was for you to survive. The plan was for you to marry a girl named Marjorie Stone.
I married Marjorie Stone?
Yeah. I told the guy, I want no part of it. And he gives me a look, this clerk does, like he couldn't care less about me or you or anybody else. And he says, come with me. He leads me to a door. It opens. And all I can hear is a hum and a clicking. And all I can see is a computer. I mean, there's no end to the thing. That's all you can see is computer. And he says, there it is, friend. City Hall. Go fight it. By this time, I'm shaking. That machine scared the pants off me. You couldn't see the top nor the bottom of it. There was no end to it, just a machine wherever the eye could see.
Well, then what happened?
This clerk, he tells me there's a plan. A capital P plan. It calls for me to come home. Not you.
Yeah, well, maybe that's fair, Paul. You were always the better man.
No. You got more on the ball. You never got a break, that's all. I had the chance to go to school, become somebody. I could have gone into the old man's business, become the biggest hardware dealer in Atlanta. You and me. We both run away to join the army. You because you had nothing. Me because I had everything.
But why are you coming back?
Because Marge and I are supposed to have a boy. A certain kind of a boy. He'll grow up, I don't know, discover something, create something, or be somebody the world needs real bad. They wouldn't tell me what. Anyhow, 40, 50 years from now, he has to be here. And of all the millions of men and women, he could only be born to me and Marge.
When am I leaving?
I told you. In 2 weeks.
How?
9 o'clock at night. A trailer truck will go past Patty Noonan's saloon. Just as you're crossing the street.
Why does it have to be like that?
Because you don't know how careful these things are figured. You could get killed a million ways. But the plan calls for a truck driven by a guy named Ed Clark.
Oh, yeah, I know Ed Clark.
He doesn't have a good record, so it'll be easy to prove he's a careless driver. He works for a big outfit, so Marge will have a good settlement.
But why? I still don't understand.
She'll need the money. You see, I won't be a good father. Not as good as you, for sure. Oh, I'll love the kid. I'll love Marge, but I won't be there a lot. You know me. I have to keep moving.
But if you know how important it is for the kid...
I won't know. Once I'm alive, I won't remember any of this.
And you say it's all figured out, maybe not. The human element. How can the machine predict Marge would go for you, huh?
With all due respect, Jerry, did I ever have any trouble landing any dame I had my sights on?
Well, with all due respect, I can't see Marge falling for your line of chatter.
She will, Jerry. I'll be there when she's having a bad time. She'll be all alone. She'll need somebody. Things will take their natural course. Sure, she'll see through my line, but after a while she'll get to like it. I'm different. You're quiet. I raise hell. You let things eat at your insides, not me. I pop off. Maybe my way's no better in the long run. And she's married to you, and she loves you. But deep in her heart, she loves my way better. She'll fall in love with me. Jerry, you have to believe I don't want to do this, but it was your bullet, not mine.
Jerry? What are you thinking about?
Oh, a guy downstate wants to cancel a carload of refrigerators, so I'm figuring an approach.
Didn't we agree we'll work at home?
Yeah, well, honey, this is just thinking.
Did you talk to Joe Keller about the partnership?
Yeah.
And?
He said no.
Did you give him notice?
No, he gave me a raise.
Oh. Okay.
Marge.
Why don't you mix us a drink?
Honey, aren't you going to say anything?
Mm-hmm. Don't put in too much ice.
Marge, please, you don't understand.
I understand. I married a certain kind of man.
And you're stuck with him?
No. I'll stick by him. Because I love him.
Would you have wanted a guy who'd barge into Joe Keller's office and say, Joe, either give me half the joint or I'll open up across the street and run you out of business?
Oh, come on,
Answer
Jerry.
me, Marge. I have to know.
Well, maybe I did.
Why didn't you marry him?
He never showed up.
So you settled for me?
That's what's known as falling in love. Come on, honey, take me to the movies.
No, I don't want to take you to the movies. Let's go downtown and see a play.
But that's a lot of money.
Are you going to worry about money? Now, look, this weekend, would you like to fly out to, say, Snow Valley and ski? Yeah, or how about Las Vegas, huh?
Jerry, what's gotten into you?
Honey, we're going to have 2 weeks of the most fantastic fun.
Why 2 weeks? Oh, what's so special?
You? Me? I just want to spend the rest of my life having a ball with you.
Well, hello, stranger.
Hi, Pat.
Haven't seen you. Why, it must be weeks. Where have you been?
Oh, giving Marge a good time.
Well, I must say, it's done wonders for you. You look so calm.
Do I?
Do you ever see the little guy who wasn't there?
No.
Well, that's good. Let's drink to it. Jerry, if I'm not being forward, what did he want from you?
You wouldn't believe it, Patty.
Do you believe it?
Well, I just dropped in to say hello, Patty, and goodbye.
Jerry.
Yeah?
Something's the matter with you.
Well, I understand. Ed Clark is due back here tonight. I don't want to run into him. I just don't want to talk to him.
Well, if that's how you feel, I'll buy him from the joint. Now, Jerry, something's wrong with you.
No, nothing, Pat.
Now, look, I'm an old soldier, Jerry. I can tell.
No, it's really nothing.
Really, is it? No, Jerry, you got a look on your face.
What kind of look?
I've seen it before in the war. I've seen it on men who go out on the impossible mission. The look of men who know they're not coming back. The resigned look. What are you resigned to, Jerry?
You have a vivid imagination.
I have an imagination. Jerry, whatever it is, don't be resigned to it. Fight it.
You can't fight City.
I knew it. You're in a fight, Jerry. Well, you can fight anybody. You're an ex-combat soldier, and you weren't afraid of anything. When you were out there, you faced up to death, hunger, despair. What happened to you, Jerry? Where did you lose it? Face up to it now. Whoever he is, spit in his eye.
Patty, I can't do anything.
Jerry, I'm going to throw you out of here for your own good. Now leave town. Go far away for a while. Fight it, Jerry, fight it.
Patty, wherever I go.
Listen to old Patty, just take off.
Don't you see there's a plan?
Who cares? Put up a fight.
Why are you so upset, Patty, huh?
I don't know. But listen to me. Fight now. Now get out of here.
Jerry. I decided to fight it.
Good boy, Jerry.
You know, Patty, there's something about your place. I don't know how to say it, but I feel stronger, better, away from it.
Well, I don't mind.
So I'm going to fight. What have I got to lose, huh? Why should I do what he tells me? Why should I believe him?
I don't know what it is, but I agree.
I'll see you around, Patty.
Universal Airlines, flight number 3 for Los Angeles and Mexico City, now boarding at gate 17.
Who you calling, Jerry?
Marge, I have to tell him.
Oh, Jerry, don't do it this way. There'll be 100 other people on that plane. Do it the way it has to be done.
Paul, I have to fight you.
Why?
Because it isn't fair.
Was it fair for me to stop your bullet? Come on, Jerry. Ed Clark will be tooling by Patty's in less than an hour.
Paul, I don't know if I have the nerve.
I'll help you, buddy. I'll help you. Come on.
Hello? Hello? What is it, Mr. Noonan?
I called you, and I hope it wasn't out of turn, Mrs. Price. It's about Jerry.
What about Jerry?
He's sitting back there in a booth. Now, wait. Don't go to him yet. He's in trouble.
Well, it can't be. We've had such a glorious 2 weeks.
He's in trouble.
Well, what kind of trouble?
I don't know. We have to help him somehow.
Is it that Buddy?
I think so.
Well, the time has come to lay that nonsense to rest once and for all. And I'm going to...
That won't work. Agree with him. Show him anything he wants is okay with you. Don't fight him. Or we can give him his love.
Hi, honey.
Hi.
Buy me a drink?
Oh, sure. You know, I never knew you had those little gold highlights in your hair.
Oh, I'm using a different bottle this week.
I love you.
I love you, too. And I want you to be with me always.
Come on, Jerry. Let's start.
No, not yet.
Are you talking to me?
The plan calls for it.
How do I know there is a plan?
Ask anybody. Ask Marge.
Jerry, what are you talking about?
Marge, do you believe there's a plan that determines the actions of everybody in the whole world?
No.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Well, then how do you think things work out?
Well, every which way.
Come on, Jerry. It's time.
No, I won't go.
Where won't you go?
Then, Marge, as far as you're concerned, there isn't any plan.
Oh, well, what do you think, Jerry?
No, that's not important. What do you think?
Well, yes. Yes, there is a plan. I can prove it.
You can?
Yes, but you started me thinking there has to be a plan. Otherwise, you and I, we just never would have met. Remember that day?
Yeah. You were taking cash at Ryman's drugstore. That's the only reason I walked in there.
Well, I'd already given notice. I was going to leave. And then you walked in and asked Doc if you could open a charge. Then and there, I decided to stay.
And where? Where were you going?
Oh, away. Pull up stakes.
Why?
Well, my folks were gone. My friends were married. The neighborhood had changed. The girl I went to school with had a father, a construction engineer. He'd been transferred. Well, she took a job in his new office, and she wrote and said she found a nice crowd. They needed secretaries down there. She could fix it up. Well, why not? I was set to go. But it was not to be. You came wandering into Ryman's. Obviously, there's a master plan that rules our lives.
And where was this wonderful place you almost went to?
Atlanta.
Atlanta?
Oh, what's so remarkable about that, Jerry?
It was definite you were going.
Well, sure.
And only because you met me.
Only because I met you. Otherwise, I'd have gone to Atlanta and married a southern millionaire. But evidently something had been planned for me. Aren't you flattered? I met you, and it changed my whole life.
Are you ready to go now, Jerry?
Marge, will you come with me?
Yes, Jerry. Where do you want to go?
Well, I have to do something.
I'll come with you.
No, wait here, darling, please.
It's time, buddy. Just like going out on a patrol.
Jerry, where are you going?
That's all right, Patty. It's all right.
I didn't want this, buddy.
I know. I don't want you to take my bullet either.
Goodbye, Jerry.
Yeah, goodbye, Paul. Take care of her for me, huh?
You know I will.
Call the police. Get an ambulance.
Oh, Jerry. Barry. He's dead.
Here, miss. Here, you're cold. Let me throw this coat over you.
She's gonna faint.
It's all right. I've got her. We'll bring her into that bar where it's warm. Give her a little stimulant. It's all right. Everything will be all right. Everything will be... It'll be all right.
So many people preface what they believe with, "It is written." It is written in the stars. It is written on the wind. And for so many like Jerry, it is written on the bullet. I'll be back shortly. I remember an old soldier once told me he wasn't worried about the bullet that had his name on it. What really bothered him was the bullet marked, "To whom it may concern." Our concern is mystery, excitement, suspense, thrills and chills. Our cast included Larry Haynes, E.V. Juster, Martin Newman, Ralph Bell, Leon Janney, and Danny Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman.
Hi, I'm David Hartman. This week on Good Morning America, a remarkable man, James Cagney.
Oh, I want a Coke.
I want some fries.
Hey, I won the Whopper prize. Oh, there's nothing like the one and only Whopper game.
One and only Whopper game at Burger King. Just scratch off. And when one and only shows up in any of the right places, you can win a soft drink, or delicious fries, or a one and only Whopper. Or a whole meal.
I won. Who's got the only Whopper? The one and only Whopper.
And the one and only Whopper game.
Burger King and I.
Neither snow nor rain nor heat nor gloom of night stays these couriers from the swift completion of their appointed rounds.
They say it. We do it. Emery Express, the small package service that delivers before the 11th hour.
One of the most important questions a woman asks herself, I wonder if I'm pregnant, may now be answered in your own home with new AccuTest, a pregnancy test you do for yourself. AccuTest is safe, simple, and in just 2 hours you clearly see the result. A dark ring at the bottom of the test tube indicates pregnancy. AccuTest. Follow directions carefully, including instructions to see your doctor. AccuTest at your drugstore now.
I had the most wonderful news.
Saturday night, go downtown, see the sights. Girls and pinballs, coke and bright lights. Wish every day was Saturday night. Coca-Cola adds life when the lights are bright. Wish every day was Saturday night. Coke adds life, Coca-Cola adds life.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Smith. You know, I switched to Wella Balsam shampoo, and I'm really glad I did, because I shampoo my hair every day, and Wella Balsam shampoo not only conditions my hair, it even helps repair split ends. See, as Wella Balsam shampoo gets your hair shiny clean, it rejoins split ends, gets rid of that fuzzy look. So Wella Balsam shampoo is the only shampoo for me. Try it for regular or oily hair. You'll love your hair.
1935, a DC-3 lands at 90 miles an hour, 5 tons on each Goodyear tire.
But as weight and speeds rise, tires have to get tougher. Today, a DC-10 lands with Goodyear tires, wheels, and brakes, 150 miles an hour, 26 tons per tire. And tomorrow, we're working on it. From aircraft tires to auto tires, when Goodyear moves out front, you come out ahead. Goodyear, out front, pulling away.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Dragnet. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. The recovery rate of stolen automobiles in your city has dropped far below normal. Evidence points to an organized gang of car thieves. Your job? Break it up.
It was Tuesday, June 14th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of auto theft detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Nelson. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 11:27 a.m. when we got to 2564 Dewey Avenue. Apartment 3G.
Want to try it again?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, hi, Joe, Frank.
Hi, Whitey. Hi.
Come on in. Thanks. Come on out in the kitchen. I'm washing out some socks. You don't care if I finish up, do you?
No, go ahead.
I got up this morning. I figured I'd better get it done. Haven't got a clean pair to my name.
Mm-hmm.
Drag a chair and sit down.
Thank you.
What'd you want to see me about?
Couple questions.
I'm not in the fire, am I?
Not with us.
I couldn't remember anything. You never know.
No.
What is it?
You still working at that garage?
Night shift. Check in at 4. This got something to do with my job?
Might have, yeah.
Look, fellas, you know the history. I'm not going to try and hand you a lot of slush, but I'm clean. Half a dozen guys will tell you that. I haven't got off the line since the last time I was tagged.
Well, you're in no trouble, Whitey. We figured maybe you could give us a hand.
Here's the switch. Me giving you some help. Usually works the other way. What are you looking for?
A lot of cars going someplace, Whitey. We're trying to find out where and who's driving them.
Thought maybe you might have heard a rumble. There's always something going around.
You got anything?
Won't do me any good if it goes outside.
We won't open the door.
There's supposed to be 3 of them.
What do you know about them?
2 men and a woman. The 2 fellas are supposed to be pretty heavy. Any names? No, they're playing it pretty close. Even the rumble's not solid.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of days ago, I talked to a guy down at the garage. He was telling me about the operation, said it was big.
You know the people?
Enough to be in the same bar. Told me he tried to get a piece of the action, but they're not cutting any of it.
Can we talk to this guy?
I can't stop you, but I can't give you a hand either.
What do you mean?
I can't tell you where to find him. Does he come around the garage much? No, he comes in once in a while, talks, nothing regular.
What's he do for a living?
Drives. Stock car races.
Oh, I see. Has he got a name?
Call him Tops. I don't know the rest.
You know what he's talking about?
I think so. He likes to yak, but he sounded straight on this.
To give you any details on the operation?
I didn't ask a lot. I figure the less I know about deals like this, the less I can get in trouble.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Huh?
The way that sock is worn. Argyle, good ones. Cost me $5. Look at that hole in the heel, right in the middle of the 2 colors. How do you mend a sock like that? What do you mean? Well, how do you sew it up? Use one color and it louses up the Argyle part. Use the color of the Argyle and it'll go into the foot part. Sock people ought to figure some way around it. Yeah. Might as well throw them away.
Any word on what they're doing with the cars?
I didn't hear it. They turn it up?
No, not where we can find them.
Smart.
Are they local people, Wayne?
I don't know. I don't think so. I can't tell you why. I just don't think they're from L.A.
Mm-hmm.
They scoring pretty good?
Yeah, they are. Last 2 weeks, we figured they've taken a half a dozen cars.
Well, how do you lay it on them?
Well, the way they're working, the M.O. points to the same gang.
What's the pattern?
Cars are taken in the early morning hours from in front of the owner's house.
Jumper wires?
Yeah, all late models. They won't touch anything that isn't fully equipped.
Any special make?
No. As long as the car's a radio and a heater, white sidewalls, they want it.
They're not turning up, huh?
No.
Maybe they're getting them out of the country.
No, that doesn't figure. We've had the border checked. San Diego's working on it. 2 of the jobs, we had the broadcast out within a half hour after the car was taken. We couldn't turn anything. Just seemed to disappear.
You must have a big parking lot.
Yeah. You said the 2 men were heavy.
That's right.
Well, how'd you come up with that?
Well, the guy who told me the story, you know, Tops?
Yeah.
When he laid the rumble out, he said he talked with one of the fellas at a bar.
Mm-hmm.
Told the guy he'd like a piece of the action. About that time, the roof fell in.
What do you mean?
Well, the guy got real rough. Said there wasn't going to be any split. The action was going to stay in the same corner.
Mm-hmm.
Showed Tops a gun. Said if anything about the operation got out, he'd use it. The way Tops put it, he wasn't kidding.
Did you get any kind of a description of the man?
No.
This Tops fella tell you where the bar was?
Huh.
Well, okay, Whitey. If you hear from him again, will you let us know?
Sure. Call you at the office?
That's right.
Wish I could have given you more. I'll nose around, see if I can pick up anything.
We'd appreciate that. Don't go out on a limb, though.
You don't have to worry about that. I'm not going to line myself up for any trouble I don't need.
Yeah. Well, we'll check you later then, huh?
Yeah. Hope I'll have something for you in the next couple of days.
Well, if you do, it'll put you way ahead.
Hmm?
We've been on it 2 weeks.
Yeah?
We haven't got a place to start. On Saturday, May 27th, the first theft had been reported. The victim said he'd parked his car in front of his house and returned an hour later to find it gone. An immediate local and APB had been gotten out, but the vehicle wasn't found. 3 days later, on May 30th, there was another theft. Same M.O. In spite of all our precautions, the thefts continued. To date, 7 automobiles had been taken, and none of them had been recovered. All possible sources of information had been checked out without result. Outlets for stolen cars had been kept under 24-hour surveillance without netting any new information. The stats office had made runs on each theft and on the general M.O. When the list they returned to us was checked, we were no closer to the thieves. Pressure from the victims and their insurance companies began to build, but there apparently wasn't anything we could do to stop the operation. Frank and I went back to the office and ran the name and description of the man known as Tops through the moniker file. There was no record of such a person. 2 more days passed. Another car was stolen. People in the immediate vicinity were questioned, but none of them had seen the thief. Saturday, June 18th, 11:40 a.m.
Okay. Auto theft, Smith. Yeah? Oh, yeah. Can you hold him? Right. Be right there. Yeah. Get your coat. That was Whitey calling from the garage.
What's he got?
That fella Tops.
Yeah.
He just walked in.
Frank and I left the city hall and drove over to the garage where our informant worked. He pointed out an elderly man in the rear of the place. We identified ourselves and asked him to step into the office.
What do you want to see me about?
Just a couple of questions.
Well, I ain't done nothing. No reason for you to roust me around.
You're not being rousted.
Well, it sure looks like it from here.
You want to sit down?
I'd rather stand up. It's all the same to you.
All right, suit yourself. You want a cigarette?
Yeah.
Frank?
Yeah, thanks. I got a light.
Frank. What's your real name, Tops?
Henry Grayson.
What do you do for a living?
When I can get a car, I race.
Stock car?
Yeah.
Where?
Around, different tracks.
You live here in L.A.?
Most of the time, come back when I'm not working.
You got a job now?
No, figure to go back east next week. Think I can line something up. Hey, look, you maybe got a lot of time to kill. I haven't. Why don't you tell me what this is all about so I can get out of here?
You ever been arrested?
Huh?
You ever been in jail?
Yeah.
What charge?
Well, they didn't make it stick.
Well, what were you arrested for?
Grand theft.
Auto or money?
Auto.
Do any time?
I told you, they didn't make it stick.
Where'd this happen?
Idaho.
That's your only arrest, huh?
A couple of times for a bag.
They hold you?
No, give me a floater.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, you guys are after something. What is it?
You know anything about a gang of car thieves that have been working here in town?
What?
Stolen cars.
Oh, why should I have anything on it?
We heard you did.
From where?
We heard it. Is it true?
Lousy Whitey. He told you, didn't he?
It's not important where we got the information. We're trying to find out if it's true.
Then you'll have to look someplace else. I got nothing for you.
Where'd you get the nickname Tops?
Huh?
It's a funny name. How'd you get it?
Well, when I was a kid, I had real blonde hair, almost white. Other kids call me Cotton Top, shortened it down.
Mm-hmm. You like driving for a living?
It's all right. Better than working.
You do pretty good at it?
Hmm?
Is there any money in driving?
Well, it depends. Sometimes a good month and a couple of bad ones. Depends.
How do you do?
I'm not starving.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you want to know about the stolen cars?
What can you tell us?
Not much.
We'll take what you got.
I got to talking with a guy one night. Subject come up. We kicked it around. Turned out he had a deal going for him.
Friend of yours?
Never saw him before.
All right, go ahead.
Well, that's it. He had this deal working. I don't know anymore.
Why don't you do yourself a favor?
What?
If you're not mixed up in this thing, why are you holding out?
I'm not. I'm giving you what I know. Maybe it isn't the guy's life story, but it's all I got.
All right. From the beginning. Tell us, will you?
What?
Everything this fella said.
You got nothing to hold me on. As far as I'm concerned, it's okay if you do pull me in. A couple of days on the city. Give me rent and food bills.
All right, let's go.
Look, if I had any information, I'd give it to you. No reason for me to hold out.
That's right.
I never saw the guy before. I haven't laid eyes on him since.
Then what do you stand in front of him for?
What?
Makes you look like the patsy for the piece. Anybody takes a beef, it's going to be you.
For what? Sitting in a bar listening to some drunk?
It's more than that, and you know it.
I can't tell you.
Why? These guys too heavy for you, are they? Is that why you won't go along with us? You scared?
If you got to tie it down, that's the reason.
They won't get near you.
Guarantee it?
We can.
Okay, I'll go. What do you want to know?
The whole story now.
Well, there's much to tell. I was in this bar one night. Two fellas come in. They were both kind of gassed.
Mm-hmm.
Sat down next to me and started to talk.
To you?
No, but they were right next to me. I could hear what they were saying.
All right, go on.
Well, they were talking about this deal, how it was all set up. First off, I didn't know what it was all about. Then I heard one of them mention something about cars.
Yeah.
Well, it's like saying something about a new kind of camera around a photographer. As soon as I heard the word cars, I started to listen good.
Mm-hmm.
They were having a beef about something. One of them wanted to start unloading right away. The other guy said they should wait for a while, dump them all at once.
Yeah.
Well, they stood there and talked like that for a while, then one of them noticed me listening.
Go ahead.
He leaned over and said something to the other guy, and the next thing I knew, I was surrounded. One of them on each side, leaning on me.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't want any trouble. I could see those two guys had a pocket full of it, so I went along with them.
What happened?
Well, they asked me if I liked what I heard.
Yeah.
I told them I didn't hear anything. Said I had very bad ears.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't believe it, said they wanted to talk me outside the bar.
Yeah.
Well, I figured if they got me out there, I'd end up with something broken, so I didn't go. Tried to push me around, but the bartender come over, and they moved away.
What happened then?
Came back, told me if I said anything to anybody but what they were saying, they'd get me. One of them had a gun. He kind of pulled his coat back. I could see it in his belt.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't kidding. Word that I talked to you gets back to him, I'm as good as dead.
Well, don't worry about it.
Did you try and cut yourself in on the deal?
No.
We heard you did.
Well, it's not true. I told Whitey that, but it never happened.
Well, why'd you tell him it did?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to be a big man, I guess.
Yeah.
These two fellas hang around the bar?
Huh?
Have you seen the two men around the bar before?
No, it's the first time.
Any of the other people in the place seem to know him?
Mm-mm.
They leave the place before you did?
Yeah, finished up their drinks and walked out.
They have a car?
If they did, I didn't see it. I stayed where I was. Figured maybe they were waiting for me. Didn't leave the place until just before 2.
You think you'd know him again if you saw him?
Yeah, I'm sure of it.
Well, we'd like you to come downtown and look through some pictures.
Well, I don't like to be a finger.
Well, you haven't got much choice, fella.
I suppose not. All right, let's go. Now, don't forget, you guys said you'd take care of me.
We will.
Those fellas find out I'm on your side, they'll try to kill me. Nothing's going to stop them.
Yeah, we think there is.
What?
Us. We took Henry Grayson back to the city hall and had him check the mug books. He was unable to identify the suspects. We ran his name through the record section and found that he had no arrests in the state of California. At his own request, he was returned to his home. Local broadcasts and APBs were put out carrying the description of the 2 male suspects. A week passed without result. Monday, June 27th. I got it. Auto theft Friday. Yes, sir. That's right. When was that? No, we can't take one over the phone. Oh, well, I'm sorry, too. That's right. You live in Hollywood? I see. Well, now, if you'll go down to the police station on Wilcox Avenue. That's right. In Hollywood. They'll take it for you. 1358 between Sunset and Santa Monica. That's right. You betcha. Bye.
Car theft?
Bicycle. Fella says his kid left it in front of the house, came back, and it was gone. Yes, sir. Something we can do for you?
I'd like to talk to somebody about a stolen car.
Well, sit down. We'll take the information.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, sir. What can we do for you?
You're a policeman?
That's right. It's Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do? I'm Joel Pennant.
All right, sir. What do you want to see us about?
I think I bought a stolen car.
Why do you think it's stolen?
Well, just the way it was handled. The whole thing's got something funny about it.
Where's the car now?
I got it parked outside in the other street over there.
Mm-hmm. You have the license number?
Yeah, I have. You want it?
Yes, sir. We can check it for you.
I got it written down here. All the information someplace. Pink slip, too. Oh, yeah, here it is.
All right, fine. Thank you.
I'll check it, Joe.
Okay, thanks.
I sure hate to put you in all this trouble.
That's all right.
I feel silly if it turns out okay.
Well, why do you think the car's stolen?
Well, I own this little place up near Lancaster. It's kind of a bar and a couple of cabins for tourists.
Mm-hmm.
We're out of town a ways. We don't do a lot of business, enough to make a pretty good living, but it's all hard work.
Yeah.
Day before yesterday, that was Saturday,
Uh-huh.
This guy come into the place, had something to eat. We got to talk. You know, nothing important.
Yeah.
He told me he's on his way back east to find a job. Talked about how he's having a lot of trouble, lost his job and all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he had this new car parked right outside, said he just bought it. Asked me if I knew anybody who'd buy it.
You mean he wanted to sell the car?
Yeah, I said he just got it and he needed the money to get wherever he was going. Told me he paid cash for it and he wanted to get some money out of it.
Yeah.
He said he didn't want to take a loss, but he didn't have the price of gas for it.
Mm-hmm.
So he wanted to sell it.
All right, go ahead.
I asked him how much he wanted, quoted a figure, $200 under wholesale. It seemed like a good deal, so I bought it.
Yeah.
Been other guys come in and want to sell things. I learned the hard way, so I asked him if he could prove he really owned the car, that he didn't steal it.
Yeah.
I didn't say it like that, you understand. If the deal was honest, I didn't want to scare him off.
Yeah.
He showed me the pink slip and told me where he bought the car. It's a place called Brompton Auto Service in Hollywood.
Did you contact them?
Yeah, I put a call right through.
What'd they say?
Well, they went through a big thrash about it. I talked to a couple of secretaries before I got to the sales manager. He checked the records, and he said the car had been purchased from them. He gave me the man's name and everything.
Hmm.
Nothing about the deal then to make me think there was anything wrong. Pink slip, the car people.
Yeah.
I bought it. Gave the man a check. We drove into town, and I dropped him off at the bus terminal. He said he'd cash the check on Monday. That's today.
Yeah.
Happened I had to come into town this morning, checked at the bank, and they told me that the check had cleared. That it was cash first thing they opened the doors. I got worried about it and decided I'd better talk to you.
Yeah. How about it?
Well, stolen, all right.
I had a feeling.
Anything on it?
No, I checked the report.
Yeah.
It's the bunch we're after.
While the victim, Joel Pennant, looked through the mug books, Frank and I went over to the bank and picked up the check the suspect had cashed. The name on the pink slip had been run through R&I, but there was no record on it. The check was handed over to Larry Sloan in handwriting. The pink slip was sent to the crime lab, where it was found to be a forgery. We checked the phone book for a listing on the Brompton Auto Service, but we found none. The victim had made a note of the phone number, and from it we were able to obtain the address where the telephone was installed. It was a large office building on 7th Street. Frank and I went over to see the superintendent.
Yeah, this is where they were at 9:26.
When'd they move out?
Oh, sometime over the weekend. I'm not sure of the day. I'm off on Saturday and Sunday.
I see.
We'll hardly ever come down to the building on my day off.
Yes, sir.
How long were they in the office?
Oh, a couple of weeks. Said they wanted the place for a month. They paid for it in advance. They told me if things worked out, they'd take a lease.
Yes.
Guess things didn't work out.
Did they leave any forwarding address?
No, they didn't.
What can you tell us about them?
Not much. I only talked to them a couple of times. Seemed nice enough.
Did they tell you what kind of business they were in?
No, said they were trying to get a new product started. Told me most of their work would be over the phone.
Did they pay for the office by check or cash, do you know?
Cash. Said they didn't have their checks printed up yet.
They use a name of any kind?
I don't think I understand you.
Did they call each other by name?
Yeah, they did when they were looking over the office.
Do you remember them?
Let me think a minute. Well, it comes to me, one of them was called Tom. The other one was named Ralph.
No last name?
No, I didn't hear them.
What about the woman?
They called her Lerner. Remember that when they introduced her? Nicky Lerner.
Uh-huh. Has the office been cleaned since they left?
No, it hasn't.
All right, sir. We'd like to have some men from our office go over the place.
Sure. Glad to help any way I can.
Fine, thank you. Can you come downtown and look at some pictures for us?
The criminals?
Well, of some possible suspects.
See if I can pick them out, huh?
That's right.
Better will. Wait here and I'll get my coat. Go right with you.
All right, fine.
Well, second thought, you better wait in the lobby. We can go right out the door. It'll be faster.
That'll be fine.
Well, let's go. Gee, I can't hardly wait to get home and tell my wife what's happened.
Uh-huh.
She's all the time after me because I never have nothing interesting to tell her at night.
Yes, sir.
Gonna be different this time. Give her a story that'll really make her mouth hang open. Sure gonna be a doozer.
Yeah.
You guys could do me a favor, though.
What's that?
Could you drive me home after I look at the pictures?
We'll see that you get there, yes, sir.
I'd like it to be in a black and white car, if you can swing it.
All right.
Make the story more exciting, hard-hitting.
Yeah.
Something else if I come home in a black and white police car.
What's that?
My wife will believe me.
We took the superintendent down to the city hall, but he failed to identify the suspects. The crime lab crew went over the office they had used, but they were unable to find any useful information. Another week passed. During that time, we had reports that 4 of the stolen cars had been sold. The circumstances in each case were the same. In each instance, we checked out the address the suspects had used as a front without result. Tuesday, July 5th, Frank and I walked into the squad room.
Well, it's not the same, Joe. Not the same at all. It's all changed.
It has.
Sure. Don't make any difference how you try. It just doesn't come off.
What are you talking about?
The 4th, Joe. The 4th.
The 4th, huh?
Yeah. Remember how when we were kids they had firecrackers and them torpedo things you threw against buildings, stuff like that?
Yeah.
No more. All they got now is sparklers, and them fountain things.
Is that so?
Yeah. Well, they're nice. They look pretty, but it's not the same.
Mm-hmm.
I remember getting up on the morning of the 4th. You see who the first kid in the block was to get a can in the air. Real contest, like.
What?
Get a can in the air. Put a firecracker under a can, light it off. Real contest in our block, so you could be the first one in the morning of the 4th. Didn't you ever do that?
Yeah.
Well, we sure did. Never forget it. Well, it's not the same now.
Yeah, but it's a lot safer now, isn't it? I get it. Auto theft Friday. Yeah. That sure might be. That's worth checking anyway. Right. We'll be right over. It's Mott over in forgery.
Yeah?
Just picked up a printer, been cashing checks.
Uh-huh.
Checked his plant, found something we might be able to use.
What?
65 pink slips. We went over to room 29 and met with Sergeant Hal Mott. He told us that he and his partner had picked up a suspect on suspicion of forgery. When they searched the man's home, they found a printing plant where the suspect had been making up phony checks. They'd also found master plates for automobile pink slips and a quantity of the slips themselves. Under questioning, the suspect admitted the forgeries but denied any knowledge of the automobile registrations. Frank and I took him to the interrogation room.
Your true name is Harry Larwill, is that right?
Yeah.
You want to tell us about those pink slips?
I don't know anything about them.
You printed them, didn't you?
I guess so.
Well, and don't you know?
I printed them.
What were you going to do with them?
I did it for kicks, nothing more.
For practice?
Yeah.
Do you think a story like that's going to stand up in court?
Look, I copped out to the forgery rap. Isn't that enough for you guys?
We want to know about those pinks.
I already told you.
How many counts did they get on you?
I don't know, 10 or 12.
Well, and you know you're not going to do that stand on your head. You'll stand 1 to 14 on each count.
It's a lot of time if they run consecutively.
Now, come on. Why'd you print the slips?
What happens to me if I tell you?
What do you mean by that?
We'll make it an easier on me?
We don't decide that.
But you see, the judge knows, huh?
We'll put it down like that, yeah. Now, tell us about it, will you?
I made them up for Tom and Ralph.
Who are they?
A couple guys I know. They come to me with this deal, said if I'd make them 100 slips, they'd give me $1,000. I needed the money, so I did the job.
Yeah.
Well, after I made them, Ralph said they could only use 45 of them. Then we had a beef. He gave me 500, and I gave him the pinks.
You know where we can pick up your friends?
Yeah. Apartment out in Hollywood.
The girl there, too?
Who do you mean?
Understand her name's Nikki.
Oh, yeah. Ralph's wife. Yeah, I guess she should be around.
When'd you see him last?
Yesterday. Ralph called me in the morning and told me they was interested in the rest of the slips. Wanted to know if we could make a deal.
What'd you tell him?
Yeah, we could. I'm supposed to meet him this afternoon.
Where?
Drugstore on Sunset. He told me 3 of them were going to leave town.
All right.
You going to pick them up?
That's right.
Guess they had a good thing going for them. Sure, we're raking in the dough.
Yeah.
Ralph told me about it. Said they were coining money. Kind of hate to see it broken up.
You do?
Yeah. Good deal like that. Good ones are hard to come by these days. Takes a lot of time to set one up.
Mm-hmm.
Break this one up, they'll have to sit down and figure another way to make a buck. Kind of hurts to think about it.
It does.
Yeah, good deal like that shot. It really hurts me.
Think what it's going to do to them.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On November 10th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. Ralph Norwood Prescott, Thomas Dean Bolton, and Nicky Lerner Prescott were tried and convicted of grand theft auto, 5 counts, and received punishment as prescribed by law. Grand theft auto is punishable by imprisonment for a period of from 1 to 10 years in the state penitentiary.
Ladies and gentlemen, careless driving is kid stuff. Most automobile accidents happen when we forget to act our age and drive carefully. Letting off steam, defying authority, showing off risks a driver's life as well as the lives of other people. In your car, act your age. The life you save may be your own.
Dragnet is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Caramel, $100,000 bar. Chewy, chewy caramel, $100,000 bar. Extra rich in caramel. Nestle's $100,000 bar.
Chewy, chewy caramel combined with lots of toasted crunchies and a rich chocolatey taste. If you love chewy caramel,
this is your caramel bar. Nestle's $100,000 bar.
I'd like to show you how
the all-new Sexy Capri. Full instrumentation. 4 on the floor. Sticker price under $4,700. That's a miracle.
I believe in miracles. Where you from, you sexy thing?
Or Capri RS with radial sport suspension standard. That's a miracle.
I believe in miracles.
New Capri Turbo RS. The ultimate Capri. Complete with turbocharged power.
That's a miracle. I believe in miracles. Where you from, you sexy thing?
At the sign of the cat.
Don't you ever slow down? If you want to make it as a model, you've got to be active. Well, I'm trying. Here's something else you should try. Day-free maxi pads. They're more comfortable than belted napkins. Do they stay secure? Sure, but they've got a wide adhesive strip. That's the best tip I've had all day. Me too.
Stay-free maxi pads. More comfort for the active woman.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Blatt's Beer is on the air. Blatt's Beer is everywhere. Blatt's, Milwaukee's finest beer, brings you transcribed Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Friends, good taste isn't a matter of geography. A good, juicy steak is appreciated just as much in Los Angeles as it is in New York or Milwaukee. And the same goes for good beer. Take Blatt's, for example. There's nothing unusual about the good taste of the people who have made Blatt's the largest selling beer in Milwaukee, premium beer capital of the nation. They are the same kind of particular people who have made Blatt's the largest selling Milwaukee beer in scores of other cities in 48 states and 29 foreign countries. Yes, from B to Z, from best to zest. The bywords Blatt's, B-L-A-T-Z, from coast to coast, Milwaukee's finest beer.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat meat to eat and drink Blatt's beer. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. What's cooking? Nothing. The chef just quit. No, the hours was okay, and the pay was okay. It was his cooking. He couldn't stand it. What'll our customers do if we don't serve some food? If we don't serve some food, do the same as when we serve food. You'll eat someplace else. Besides, there's only a few customers in the joint. Well, Herbie the Midget's here. Yeah, just got out of the hospital. Poor little guy. Spent 2 whole weeks in an oxygen thimble. What was his trouble? He had kidney pebbles. And guess who else is back from the hospital? Sailor Slavinsky. Well, you remember that $100 bill he had tattooed on his chest? He was robbed. Huh? No, just a flesh wound. But the joke was on the crooks. The tattoo was counterfeit. Hey, that reminds me, Slippery McGuire's coming down tonight. Huh? You saw because he sold you that vanishing cream for Mrs. Duffy? But Duffy, he didn't guarantee to make a vanish permanent. Okay, so he's a phony. But he's my pal. And I will brook no insults on his behalf. Good day, sir. Eddie.
Yes, sir, Mr. Archie?
Eddie, Slippery McGuire's coming down here tonight, so leave us lay out the welcome mat for him, huh?
We can't do it.
Why not?
He swiped it the last time he was here.
Well, that's all in the past, Eddie. Slippery's gone straight. After all, a leopard can change his spots, can't he?
Well, if he does, it'll be for stripes.
Just a second. I'll have you know that Slippery McGuire and me has been pals ever since our school days.
Some pal. Every time that crook comes down here, he swindles you out of your money, and you wind up calling him a dirty, thieving crook.
Well, that's true friendship. The guy must think an awful lot of me to put up with it. You know, Slippery McGuire and me has been pals ever since our school days. We was in PS4 together.
Is that so?
Yeah, he was even treasurer of our graduating class.
You mean you graduated with Slippery?
Miss Duffy, yes. As a matter of fact, there was no graduation that year. The cap and gown money disappeared.
He started kind of young, didn't he?
Yeah, and it was quite a blow to Slippery's father, one of the finest men I've ever met. But it wasn't his fault he couldn't guide Slippery in the right direction.
How come?
He could only see him on visiting days.
A chip off the old cell block, huh?
Yeah.
What about his mother?
Mrs. McGuire, sweet old lady, but she could never learn to refuse Slippery nothing. You know, she spoiled him. He'd come in and say, Mom, I need a $5 bill. She'd go right down the cellar and print one. Yeah, it was like that till the day they shaved her leg. Yeah? Poor Slip has been through plenty.
He's been through you a few times.
Maybe so, but Slip has put his past behind him. He's now in a legitimate business selling war surplus.
Like what?
Oh, pistols, shoes, flashlights, refrigerators.
Refrigerators? War surplus?
The Cold War. You know, Eddie, I'd like to throw some business Slippery's way. You might think I'm going hog wild, but you know what I'm going to buy?
Well, what?
An airplane.
An airplane?
Yeah. You know, I've always wanted to fly.
Well, have you ever considered a kite?
Don't belittle me, Eddie. You know, he's always getting rid of second-hand planes, and maybe Slippery can get me one. Imagine me own airplane, a B-29 or a PBX, you know. Flying up there in the clouds. I wonder what it's like.
You an aviator.
What's so funny?
Oh, well, you get dizzy when you eat a 3-decker sandwich. I bet even I could fly better than you.
You could fly. Miss Duffy, I'm talking about airplanes. Not Halloween night on a broom.
Listen, it so happens that the best pilots in history have been women.
Oh, yeah? Name one.
Cobina Wright.
Cobina Wright, a pilot?
Only the most important of the Wright brothers.
Well, okay, him. But that's just one. Don't try to tell me nothing about aviation. You talk to Archie the Ace. I got air in me veins.
Oh, yeah? Then how come you black out every time you lick an airmail stamp? Besides, what kind of a junky crate is Slippery McGuire going to palm off on you, Archie?
It ain't no junk. It's a genuine Army surplus.
I know. That crook sold Mama a surplus girdle that split the first time she wore it.
Well, don't blame the girdle just because your old lady has too much surplus.
Archie, why do you always have to say such nasty things behind Mama's back?
Well, it offers such a broad field of operations.
Oh, you never have a good word for anybody.
On the contrary, I have 5 good words for you. Hit the road.
That's only 3.
The rest ain't hard to figure.
Make a noise like a hoop and roll away.
Say, Mr. Archie.
What is it, Eddie?
Your friend Slippery McGuire's here.
How do you know?
I just reached into my pocket and found myself shaking hands with him.
Please, Eddie, quiet, you'll embarrass him. Well, Archie, my old pal. Well, Slippery, my old buddy. My old schoolmate. My old sidekick.
The next voice you hear will be that of the old prosecuting attorney.
Eddie, cut out to rejoin us. Well, Slip, it's great to see you. I guess you've been working hard? Well, not too hard, Arch. I like to take things easy. Yeah, you do it that, and yet you're a success. How do you do it, Slip? What's your point? Very simple, Arch. Hear no evil, speak no evil, and keep moving. Still the same old Slip. You know, I've missed you lately. You must have been away, huh? Oh, only for 30 days. What was you doing? 30 days. I mean, I've been putting in some time for the government. You know, working on the surplus army stuff. Oh, yeah. I've been meaning to ask you, Slip. Ain't it a little late to be selling army surplus? Arch, come here. This is surplus army surplus. You're right on the ball, ain't you, Slip? Sure, Arch. I'm only selling things that people can use in practical everyday life. Yeah, practical everyday? Yeah. Like what? Well, like landing barges, steam shovels, Quonset huts, anchors, ripcords, parachutes. Just a second. What's practical about a ripcord? What else are you selling? Well, let's put it this way, Arch. What do you need? Well, I don't really need nothing, but I was kind of toying with the idea. It's silly to say. Go ahead, tell your old pal. Nah, it's too absurd. What is it, Arch? I was thinking of an airplane. A fighter or a bomber? Slim, you mean there's a chance? Look, Arch, how much have you got to spend? Well, not very much, just $14. $14? For that, I wouldn't sell a plane to my own brother. Well, that's all I got. Brother, you bought yourself a plane. Of course, for that price, it won't be a four-motor job. No, four-motor job? No. Well, how about one of them helium copters? Oh, well, that's a cinch. Just give me the $14 and I'll go get it out of stock before somebody else grabs it. Okay, here you are, Slip. Good luck and happy landing. Roger. Wilco. Arch, you're taking to it like a duck. See you later, you ace, you. So long. So long, Slip. Oh, boy. Hey, Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, guess what? Slippery's going to get me one of them helium copters.
A what?
One of them airplanes you can land on a dime.
3 to 1 that Slippery don't leave you a dime to land it on.
Oh, no? Eddie, I can see myself right now. Me hand froze to the controls. Coming in for a graceful crash landing. All of a sudden, I get a flash on the radio. Stand by for ceiling 0. Oh, hello, Finnegan. Hey, Finnegan, maybe you'd be interested in my new project. Do you like flying?
No, not me.
Why not?
My arms get tired.
What I mean is Slippery McGuire was just here, and he's in the Army surplus business.
Arch, you're out of your mind.
Why?
Who's going to buy a surplus army? Hey, did you buy anything from him?
Yeah, I bought an airplane.
No fooling. What kind?
Well, you know what a helium copter is?
Sure, a guy who cops helium.
Well, not exactly.
No?
It's an airplane. And terrific. It can go straight up in the air and straight down, sideways, frontwards, backwards, you know. It's ambidextrous. And in fact, it can do everything that a bird can do.
Oh, yeah? I'd like to see it either one.
You know, I think you got a nice, clean air pocket where your head should be.
Thanks, Arch. I've always considered myself air-minded.
So have I.
But there's only one thing I can't understand.
What's that?
What holds an airplane up in the air?
Well, that's a thing I'll have to explain to you. You know, it's one of the basic laws of physics. For instance, you take air, that's H2O. It's much heavier than water. Now, on the other hand, metal is a conductor which conducts the oxygen through the hydrogen, which creates a vacuum which gives us gravity. Which, in turn, naturally pulls the plane up into the air. Is it clear so far?
Sarge, what am I, a dope?
No, but even I had a little trouble with it at first. Well, to go on, you see, we take the stratosphere.
What's that?
Well, it's what it sounds like. It's a fear of high places. Stratosphere. Now, in order to fly a straight line, the navigator checks the ground speed against the plane speed, which is, shall we assume, 200 Fahrenheit an hour?
Arch, that sounds like a lot of Fahrenheit.
Well, don't forget, we've come a long way since the days when we had to land a plane by hand. Today we have automatic horsepower, frequency modulation, wing spreads as high as 39 RPMs, automatic tail fins in case the rudder goes on the blink. You know what used to happen in the old days when the rudder went on the blink?
The cow didn't give no milk.
Are you sure this whole conversation ain't been too mechanical for you?
No, not at all. By the way, how's chances for a job on your plane?
Well, I don't know. You think you're right for the air?
As right as I am for the land. Oh, come on, Alex. Give me a break. I could help run your aeroplane. You know, me Uncle Pierre was a famous flyer.
Your Uncle Pierre?
Well, yeah. He was the first guy to try to cross the channel in a balloon. And, Arch, guess what he used for ballast?
What?
A case of Black's beer. Yeah.
A very tasty ballast.
Yeah.
Did he have any trouble getting the balloon across the channel?
Well, it would have been a perfect crossing, but for one thing.
What was that?
He never got the balloon off the ground.
Why not?
He just couldn't bring himself to throw that ballast overboard.
Well, with a wonderful beer like that, you can hardly blame the guy. But tell me, Finnegan, didn't that balloon ever get up in the air?
Oh, yeah, one time, Arch. My uncle took the blast out of the balloon, and it sailed way up in the air. 5,000 feet, 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, 50,000, 40,000.
Back to 40,000?
Air pocket. Yeah. And then up to 50,000 feet, 100,000
Wait
feet.
a minute, Finnegan. Nobody could live at 100,000 feet.
The very words my uncle said as he sat there on the ground sipping his blast.
You know, your uncle was a very smart guy. Well, Arch, I'm back. You're back, Slimp, huh? Well, tell me, where's me helium stop?
Look, Arch, we've hit a little snag here. The Army's getting a little sticky about their aeroplanes.
Yeah, huh?
We'll have to clear this deal through Washington.
Who in Washington?
Come here, Arch. Nobody listening?
No.
Can I trust you?
Certainly.
The man I'm talking about is you-know-who.
No kidding. You know who?
Arch, please don't mention names. Yes, sir, we're taking this right up to the top. Give me the phone.
Here you are, Slimp.
Thanks. Hello. Hello, operator. Washington, D.C., please. Hello, Arch. This is Slip.
Oh, cat. Trigby Lee himself.
Hey, look, Dean, I got something for you to clear through you-know-who.
Yeah, a buddy of mine wants to buy a helicopter. Yeah, something in the $10 to $15 bracket. In the bag? Swell, Dean. Well, give my regards to the gang on Pennsylvania Avenue. Oh, by the way, tell Harry I'm still trying to get that Spike Jones record of the Missouri Waltz, will you? So long, Dean. You're all set. You got yourself an airplane.
Oh, gee, thanks. Boy, I can hardly wait till I take me first spin in that helium
Your
copter.
first spin? Just a minute, Arch. You won't be able to take that plane up in the air.
Why not?
No propeller.
What?
Arch, did you ever hear of anybody buying an airplane with a propeller for $14?
No.
Well, then let's be reasonable.
Hey, I slipped $2.
Well, okay, Arch, and here's your wings. You know who insisted that I give them to you at the wholesale price.
Gee.
Yeah. Now, Arch, you're all set. I'll be right back with the plane.
Hey, I slipped $2 1/4.
And here you are, Arch. Your genuine, never-leak parachute. Together with a box of emergency tire patches.
Gee.
Well, Arch, it looks like you're all set. I'll be right back with the plane.
75, 85, 90 cents. Here it is, Slip.
Okay, Arch, and here's your non-skid, white-wall, retractable landing gear.
Gee. Well, Slip, when do I get me plane?
Just as soon as I get final clearance from you-know-who.
Slip. It's empty.
Empty, huh? Well, never mind that, Arch. I got great news for you. Congratulations.
For what?
I've just been in conference with you-know-who, and you know what?
Who? I mean, what?
Hold on to your hat, kid. He's coming down here tonight to install the hangar in person.
In person? What an honor, huh?
Certainly. And naturally, before he puts in the hangar, he'll want to look over your pilot's license.
Your pilot's license?
Yeah, that's just a formality, of course.
I ain't got no pilot's license.
No pilot's license?
No.
This is a fine time to tell me that.
Is it serious?
Oh, what have we got ourselves into? Do you know what the fine is for operating a plane in a hangar without a license?
How much?
$29.15.
Slip, this is terrible. Can't you fix it with the you-know-who?
Well, now, look, that depends. But where am I going to get $29.15?
Let me see. How about the dough I gave you for the plane and the hangar and the parachute and stuff?
How much was that?
$29.15.
By George, that's quick thinking, Arch. I'll take it right over to you-know-who. So long, little pal.
So long, Slip. And thanks a million. Gee, Eddie, I don't know what I'd do without my old pal, Slippery.
Say, Archie.
Oh, hello, Officer Clancy. You look kind of tired. What you been doing?
I've been looking for a swindler who's been operating on 3rd Avenue.
Oh, yeah? What's his name?
You know who.
Three from 5 is 2. Carry the 3 Z's and add 4.
What you doing, Miss Duffy?
I'm subtracting $29.15 from your weekly salary.
What's so tough about that?
Did you ever try to subtract $29.15 from $15? And all because you had that crazy idea about being a great flyer.
Yeah, and I didn't even come close.
Well, don't feel too bad. After all, you did succeed in making an ace of yourself.
Don't try to cheer me up, Miss Duffy. What really burns me up is that I had me heart set on taking a plane trip to Milwaukee.
Well, maybe you can't go to Milwaukee, but we can bring Milwaukee to you.
How do you mean?
Here, have a black beer.
Thanks, Miss Duffy. You know, I I guess you could travel everywhere and never find a better or more refreshing beer than Blatz.
Right you are, Archie. So right that if you took a palate preference poll of the people in Milwaukee or in the state of Wisconsin, you'd find the majority, and I mean the great majority, would agree with you. Yes, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the premium beer capital of America, the brewing center of the USA, the home of our finest beers, Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z, is the largest selling beer and by a great and growing margin. Friends, you don't have to come from Milwaukee to appreciate Blatz. Try Blatz tomorrow. Compare it with any beer at any price. Your own good taste will tell you what folks in Milwaukee have known for almost 100 years, that Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z, Blatz is Milwaukee's finest beer.
I'm from Milwaukee, and I ought to know. It's the same old story wherever you go. This is the tune you will always hear. Blatz is Milwaukee's finest beer.
Be sure to listen next week at the same time to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed over most of these same stations.
Here's all you need to know about wine. C-R-E-S-T-A, B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. When it's wine you want, and only the best will do, when it's wine you want to make the occasion truly memorable, remember two beautiful words. Cresta Blanca.
The Ronald Colemans will be back next Wednesday on NBC.
$1.15.
Slip, this is terrible. Can't you fix it with the you-know-who?
Well, now, look, that depends. But where am I going to get $29.15?
Let me see. How about the dough I gave you for the plane and the hangar and the parachute and stuff?
How much was that?
$29.15.
By George, that's quick thinking, Arch. I'll take it right over to you-know-who. So long, little pal.
So long, Slip, and thanks a million. Gee, Eddie, I don't know what I'd do without my old pal, Slippery.
Say, Archie.
Oh, hello, Officer Clancy. You look kind of tired. What you been doing?
I've been looking for a swindler who's been operating on 3rd Avenue.
Oh, yeah? What's his name?
You know who.
Three from 5 is 2. Carry the 3 Z's and add 4.
What you doing, Miss Duffy?
I'm subtracting $29.15 from your weekly salary.
What's so tough about that?
Did you ever try to subtract $29.15 from $15? And all because you had that crazy idea about being a great flyer.
Yeah, and I didn't even come close.
Well, don't feel too bad. After all, you did succeed in making an ace of yourself.
Don't try to cheer me up, Miss Duffy. What really burns me up is that I had me heart set on taking a plane trip to Milwaukee.
Well, maybe you can't go to Milwaukee, but we can bring Milwaukee to you.
How do you mean?
Here, have a Blatz beer.
Thanks, Miss Duffy. You know, I guess you could travel everywhere and never find a better or more refreshing beer than Blatz.
Right you are, Archie. So right that if you took a palate preference poll of the people in Milwaukee or in the state of Wisconsin, you'd find the majority, and I mean the great majority, would agree with you. Yes, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the premium beer capital of America, the brewing center of the USA, the home of our finest beers, Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z, is the largest selling beer and by a great and growing margin. Friends, you don't have to come from Milwaukee to appreciate Blatz. Try Blatz tomorrow. Compare it with any beer at any price. Your own good taste will tell you what folks in Milwaukee have known for almost 100 years, that Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z, Blatz is Milwaukee's finest beer.
I'm from Milwaukee, and I ought to know. It's the same old story wherever you go. This is the tune you will always hear. Fletcher's Milwaukee's finest beer.
Be sure to listen next week at the same time to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed over most of these same stations.
Here's all you need to know about wine. Cresta, Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. When it's wine you want, and only the best will do, when it's wine you want to make the occasion truly memorable, remember two beautiful words. Cresta Blanca.
The Ronald Colemans will be back next Wednesday on NBC.
Now it is time for the question of the day. Today's question is quite simple. Which of the shows that is currently being featured on this show is your favorite? For me, my favorite program probably has to be Jack Benny. Only because it is an out-and-out classic that I just love and has stood the test of time, but also because it was probably one of the earliest old-time radio shows I listened to on cassette back when I was a kid. But what is your favorite show out of the ones featured on the program? Let me know in the comments below. And now it's time to get back to the shows. Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Mrs. Croft and Barbara made their trip down to the Diamond A Ranch safely and are delighted with the country. But Jimmy and Speed were supposed to reach the ranch at the same time. It is early the following afternoon, and the boys have not yet put in an appearance. Mrs. Croft and Barbara are worried. An airplane is heard. It's Rip Bender just returning from a flight to Devil's Pass Airport. He hands them a telegram. It is from Speed Robertson saying he has been recalled to Kansas City and is taking Jimmy with him. Mrs. Croft and Barbara are terribly disappointed.
Oh, Mother. What a shame, dear. I'm afraid we've caused Mr. Robertson a lot of trouble.
Now that's too bad, Mrs. Croft. Having to turn back after they got halfway. Robertson told me he figured on doing some hunting down here, too.
Yes, it certainly is too bad.
Well, he sure gave us some good advice. After you've had a peek at this land, I'm sure you'll take my offer.
Yes, I suppose we might as well. Don't you think so, Barbara?
I guess so, Mother.
I want you to feel perfectly satisfied with the deal I'm offering you, Mrs. Croft. Here's what I suggest. Let me fly you and Miss Croft over the property this afternoon, and after you've taken a good look at it, I'm sure you will feel perfectly satisfied.
Thanks very much, but I don't think I'd know any more after the trip than I do now.
Just as you say, ma'am, but I'd be glad to do it.
No, thanks. I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Bender. I'll think the matter over and give you my final answer early this evening. I'm almost convinced it's wise to accept your offer, but I'd like to think it over a little while longer.
Very well, ma'am.
Barbara, dear, I believe I'll go in and rest for a little while.
All right. Shall I come in with you, Mother?
Oh, no, dear, that's not necessary. Why don't you stay out here for a while and enjoy this beautiful scenery? We won't see much of it if we leave early tomorrow morning.
All right, Mother. I'll be in soon.
Mrs. Croft hit the nail on the head that time, Miss Croft. You sure won't see much of this country if you leave in the morning. Now here, why don't you do this? My ship's right out in front. Take a little spin with me. I'll show you some real mountain scenery.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Bender, but I believe I prefer looking at the mountains from this comfortable chair here.
Now listen, Miss Croft. Barbara, you got me all wrong. Honestly, I think you're a swell gal, and talk about good looking. Why, I say, we've a lot of pretty city gals that come down here from San Antonio, and you've got 'em all skinned a mile.
You're very flattering, I'm sure, Mr. Bender.
Well, I'm just one of those guys that says what he thinks. You see, I just can't seem to help it. I can't seem to make you catch the drift, though.
Well, I've fallen for you in a big way. And believe me, that's a laugh. There's at least one gal in every county in Texas that would give a right eye to hear me say something like that.
Why, you simply amaze me, Mr. Bender. I hardly know what to say.
You don't need to say nothing. I'll do the talking.
So I perceive.
And after your mother takes my offer and goes back to Kansas City, that won't be the end of things either.
Why, what do you mean, Mr. Bender?
Why, just this. I gets up to Kansas City every once in a while, and now that I know that you live there, it'll be real often.
Oh, but if Mother sells her land to you, Mr. Bender, I can't see that we'd have any other business to discuss.
Oh, you don't, eh? Well, we'd have plenty to talk over. When a guy falls for a dame, doesn't he usually have a lot to tell her?
Well, I guess so, Mr. Bender, if the girl falls for him.
Eh? What's that? I think I'm beginning to get it. That's a highfalutin way of giving me the air, ain't it?
You're very abstruse, Mr. Bender.
What? Say, what are you pulling on me anyway? What does that mean?
Why, that means I think you're very smart, Mr. Bender. At least you catch on quickly.
Oh, so that's the lay of the land, is it? So you won't go flying with me, and you don't think I'm good enough to call on you? Why, say, pretty soon I'll have so much dough I won't know what to do with all of it. Maybe you'd be pretty glad to know me then.
Money isn't everything, Mr. Bender.
No, I suppose you'd rather have some pug kid like Jimmy Allen who hasn't a dime to his name fall for you.
Perhaps I would, Mr. Bender.
Well, you might change your mind before long. Well, I'm off. I'll be back later to get your mother's answer. Hey, Pete, start my ship.
Okay, Rook.
Well, Mother, what do you know about that?
What, Barbara?
I think I've made a conquest.
Why, Barbara, what in the world do you mean? Who?
Mr. Rip Bender, Mother. He just told me that he's fallen for me in a big way, or words to that effect.
Why, the impudence of him. You shouldn't have listened to him, Barbara, dear.
Well, I couldn't very well help it. He seemed to be quite determined that I should listen.
Well, how did it all end?
It ended by my giving him the air.
Giving him the air? Oh, I see.
That was his expression, Mother.
Dear me. I wish we didn't have to accept that man's hospitality. I don't like him, and it rather puts me under obligation to sell the land to him.
Oh, I do wish Mr. Robertson and Jimmy could have come on down. Somehow, if they had, I feel that things would have turned out differently. You know, Mother, it's strange that Mr. Robertson didn't wire us before.
Why, Barbara?
Well, Jimmy told me yesterday morning they were taking off just after our ship left, and that they expected to be here by dark last night.
They probably had some trouble on the way yesterday.
Well, if that's the case, Mother, why didn't they mention it in this telegram?
Yes, that does seem rather odd.
Do you have that wire handy?
Yes, it's right on top of that old chest.
Oh, I see it. Let's look at it again. It was sent at 12:55 this noon.
Oh, where was it sent from? I didn't notice.
Potter, Oklahoma.
I never heard of the place before.
Neither have I, but it must be about halfway down here. If they didn't have trouble, it's strange that they didn't reach Potter until today.
It does seem a little odd, but perhaps Mr. Robertson didn't want to worry us with any mishap they may have had. Oh, but tell me, is Rip Bender still outside?
No, he became very angry at the end of our conversation and ran out to his airplane and took off.
I'm glad he did. I don't like to have him around.
Have you decided to take his offer yet, Mother?
I think so, Barbara, dear. We don't have any use for the land, and we do need the money. Don't you think it's the wise thing to do?
I guess so. I didn't think so back in Kansas City, but now that Mr. Bender has not objected to our coming down and looking over the land, well, I've rather changed my mind.
Yes, that was a consideration with me, too. I think we'd better close the deal and get back to Kansas City as soon as possible.
Yes, I'd like to do that, now that Mr. Robertson and Jimmy aren't coming down.
Goodness gracious, this heat is almost unbearable. Let's lie down and rest a while. Isn't that the fashion down here in this country in the middle of the day?
Yes, it is, Mother. Everyone takes what they call a siesta.
Well, goodness gracious, then let's be fashionable. I'll close the deal with Mr. Bender when he returns.
Well, here we are. I guess Mrs. Croft and the gal are inside. Come on, we'll step up to the house.
You don't think she'll get wise to this, do you?
Nah, there ain't a chance. She's just on the point of closing the deal anyway, and this'll push it over just as easy as falling off a log. Well, here we are. Come on in the living room, and I'll knock on Mrs. Croft's door.
Okay, Rip.
Why, who is it?
This is Rip Bender. Are you ready to talk business yet?
Oh, I guess so, Mr. Bender. Barbara and I will be right out.
Now pull the stuff just like I told you to.
Hey, don't you worry, Rip. I'll put it over.
Well, glad to see you, Mrs. Croft. I guess you've been taking a little siesta, eh?
Yes, I guess it's the custom down here.
Yeah, it gets pretty hot in the daytime, especially in the summer. Nobody stirs out unless they can help it. But here, I want you to meet a friend of mine. This is Les Hawkins, Mrs. Croft.
Well, how to do?
He's that neighbor I was telling you about that owns a piece of land south of us. He lives in San Antonio now, but I happened to run across him in San Rafael this afternoon. He was on his way out here to see me anyway.
I'm very glad to meet you, Mr. Hawkins, and this is my daughter, Barbara.
How do you do?
Well, I'm glad to meet you both. Yep, I had some correspondence with Rip and his old man about selling my land to him, so I thought I'd come on down here and talk it over.
Oh, I see. Then we're really both of us here on the same errand.
Yep, I guess so. Rip was telling me that you own this stretch to the west.
Yes, I do. Mr. Bender here made me an offer for my property, but never having seen the land, I came down to look it over and arrive at a decision.
Well, Mrs. Croft, if you shouldn't want to sell your land to Rip here, I'll certainly be glad to sell him mine. It's never been anything but a bunch of grief to me. I couldn't make a living off of it. That's why I moved to San Antonio. I'm setting myself up in business there, and I sure do need the money bad.
Well, we can't afford to buy both ranches, but we do want one. It don't make no difference which.
Well, as I told you, Rip, if you want my land, you can sure have it and welcome. Fact is, I might be willing to come down a little on the price I quoted you in that letter.
Well, I wish I'd have known that before. How much would you come down?
Well, I think I could let you have it for around, $2,500, Rip.
$2,500, eh? No less. There ain't a soul can say that a Bender ever went back on his word. I offered Mrs. Croft $3,000 for a ranch, and if she wants it, okay. If not, I'll do business with you and save $500. What do you say, Mrs. Croft?
Well, I've thought it over, Mr. Bender, and if you want the land at that price, I guess I might as well sell it to you. Though I must say I hate to see Mr. Hawkins lose the opportunity of selling his land.
Oh, that's all right, ma'am. Rip made the offer to you first, and I guess he couldn't very well go back on his word.
Well, we'll consider the matter settled then. I've got the necessary papers over here in this desk.
Say, what's that? It sounds like an airplane engine.
Oh, you must be wrong about that, miss. Rip's got the only airplane in these parts.
No, I'm sure it's an airplane. Now listen.
Well, here are the papers, Mrs. Croft, made out and ready to sign. Hawkins here can act as a witness.
Oh, it is a plane. I can see it outside this window. It's driving straight toward the ranch house.
Here, Mrs. Croft, here's a pen. You sign on that line right there.
Oh, Mother, can it possibly be Speed and Jimmy?
And we also wonder if Barbara is right. Don't fail to tune in on the next exciting episode of The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
February 18th.
You are a nigger.
Roots Week begins.
New worries about oil supplies. The deep freeze brings thousands of no-heat complaints, and toys line up for next Christmas. Eyewitness News at 11:15.
Today, students will learn the first step to better cooking, diamond crystal salt. Unlike ordinary salts, it's the only one that clings to food, so it's better for even seasoning. Watch. Common salt, she bounces. Diamond crystal, she clings. To review, today we've learned that with diamond crystal, you season the food, not the plate. Tomorrow we learn how to boil water.
This is a very special box of tea. Not only is Salada just about the best tasting tea you can try, look at the back. $1 worth of Kellogg's coupons. Salata gives you 15 cents off on Pop-Tarts, 15 cents off Mini Wheats, 15 cents off Rice Krispies, 15 cents off Cornflake Crumbs, and on Raisin Bran and Cornflakes. Salata saves you 20 cents each. Look for this amazing box of Salata tea at your grocer's and save $1.
Elvis Presley Week on the 430 Movie.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Lee Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Why don't you keep us up to date? A woman asked us the other day. I've always used Johnson's Wax, but I've only just discovered Johnson's Cream Wax. Why, it's wonderful. Well, she's right. This newest Johnson's polish really is wonderful for furniture and woodwork. It's a white liquid that does a remarkable cleaning job, cleans as it polishes. Women like it particularly for cleaning and waxing light-painted woodwork, but it's equally good on dark woodwork and all furniture. And for keeping a white refrigerator clean and sparkling, there's nothing better. Dirt, spots, and fingerprints are whisked away instantly when you apply Johnson's Cream Wax. It requires a minimum of rubbing, leaves a satin, smooth, dry wax finish that not only looks beautiful, but wards off minor scratches. Spilled things wipe off easily. Cream Wax doesn't collect dust, as oily furniture polishes do either. Now, you all know about Johnson's Paste and Liquid Wax. Well, now get acquainted with Johnson's Cream Wax. Well, to see Mrs. Magee of 79 Wistful Vista helping her husband make his annual selection of camping equipment, you'd never suspect that the only outdoor sport she really loves is her husband. But here at Abercrombie and Snyder's, where you can get anything from poker dice to elephant traps, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Now, let me see. What else do I need?
Well, I can't think of a thing, dearie. You've got a mattress that you blow up and a camp stove that blows itself up.
Oh, my gosh, a camp stove. That's what I need. Hey, Bud, is anything new in camp stoves?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. We have the new post-war models now.
Oh.
Built-in egg timer, fish scaler, bathing suit dryer, and corn popper. Solid steel, only weighs 97 pounds.
97 pounds? How could anybody carry a stove like that?
Well, that's what makes this stove so unique, madam. You don't have to carry it. The legs are on clockwork hinges, and it walks along behind you from camp to camp. It can also be speeded up to chase rabbits.
Let me see one of them.
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until 2:30, sir. Mr. Abercrombie, our president, is cooking his lunch on it.
What time is it now?
About 1:30. Look, Magee, if you're going to sleep out in the open, how about a mosquito net?
A net for mosquitoes? Not me, Snooky. I can catch them things with my bare hands. Hey, Bud.
Sir?
Look, I'm taking a 2-week float trip in the Ozark Mountains, fishing and hunting. I'm starting at Naked Joe, Missouri, and ending up at Powder Horn, Arkansas. You got any suggestions?
And you can skip the one about staying home. I've tried that.
Well, now let me see, sir. How about a nice bobsled? We have one with ball-bearing steering gear and chromium nameplate. Sells for only $722.
Why on earth would anyone want a bobsled in Missouri in the summer?
I don't know, madam, but I get a bonus of $100 if I sell it. And with $100, I could get my mother out of jail.
What's she in jail for, Buster?
Oh, she's just a thoughtless little bobby socker, bless her heart. Always going around socking bobbies. Oh, by the way, sir, how about hip boots?
Need any hip boots, dearie? Yours leak in 7 places.
Gee, do they really?
Yeah, don't you remember? You call them your 7 leak boots?
You got any good hip boots, Bud?
No, sir, but next week we expect some in. Good ones, too. Mm-hmm. They have a double sole with 4 ounces of water sealed in. Mm-hmm. That gives you the squish without the discomfort.
Well, I guess you've got about everything you need, Magee. Just add those items up, sir, and let us know what the bill is.
You got everything there, Bud? The fishing rod, the air mattress, the combination can opener and spud slicer, the waterproof matchbox, and the compass?
Yes, sir, but are you sure you want this kind of a compass? This is the kind you draw circles with.
I know that. I find I always travel in circles anyway. So this time I'm going to mark the map beforehand. Get me my bill, Bud.
Yes, sir, and if I'm not back immediately, I'll be back of the elevators sneaking a smoke.
Honest, lad. Look, Molly, why don't you change your mind and come on this fishing trip with me? My gosh, you'll have a wonderful time.
No, thank you, dearie. I'll spend the 2 weeks cleaning the living room curtains and papering the bedroom. You just... Oh, for goodness sakes. Hello there, Millicent.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Mr. Magee.
Hi, Carsty. Buying some sporting equipment? They got some wonderful underwater goggles here. Great for finding that last butter knife when you're washing the dishes.
No, I just came in to get Mr. Carstairs a birthday present, Mr. Magee, an archery set, I think. He's always wanted a bow and some arrows.
Has he a quiver, Millicent?
For a while, when he first gets up, my dear. But a few cups of black coffee usually stops it. Did you ever try archery, Mr. Magee?
Not since he was a little boy, Millicent. He played Cupid in a school play and shot the principal in the left flank with an arrow.
And anybody that thinks Cupid is a symbol of love should have seen him chasing me with a chair leg.
You going away this summer, Millicent?
Oh, yes. We expect to spend a few weeks at our hunting lodge in Maine.
Oh.
Such a grand place to relax, you know. Why, some evenings, and this is quite confidential, my dear, some evenings we do not even dress for dinner.
Oh.
Oh. Heavenly days. You hear that, Magee? Up there in Maine, they really rough it.
Yeah. Better not let down too much, Carsty. First thing you know, your husband will be coming in a T-shirt to tea. In a T-shirt. How big a shack you got up there, kid?
Oh, it's just an old log cabin, Mr. Magee. Mahogany logs, of course.
Well, Natch.
25 rooms, not counting the conservatory and game room, swimming pool, landing strip, boathouse, formal gardens, and a 19-hole golf course.
A 19-hole course? A golf course don't have more than 18, Carsty.
Oh, really? Well, I don't play golf myself, but Mr. Carstairs is always telling about taking 8 or 10 shots to get out of a trap on the 19th. Are you going away this summer, my dear?
I'm trying to get her to go on a float trip with me for some fishing, Carsty, but she don't want to go.
Oh, I have so many things to do here, Magee. You'll have fun going by yourself. Do you fish, Millicent?
No, but I'm rather good with a shotgun, my dear. You must go out sometime and shoot skeet with me.
Oh, I'd love to, Millicent.
You shoot 'em and I'll cook 'em, Molly. I got a recipe for broiled skeet that I've used for years. Ain't they delicious, Carsty?
Simply delightful, Mr. Magee. And no bones. Well, I must be getting on. Have a nice summer, both of you. Good day.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, the King's Men, and the Gypsy.
Everything will come right if you only believe the gypsy. She could tell at a glance that my heart was so full of tears. She looked at my hand and told me my lover was always true. And yet in my heart I know, dear, somebody else was kissing you. But I'll go there again, 'cause I want to believe the gypsy. That my lover is true and will come back to me someday.
What are you doing, Magee?
I'm pumping up this air mattress to see if it leaks anyplace. Listen. Oh, I don't hear any leaks. Look, why don't you go on this trip with me, Molly? You like to fish. I'd like to.
Yeah, but I don't like sleeping on the ground, dearie.
Oh.
I like to get close to nature, but not that close. You take this trip alone.
Oh, well, gee whiz.
Besides, I have so many things to do around the house. Paper the bedroom, clean the curtains, and the...
Come in.
Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Do come in.
Thanks, Molly. Hello, Bulgy. What's the bicycle pump for? Gonna put the tube in your mouth and inflate your ego?
No, Aerosmith. If you would use those faded blue eyes of yours for something besides winking at nurses, you'd see that I'm pumping up this air mattress.
He's going on a fishing trip through the Ozarks, Doctor.
Are you going with him, Molly? Or do you welcome the interlude of peace and quiet with a little boom face out of your hair?
Well, he wants me to go, Doctor, but I think it would do him good to get off by himself and not be bothered by having me to look after.
Oh, come on, Molly. You're no trouble.
I'll bet she's no trouble, Bucklewort. You just want her along. You only want her along because she can cook. By yourself, you'll come home with 3 crappies and dyspepsia.
Oh, is that so? Well, I'm a pretty good camp cook myself, Fatso. I remember one time up in Alaska, I took 2 wild ducks, skinned them, wrapped them in clay, and buried them in hot coals for 3 hours. You remember that, Molly?
Indeed I do, dearie. And I'll bet they would have been delicious, too.
What do you mean, would have been?
I couldn't remember where I'd buried them. As far as I know, they're still cooking. You going somewhere for a vacation this summer away, Doc?
No, I think I'll spend the summer in a nice air-cooled movie. I've tried going to summer resorts, but somebody always finds out I'm a doctor, and from there on, I'm working again.
I see.
Next time I register at a summer hotel, it will be as Ignaz Jagafrion, a sculptor.
Why, a sculptor, Doctor?
Can you imagine anyone getting a sculptor up in the middle of the night to do Grandma's torso in granite? Certainly not. Well, have a nice trip, Magee. It'll do you good to get away from humanity for a while.
Thanks.
Not that I have anything against humanity, except that there are too many people mixed up in it. See you in the fall.
Come on, Doc.
My, isn't he a sweet old character?
Yeah, Doc's a great guy. Only thing is Listen, is that mattress leaking?
No, dear, you're leaning on the bicycle pump.
Huh? Oh. For a minute, I thought it was leaking.
Hello, folks. Hey, I hear you're going on a fishing trip, pal.
Yes, he is, Mr. Wilcox. He's leaving in just a little while.
Going to take a float trip, Junior, with Walter Bales, starting from Naked Joe, Missouri, and ending up at Powderhorn, Arkansas. Float down the river, camping and fishing all along the way.
Gee, that sounds like fun. No rowing, eh?
Nary a row, Junior. Just sit there on your big air mattress and let the river do the work. You going any place this summer?
I am going to the Garden Spot of America, pal. Racine, Wisconsin.
Is Racine so beautiful, Mr. Wilcox?
It is to me, Molly. There is no prettier sight in the world than a full-grown paycheck. And mine are grown right there in Racine. Incidentally, I picked up a note from the office about the Summer Johnson Wax show. Fred Waring and his Pennsylvanians are taking over.
Isn't that marvelous? I think Fred Waring is simply wonderful. Don't you, Magee?
Yeah, he's good.
Well, he has one of the best shows on the air, barring none.
Yeah, he's good.
Well, don't you think he has a great show, pal?
Yeah, he's good.
I think everybody likes Fred Waring's program.
Most everybody.
He always does a great show.
Relies quite a bit on music, though.
Why, certainly he does. He's a fine musician, and he gets off some pretty smart remarks between numbers, too.
Oh, yeah? Well, if he's such a hot musician, why don't he stick to his music? I play the mandolin, too, myself, Junior. But do I set myself up as a great musician? Do I try to muscle in onto somebody else's racket? Do I try to...
Why, McGee, why are you so resentful?
Say, pal, could it be that you're a little worried?
Why, what should I be worried about? What if Racine should get the idea that Waring's better than McGee? Ishkabibble. I can always get a job.
Doing what, dearie?
Why, I could always... Somebody might want to... Well, if worst comes to worst, there's always the ice wagon. Hey, Junior, you going to announce the summer show?
No, Waring comes on from New York, and Bill Bivens is the announcer.
Oh, Bill Bivens, a fine announcer. One of my favorites.
Gee, really?
Oh.
Gee, really?
Oh, she's always... He's always talked about Bill Bivens, Jr., and you know what?
No.
I understand he can pronounce all the big words, like linoleum.
So what? I can pronounce linoleum. Linoleum. Oh, anyway, that's not so important.
What is important, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, the important thing is that he knows about the product. Gee, I'd hate to think of a job like this in the hands of a guy who didn't know about Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
Oh, they'll probably tell him that.
Imagine how horrible it would be if Bivens didn't know that glow coat requires no rubbing or buffing.
They'll tell him.
That it shines as it dries.
They'll write him a letter.
That you just pour a little out and spread it around and let it dry for 20 minutes or less.
I'm sure he'll have all that information, Mr. Wilcox, before...
And if he doesn't realize how Johnson's glow coat can bring back the sparkling beauty to worn and tired old linoleum...
Look, Waxy. Why don't you write him a letter about it?
Oh, I did. I sent him a 700-word telegram of instructions.
Why, that was a mighty nice thing for you to do, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I figured it was better to be sporting about it.
700-word telegram must cost you a handsome nickel or so, Waxy.
No, I sent it collect.
Ooh.
See you in the fall, kids. Good luck.
So long, Harlow. Well, I better finish getting the stuff together, I guess. Now, let me see. A hunting knife, fishing tackle, mattress, camp stove, comic books. You sure you won't go with me, Molly?
No, thank you, dearie. It's nice of you to want me along, but I'll stay and stretch the curtains while you go and stretch the budget.
Well, all right, but gee whiz, I wish
Come
you'd
in.
Hello, folks.
Hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp, old man. Hey, you look kind of worn out, boy.
Oh, I am, Mr. McGee. Our lawn sprinkler got broken, and my wife made me run around the lawn in circles all morning with a sprinkling can while she stood on the steps and flicked my ankles with a bullwhip.
Well, that's pretty terrible, Mr. Wimple, but isn't using a bullwhip on you rather flattering?
Well, I suppose it really is, Mrs. McGee. But Sweetie Face, that's my big old horrid wife. Sweetie Face is awfully clever with a whip.
Can she knock a cigarette out of your mouth at 50 paces, Wimp?
Oh, she's much better than that, Mr. McGee. One night there were some cats making a dreadful noise in our front yard, and Sweetie Face leaned out the bedroom window and cracked her whip, and there wasn't another sound all night long. It was just wonderful.
She really got those cats, did she, Mr. Wimple?
No, she fell out the window.
Wimp, I predict that one of these days you'll get tired of being pushed around, and you'll let her know who wears the pants in your house.
Oh, you're so right, Mr. McGee. I've got it all planned out how I'll do it, too. The next time she starts in on me, I'm going to step up on a footstool and look her right in the eye. Who do you think you're talking to, I'll say. Then she'll slap me across the room, and as I fall, I'll knock over the goldfish bowl. And when she runs to pick up the goldfish, I'll grab her compact and fill it full of itching powder. I hope it's still good. I've had it for 9 years.
Well, Mr. Wimple, you're just in time to say goodbye to himself here. He's going on a 2-week camping and fishing trip.
From Naked Joe, Missouri to Powderhorn, Arkansas, Wimp. Float trip. Molly don't want to go with me. How about you?
Oh, I just love it, Mr. McGee. But I don't like to leave Sweetie Face that long.
For only 2 weeks?
Yes. I don't like to leave her for only 2 weeks. If it was for 3 months, I'd... Say, Mr. McGee, Have you got time to come over to my house a minute?
No, I haven't, Wimp. I'm sorry, but I'm leaving as soon as I load this stuff in the car. Why?
Well, just as I left, Sweetie Face was trying to move our big radio, and it fell over on top of her.
Goodness me, Mr. Wimple. Is she still under it?
Yes. But it's tuned to NBC, so she won't miss Bob Hope and Fibber. Oh, she's heard everything we've said. Isn't this awful? I've got to go now. I'll see you in October.
And here are the King's Men, and it's a grand night for singing.
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound to be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Maybe it's more than the moon. Maybe it's more than the bird. Maybe it's more than the sight of the night in a light too lovely for words. Maybe it's more than the earth, shining and silvery blue. Maybe the reason I'm feeling this way has something to do with you. It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound to be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling head over heels in love.
Well, I got the car all packed, Molly. I've got enough equipment in that jalopy to take me to Tibet and back. I believe in taking everything I need when I go fishing.
Sure you got everything, dearie?
Absolutely. I checked it off on my list as I packed it.
Well, what's all that stuff on the piano?
Oh, that's just my fishing tackle that I want. Oh, my gosh, my fishing tackle. Thanks, kid.
Don't mention it.
Look, you still got time to change your mind and come with me. How about it? Why don't you go?
You're sweet to want me to come, dearie, but I'm going to welcome a quiet 2 weeks to get a few things done around here. But as soon as you get to undress Joseph, Missouri, you send me a postcard.
No. It's Naked Joe, Missouri. I showed it to you on the map.
I know, and that's one reason I'm staying home.
Huh?
That's not a very ladylike place to start a fishing trip from. Now, if it was...
Come in.
Oh, Mayor Latrivia. Hello, Your Honor.
Hello, Molly. How are you, Magee?
Great, Latriv, great. You're just in time to wish me luck on my fishing trip. Going on a float trip from Naked Joe Mo. Leaving in a few minutes.
Well, I hope you both have a wonderful time.
Oh, I'm sure we will, Your Honor. I'm going to stay home and relax.
Very intelligent of you, I'm sure. By the way, who's doing the summer show for Johnson's Wax?
Waring's Pennsylvanians, Latriv. Great outfit. They'll be on for 15 weeks. It'll be Waring all summer.
What do you think it's been all winter?
Why, Mr. Mayor, you made a joke.
Well, I'm not very proud of it, personally. Jokes about a man's name are always very clever to the person who perpetrates them, but pretty old hat to the one whose name it is.
You mean Fred Waring?
In this case, yes.
Did you ever meet him, Mr. Mayor?
No, I never had that pleasure.
Then what right have you got to make remarks about his clothes?
I didn't make any remark about Mr. Waring's clothes.
Oh, yes, you did. You said his hat was pretty old.
I beg your pardon. I said nothing of the sort. I said jokes about a man's name are pretty old hat.
A guy with a name that Fred Waring has got a right to wear any kind of a hat that he wants to, Latrivia. He'd still be a wonderful showman if he wore mucklucks and a beanie just because he chooses
Now, look
to
here,
wear
Magee. I think you're deliberately trying to embroil me in an argument, and I am
There
not...
can't be any argument about criticizing the hat of a complete stranger, Mr. Mayor.
No.
This is a democracy, and if a man chooses to wear an old hat...
I
why,
didn't say that Mr. Hat was wearing an old Waring. I mean, if he wants to lead his hat in an old band, wear his bath hand in a bandstand... Now, look, I was...
Now, control yourself, Latrivia. Control yourself. Don't shout at my wife.
I was not shouting at your... Ooh. I was not shouting at your wife. I was only trying to explain that I made no reference whatever to Mr. Waring's hat. I was merely utilizing a certain slang expression. When you say something is old hat, it means that it's all too familiar. Have I made myself clear?
Yes, but you might be a little more careful about indulging in personalities, Latriv. A man's hat is his own business, and an old hat...
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop it. You know very well that I didn't intend to heifer to Mr. Hatting's reference. Reference to Mr. Waring's reefer, a riffle, a hattle. When I said that an old band leader has a hat, an old hat has a... You stated that nobody would try to do it. We were... You... Magee?
Yes?
I'm sorry I won't be at Naked Joe, Missouri to see you off.
That's nice of you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Latriv.
That's all right. It's an old dream of mine to see you floating down the river. Well, have a pleasant summer.
Well, I guess I better be getting started, Molly. What time is it?
About 1:30.
Great. That ought to get me to Naked Joe, Missouri, about daylight. Now, look, why don't you throw some stuff in a suitcase and come along? It'll be an awful lonesome drive without you.
No, thank you, sweetheart. I'm glad you want me along, but with the bedroom to be papered and the living room curtains to be washed and all that.
Who's that? I thought everybody was in. Come in.
Mr. Magee.
Yes?
If you have 65 cents for me, I have a telegram for you from a relative.
How do you know it's from a relative, son?
It's collect.
Here, Molly, you read it. I want to check over my list and see if I packed everything.
All right. Now, just a minute, boy. There may be an answer.
Okay.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. Listen.
Huh?
It's from Cousin Salvador.
What?
He says, I'm bringing wife and 7 children to spend summer with you.
Oh, dear.
Please wire prepaid most convenient time for arrival.
Oh, dear.
That does it, McGee. I'm coming with you.
Huh?
Hold everything. I'll be packed in 10 minutes.
How much you say I owe for this, Bud?
65 cents, Mac.
Here you are, Bud. Here's $1 for yourself. That was nice timing.
Well, you told me to be here at exactly 1/2 so I done it. Thanks, Mac.
McGee, you're a dirty old conniver. And if you'd learned to cook, you wouldn't have to stoop to things like this.
Hey, Molly, hurry up. Come on.
It's really great to be able to hit the highways again and enjoy the open air, but I think you'll agree it's even more fun if your car is clean and sparkling. That's very true, you say, but how do I get my old bus to sparkle without a lot of darned hard work? Well, the answer to that is an easy one. Johnson's Car New, and surprisingly little of your time. You'll be amazed how easy it is to give your car a beautiful polish with Car New. Unlike ordinary car polishes, it's a wax-fortified liquid that both cleans and polishes in one application. There's none of that hard rubbing. You just apply it and let it dry to a white powder. When it's dry, you simply wipe the powder off, and that old road grime goes right along with it. You'll hardly know your car. The finish will shine and sparkle as if it had just rolled off the assembly line. Try Johnson's Car New, won't you? It's spelled C-A-R-N-U.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of everybody on our show and the makers of Johnson's Wax, we want to thank you for another year of your loyal listening. And we know you'll find that Fred Waring and his Pennsylvanians will have a wonderful program with great music for you at this same hour through the summer.
Between Fred Waring and Johnson's Wax, you can expect a polished performance.
So until October, thank you again and good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to listen in again next Tuesday night when you will hear The Fred Waring Show. Fibber and Molly and all of us will be back again in October. Good night.
It's NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Yes, sir, this drive started over 100 years ago back in California. Just a few head of Levi's blue jeans and a lot of hard miles. Cross country that would have killed ordinary pants. But Levi's, they thrived on it. If anything, the herd got stronger and bigger. First there was kids' Levi's. Ornery little critters. Seems like nothing stops them. Then there was gals' pants and tops and skirts. Prettiest things you ever set eyes on. And just to prove they could make it in the big city, the herd bred a new strain called Levi's Sportswear. Jackets, shirts, slacks. A bit fancy for this job, I reckon, but I do admire the way they're made. Fact is, pride is why we put our name on everything in this herd. Tells folks, this here's ours. If you like what you got, then come on back. We'll be here. You see, fashions may change, but quality never goes out of style.
Aldo.
This is Aldo Cella. He is not tall.
Ciao, Aldo.
He is not pretty. He is not powerful.
Aldo.
But Aldo Cella knows what women like. Cella Lambrusco, a very special red wine. Chilecella.
Aldo.
My sculpture. And Miss Clairol. This I do for me. Miss Clairol is rich, natural-looking hair color, and that's important to me. I love what it does for my hair, my looks, myself. Busy as I am, it's something special I do just for me, like my sculpture.
Miss Clairol shampoo in hair color, now with the magic of color hold conditioning.
Miss Clairol, this I do for me.
This year, Love's coming on even stronger with 3 tough new models. Coming on strong with a new 4-wheel drive model. Strong with more payload than many full-sized half-ton pickups. Strong on toughness and economy. Love's EPA estimated miles per gallon is 23. That's better than many car models. Strong on comfort and value for your money. Come on strong in a love of your own. See your Chevy dealer.
Chevy trucks, built to stay tough.
Maxwell House is coffee you can count on.
Maxwell House, good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is
good every time.
Maxwell House is
good morning.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
ADC brand from Maxwell House, specially blended and ground for new coffee makers. A perfect taste and always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is
good morning.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen, music by Peter Van Steeden, and another gala amateur contest. New music, new voices, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. The crowd is cheering Fred Allen as he leads the parade to the old Town Hall. Fred's leading the band with a deflated pigskin, and the mighty Allen Art players are out of wind, too, running away from the crowd. We're on our way to the old Town Hall, and everybody's going. Everybody's going. Here they come, auctioneers.
If this is an auction sale, why don't you put up that radio, mister?
This radio ain't for sale till tomorrow, lady. It's Town Hall tonight.
Second story man.
You say you broke into the house and didn't steal nothing, Butch? No, I seen a radio. Then I says to myself, put up a chair, Butch. It's Town Hall tonight.
And now, girls, our guest of honor brings us a message. My message is, beat it for your radios, sisters. It's Town Hall tonight.
Well,
Well, sir, here we are at the doors of the town hall, folks, and there's Fred welcoming the crowd. Fred's standing on a soapbox, and he's all of a lather. Let's listen.
The polls are closed, folks, but the old town hall is still open for business. Step right in.
Hi there, talk too much.
That's what they all say, folks. Keep to the right, please. If you'll
Evening, Mr. Allen.
Hi there, Mrs. Green. Hello, Mrs. Blue.
Lord, if you ain't getting colorblind, I'm Mrs. Green. I'm Mrs. Blue.
It's my face red, girls, but go right in and hurry.
How shall we start the show, Fred?
You might try opening with Rap Tap on Wood from Born to Dance, Harry.
Okay, Fred, I will. Let her go, Peter.
When you sit down one day, look over yourself and say you're very good. Rap tap on wood. When you have such success, you're conscious that you impress the neighborhood. Rap tap on wood. When every meal you take is made of milk and honey. When every stock you take is making mint of money. When every heart you break is such a cinch it's funny. Careful, sonny. Rap, tap, rap, tap, rap, tap, tap, rap, tap, tap. You'll knock out your good news and you'll never, never lose if you just put on your dancing shoes and rap, tap on wood.
Presenting that rambunctious raconteur of highfalutin higgledy-piggledy and abecedarian abacadabra, Fred Allen in the flesh.
That rambunctious, eh?
All right.
You're ashamed to put the bunk in so soon, the rambunctious, eh? And listen, Harry, after this, when you're saying in the flesh, don't look at my head. Just sort of caramel. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we look behind the piano to see what Uncle Don has left for us this evening, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, vendor of knick-knack, at Nick and Knack, at the corner store, is warning all patrons not to handle articles displayed on the counter. Hodge says somebody switched on an electric razor last night, and the thing got away, and before Hodge could pull the fuse, the razor had shaved one side of the store cat bare as a grapefruit. Now, Hodge says he doesn't mind the damage done to the razor, but as president of the SPCA, he officially resents the wear and tear on his cat. So much for clip joint activities around the village. And now for the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
Descending rapidly, Fred.
Thank you. That's better than coming right down, isn't it? The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. New York City, New York. Dr. Byron Stuckey, surgeon at the New York Neurological Institute, suggests that all filling stations be equipped as first aid quarters to cope with increasing number of automobile accidents on the road. Town Hall News shows what the filling station of tomorrow may be like if attendants attempt to mix medicine and gasoline. The scene, a filling station office.
Good gas filling station. A wreck on Route 1? Okay, I'll send a mechanic in the ambulance right away. Nurse,
Yes, Doctor?
wreck on Route 1. 10 gallons of gas and one fractured skull.
I'll make out the ambulance call.
Well, that guy outside in the trailer's blowing his horn. See what he wants.
Yes?
Give me 5 gallons of gas. I'm in a hurry.
Okay.
What was it?
5 gallons of gas in a hurry.
You'll have to wait a minute. The patient in Ward 2 is checking out.
You mean that sedan internal complications case?
Yes. Is he dressed?
He's waiting to pay his bill.
Fine. Send him in.
Yes, Doctor.
I'll wipe this grease off my hands. I may have to feel his pulse.
Doc's ready for you, mister.
Oh, thank you, nurse.
Well, how do you feel?
Well, I'm a little wobbly, but I've got to leave to go to...
Oh, there's that guy blowing for the 5 gallons again.
He'll have to wait. I'm busy with this patient. Now, sir?
Is my bill ready?
Yes, it's right here itemized, $89.57. That includes repairs on the car, your operation, and room and board.
How long have I been here?
You've been convalescing here at the filling station 3 weeks.
Well, did I have an operation?
I'll say you did. You were brought in unconscious. You had an abdominal operation in your carbon scrape. 10 stitches in your scalp, your gas tank welded, 2 ribs removed, and your rear end Simonized.
Well, for $89.57, that's pretty cheap, isn't it?
Good gas service, sir.
Well, here's your check.
Thank you.
Am I cured now, Doc?
You'd better drop back in a week. I want to remove that plastic cast and have a look at your oil.
Oh, okay. So long, Doc.
Happy motoring. Who's blowing that horn?
It's that guy for the 5 gallons of gas. Why, he's coming in.
Hey, quit stalling, buddy. I want 5 gallons of gas.
Good gas service. Be with you in just a minute.
I've been blowing the horn outside for half an hour.
I've been treating a patient. A human life is more important than 5 gallons of gas.
Not to me, it ain't.
Oh, here's our ambulance back, Doc.
Help the intern in with that stretcher.
Yes, Doctor.
How about my 5 gallons of gas?
You'll have to be patient. This is an emergency case.
Oh, just sit down here, mister.
I don't know.
What happened?
I put on my hand.
The intern says it's a broken leg and his gas tank is punctured.
I don't
Say,
know.
this is a filling station, ain't it?
Yes.
Well, I want 5 gallons of gas.
This is also a first aid station. This man is in agony. Bring me some splints and bandages, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
I'll take a look at this leg.
Why don't you tell me?
Yes. Compound splinter of the fibula.
Here's your splints and bandages, Doc.
How about my 5 gallons of gas?
You be quiet.
There, now, steady now.
What's going on? What are you going to do?
Here you are. The leg is set, nurse.
Will I take him back in the ward?
Yes.
I want 5 gallons.
What was that? What fell down?
That guy who's been yelling for the gas, he collapsed.
Well, I'd better service him right away. I'll examine his heart. Mm-hmm.
What is it, angina?
No, he broke a blood vessel.
The poor man. I'll run and get him his 5 gallons.
Oh, he don't need gas. With a broken blood vessel, all he's going to get is a local anesthetic.
Hollywood, California. The Town Hall News presents a 10-second preview of the new Warner Brother 5-star picture, The Charge of the Light Brigade. Here it is, The Charge of the Light Brigade.
Yes, what is it?
The light bill, lady. The charge is $4 1/4.
Tin Pan Alley, New York. The Town Hall News scoops the world of music and brings you a 1-second review of the #1 song hit of the week. The song, A Star Fell Out of Heaven. Washington, D.C. Town Hall News beats metropolitan papers and shows country's leading politicians returning to Washington to ponder over voters' reactions at the polls. The polls.
Hello, Zabisco. How do you be, Stanislaus?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the news of the week, ladies and gentlemen. And now for the news behind the news. Reporters have just discovered a 3-year-old child who can answer more than 500 questions from memory. Now, tonight we show you what might happen if all of our children were that smart. Introducing and interviewing one of them at random, Baby Bobby.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Mr. Vonzell, you may proceed with the interview.
Well, just what do you think of the election results, Bobby boy?
I'm very sorry, Mr. Vonzell, but I've made it a practice all my life never to involve myself in politics.
Oh, I see. Well, then, let's discuss something a little closer to home. What do you think of parents?
Oh, I think they're necessary, but I think they're a little difficult to bring up. They're so stubborn in their ideas.
Just how do you mean?
Well, the other day we were discussing the relative merits of toothpaste, and I couldn't, for the life of me, shake Father's belief that all dentifrices are alike.
Well, now, Bobby boy, maybe I can help you out there. All toothpastes are not alike. That's why we so strongly recommend Ipana, because not only does it clean and polish teeth, but when used with massage has the extra advantage of helping tone and stimulate the gums.
My point exactly. Would you mind explaining why that's so necessary?
No, not at all. The soft, creamy foods we eat nowadays do not give our gums the exercise they need to keep them firm and healthy. And your teeth are seldom white and sparkling when your gums are soft and tender. So every time you brush your teeth with Ipana, if you'll massage your gums with a little extra Ipana, it will give them the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against serious gum trouble. Besides, it will help you have lovelier teeth and a far more attractive smile. So always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played Did You Mean It? Now, on Friday night... Oh, quiet. Quiet, please. If that's somebody breaking in a nightmare, this is no place for horseplay, I might say.
Hello.
Well, sir, they laughed when I walked up to the living skeleton. They didn't know we were bone companions. If it isn't Portland.
Yes, Papa sent me out to see who got elected, so I thought I'd stop in.
Well, didn't Papa get the returns over the radio?
Not yet. Our radio's pretty slow.
What's going on your radio tonight?
Mr. Lemke is still speaking from South Dakota.
That's fine. You ought to be getting the Yale-Dartmouth game any day now.
Oh, we know what's going on, all right.
You do, huh? What's hot in the way of news?
Well, the Baby Derby just finished up in Toronto, didn't it?
That's right. The contestants are grounding the stork for the winter.
It's going to be pretty hard on those families that lose, don't you think?
Oh, yes. It's pretty tough to lose, when you're left holding a full house.
Well, that's life, I guess.
What's life?
The world is a grindstone, and life is your nose.
But don't... The world is a Don't tell me that you're going in for pessimism.
Oh, you don't have to drag religion into it.
Now, look, the times are changing, Portland. You have to adjust yourself. The world is speeding up. Life today is a mad race. Things move much faster today.
I thought something like that was going on.
You did, huh? What made you suspect that things are getting faster?
Well, I've only had this wristwatch a week, and it's gained an hour already.
Fine. Now, if you'll speed up, if you...
Oh, no, you don't. Elmer! Mr. Wow!
Mr. Wow, well, a wow wouldn't help on the program right about now.
Coming, kids. Take a leg, Elmer. I'm right on your heels like the General Spurs, boss.
Now, just a minute, fellas. If you two boys are calling on Simone, the girls are out.
Get a small helping of this broken-down MC, Elmer. A very small helping. Just a nibble will do me, boss.
Do your relatives know where you boys are?
Yes, why?
In approximately 2 shakes of a lamb's appendage, your immediate families will be dickering with the neighborhood embalmer.
Now, don't start anything, Mr. Allen.
I'm trying to hold my temper, but I may have to put on another man.
Hey, if I start on you, yokel, there won't be no part-time job. You get it, Humpty?
Listen, what do you mean, Humpty? Listen, I'm apt to take your lower lip and pull it up over your scalp like a beret.
How will you hold it down in the back, Mr. Allen?
I'll tuck his lip down into his collar.
Yeah, well, you do, and you're going to hear plenty of conversation coming out of my back buttonhole. Plenty of back talk, eh, G?
Now, look, Portland, what do these 2 lost stooges want?
Tell him who you are, Mr. Wow.
Why, brother, you are now in conference with Seabold Wow, radio author and gagman to His Majesty the Masses. Right, and we got business with you, buddy.
I don't need an author for radio.
That isn't the consensus, Mr. Allen.
Look, I've been checking up on your programs, brother. You're working along the wrong line.
Yeah, a comedian is supposed to make people laugh.
I've heard people chuckling at Mr. Allen.
What chuckling? When I create for a comedian, he lays him in the aisles. Right, Elmer?
It's murder, boss.
Maybe you ought to let Mr. Wow give you some jokes, Mr. Allen.
Well, I don't bother with no titters and giggles. My gags are buffolas.
What's a buffola? One of those things on the other side of a nickel?
No, elucidate, boss. Folks, a buffola is a laugh that starts rolling around in the pit of your stomach. It rumbles up through your chest, popping buttons off your vest, and finally explodes in your mouth, blowing out your front teeth.
That's gastritis.
It sounds pretty strenuous for humor, Mr. Wow.
Now, wait a minute, you fellas. I've been in radio for 4 years.
And you ain't got a buffola yet. Why? Because you ain't using my radio technique.
What's wrong with Mr. Allen's technique, Mr. Wow?
He's trying to be sophisticated. He's ignoring the studio audience.
Why, certainly, you don't think these folks sitting around radio studios come in to get out of the rain. They want action.
Right.
Action?
Action. Ain't you ever heard them howls the other comedians get?
What howls?
Let 'em have it, Elmer.
Okay. Here comes Eddie wearing a suit made out of sponges.
What are you doing wearing them sponges, Eddie?
If it rains, I got a swell suit.
Wow!
Maybe you want to try Mr. Wow's technique, Mr. Allen.
Well, if you think it'll help the program.
Why, you'll be a sensation. Here, Portland, read this gag. Here's the answer for you, Alan.
Now, you're sure this is a buffola?
And how? Give out, Porty.
Question. What has two fins and flies?
Answer. A dead fish. That's the buffola. All I heard was plenty of nothing.
Why? Why? Because you ignored the boss's technique.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's a false nose goes with that joke. Here.
What do I do with this?
When you get to the finish, slip on the nose.
Yeah, try it again.
Okay, go ahead, Portland.
What has two fins and flies?
A dead fish.
What did I say? A buffola. You'll be the talk of radio. Here, try another joke.
Yeah, slip this on over your face when you finish, Alan.
Oh, I get the idea of it now.
Okay, Porty.
What's the best way to raise corned beef and cabbage?
On a dumb waiter.
Oh, gee, that joke was rotten, but that false face is a treat, Mr. Allen.
Oh, boy, you're killing it.
You see, buddy, that's my technique. As long as you got funny clothes, you're wearing a false face, you're a panic on the radio.
Well, what about the people listening at home?
They're playing bridge anyway. Who cares?
Have you got another big laugh so that Mr. Allen can finish?
Have I? Get a load of this super buffola. Take it away, Porty.
I'm ready.
Now, what do I do this time?
Just tell the gag and wait.
Yeah, I'll do the rest. Let it go, girlie.
All right. My uncle was a high liver, but it finally killed him.
I know. His liver got so high it put out his light. Hey, who? Now, wait a minute. I'm going down for the third time in this seltzer here. Who squirted that seltzer in my face?
Well, that's your big radio finish, son.
Yes, and this is your finish, too. And you, Portland.
I know. Tally ho.
And now that... I'll have to send out an SOS after that. And now that... It was very good. While I was drowning, I saw two mermaids, I think, want to audition for the amateur show here. And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the boys sing a medley of college songs from Stanford, Wisconsin, Amherst, and all points west, leaving on track 2-4, boys.
The cardinal is waving. Oh, constant, plunge right through that line. Run the ball clear round Chicago, a touchdown sure this time. On Wisconsin, fight on for her fame. Fight, fellows, fight, and we will win this game. Oh, Amherst, brave Amherst, was the name known to fame in days of yore. May it ever be glorious, till the sun shall climb the heavens no more. Oh, Amherst, brave Amherst, was the name known to fame in days of yore. May it ever be glorious, till the sun shall climb the heavens no more.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. And thank you, boys, and congratulations.
Well, how about me, Fred?
Now, don't tell me that your soothing baritone was augmenting the quartet, Harry.
No, not that.
Well, then why be congratulated?
Well, this is my anniversary, Fred. I've been on this program with you 1 year tonight.
Oh, why didn't you remind me sooner, Harry? I'd have had Portland run up a cake for you. Is there anything special you'd like to do or say to commemorate the occasion?
Well, Fred, how would it be if I said exactly the same thing tonight that I said a year ago?
All right, Harry, it's your anniversary.
Well, just 1 year ago, ladies and gentlemen, when I first appeared on this program, I said, if you start off the day feeling dull and logy, not quite up to par, will you take my tip and do this? Just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Salopatica in a glass of water and drink it. Because that dull, here today, gone tomorrow feeling is so often due to waste in the body and acid in the system. And Sal Hepatica is the mineral salt laxative that not only removes waste from the body, but also combats acidity. So if you'll always keep a friendly bottle of Sal Hepatica on hand, it will more than do its part to keep you feeling fit, alert, and normal.
You know, Harry, it doesn't seem a year ago that you first recommended Sal Hepatica.
No, I know it doesn't, Fred, and it doesn't seem 40 years ago that physicians first recommended it. But they did, and that's how long men and women everywhere have remembered Sal Hepatica. For the smile of health. Well, there's the theme song of the Mighty Allen Art Players, and they'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have ever done us a dirty trick, we are about to get our revenge by presenting the Mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight, these crows in the cornfield of the drama present a Hollywood masterpiece entitled Studio Strategy, or, in Hollywood, all of the monkey business isn't confined to the zoo. Overture, Peter.
Titanic Picture Company? No, Mr. Allen isn't here. He's in the cutting room. Yes, he's working on the actors' salaries. Oh, all right, I'll tell him when he comes in.
Was that phone for me, Miss Tate?
Yes, the story department is standing by.
Oh, good. Take a note. Story department. Gentlemen, question mark. I want that scenario on Lady Godiva right away. Then get busy on 3 men on a horse. I want 3 men on a horse to follow Lady Godiva.
Don't worry, they will.
I've got to speed up these features, Miss Tay.
Why the rush?
I'm using the same horse in both pictures.
That's what I call casting.
A hit picture has to have a follow-up, Miss Take.
You certainly followed up Cocktails for 2.
My sequel, Mickey Fins for 3, will make a fortune.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Gesundheit.
Send me a memo.
Where's that draft coming from?
They're rehearsing Gone with the Wind on stage B.
I'll close this window.
Fine. Now, what's my first appointment?
The Yes Man's audition. They're outside.
Oh, open the door. I can hear them all right from here.
Mr. Allen's ready, boys.
Yes. That's enough.
Well, what's the verdict?
I won't need these yes men, Miss Take.
Why not?
I just found out there's an echo in here. I can yes myself for the time being. I've got to cut down expenses.
I thought your new jungle picture was going to make $1 million.
Why, it will. Africa Squeaks, starring my man-monkey sensation Apo, was released from coast to coast last night. I'm expecting reports this morning.
Oh, I forgot. Some telegrams did come in.
Well, where are they?
Right here.
Here we are. Now for the good news. Capitol Theater, Greasy Fork, Nebraska. Africa Squeaks opened with a bang. Somebody dropped a bomb in the balcony. Audience offering $50 reward for Apo, dead or alive.
And you said that man monkey was another Robert Taylor.
I thought I had another Simeon there for sure. The women ought to go for a leading man with hair on his chest.
Or vice versa. What do those other wires say?
Van Buren, Arkansas. Africa Squeaks is a riot. Girl fans organizing new Apo Scram Club. 200 schoolgirls pledge themselves to scram when next Apo picture appears. Hoping this finds you the same, etc., manager. This is terrible. I can't be bothered reading the...
Oh, look, this wire isn't so bad. Duluth. Africa Squeaks does 10,000 in one night.
Good old Duluth. What else does it say?
Theater featured Bank Night, Screeno, Beano, Lotto, and Blotto. Forgot to show pictures.
If Apo's a bust, I'm ruined.
I told you to get Lou Gehrig for that part.
Yes. A first baseman could have played that part, I guess, better than Apo. Every cent I have is tied up in Africa Squeaks.
Well, the studio isn't ruined yet. What about your new picture, Passion on the Lamb?
Passion on the Lamb, starring Fruity Tadpole, America's Sweetheart, has got to come through.
Is it a great picture?
It's got to be great. If it's only colossal, I'm sunk. Who's that?
America's Sweetheart is waiting to see you.
Wheel her in. Fruity Tadpole, and how is America's Sweetheart today?
I'm through. I'm finished. I'm going back to my first love.
Don't mention Daniel Boone around here.
I'm disgraced, F.A.
What's wrong?
I've just seen my new starring picture, Passion on the Lamb.
You've made celluloid history, I hope.
History. Your Russian director, Pierre Slobotny, has blasted my career.
So, who is saying Pierre Slobotny without taking off the hat?
Now, hold it, Slobotny.
Pierre Slobotny is the greatest director of all the Russians.
A director?
Yes, a director. In Moscow, Pierre Slobotny is directing everything, from Rasputin to traffic.
That's what you should be doing instead of directing a movie star.
In America, you are a movie star. In Russia, you are a chambermaid.
Now watch those Slavic innuendos, Slobotny. Don't forget...
The group told me I'd rule the day I left 14th Street.
What's wrong with your epic, Trudy?
I am supposed to be the star of Passion on the Lamb, and I'm only on the screen for me. In the first reel, I go in a revolving door.
And at the end of the picture, she is coming out again. The end of the picture, I am cutting.
Good Gensler, this is terrible.
That Russian monster?
Yes, Slobotny. Trudy Tadpole is the star of Passion on the Lamb. If I'm not too inquisitive, why isn't she in the picture?
Confidentially, it's your fault.
You lie, Slobotny.
The fourth day I am directing the picture, you are taking me to the set, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. I am asking you who is the star of the picture. I am the director. I have a right to know, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. You are pointing to a girl sitting on the chair, yes or no?
Yes.
I am making a picture starring the girl.
Why, you Cossack chowderhead. You've made a picture starring the script girl.
Oh.
So I made a mistake. It could happen to a dog.
It has, you Russian wolfhound. You're fired.
Then Pierre Slobotny resigns, yes or no?
Yes.
You bet.
What am I going to do?
What are you going to do? What is Titanic Pictures going to do? Apo my jungle gable, laying monkey eggs all over the country? Passion on the Lamb is a bigger flop than Carnera's bed.
You can't star Trudy Tadpole going through a revolving door.
If these two pictures don't do business, Titanic is bankrupt.
The audience only sees me twice.
That'll help some, but I've got to get an idea. Mistake?
Yes, F.A.
Buzz for Rant and Rave, my publicity man.
Yes, sir. I might make a personal appearance.
No. The Smithsonian Institute doesn't play guest stars. You ought to know that. Now, let me think.
You buzzed, F.A.?
Yes, Rave. My two new pictures are busts. Africa Squeaks and Passion on the Lamb are only stupendous.
Gee, that's too bad, boss.
You've got to get an idea, Rave. Publicity is the only thing that can save the day.
I got it, Chief. It's a wow.
Sounds great, Rave.
I ain't explained it yet.
I'm way ahead of you, Rave. It's terrific.
I must be dumb. I don't get it. What is the big idea?
A wedding. Trudy, you gotta marry April. The papers will eat it up. Africa Squeaks and Passion on the Lamb will clean up.
No, anything but a wedding.
Now listen, Trudy. Dick Powell and Joan Blondell got married, didn't they? Did you see that publicity? Why, as they sailed into New York Harbor, the Warner Brothers had 4,000 seagulls spell out Gold Diggers of 1937.
No.
Your contract says you'll marry anybody the company names for publicity purposes. Now, where's Apo?
Outside. He's been following me around all day. He thinks my derby is a coconut.
Well, get him in here.
Okay, I got the cameraman holding his lead. Hey, Apo!
How's tricks, Apo?
Oh, we're going to have a lot in common.
Now, no cracks, Trudy. Get that cameraman in here.
Boy?
Yes, Mr. Rave.
Set up that camera, son.
Yes, sir.
I'll turn my collar around and stand in for the minister. We'll get you married later.
Now, you get the idea, Apo? You're getting married.
No, married. You, Trudy, Niagara Falls.
What's he trying to say?
Well, maybe it's I do in jungle.
I'm set with the camera, F.A.
Now, you take Trudy's hand, Apo.
Here, stop it, you beast. Let go of me.
Yes, hold the rough stuff, Apo. You ain't married yet.
Stop it, April. Oh, look, he's torn my sleeve.
Great. The fans will love it. Gorilla love. It'll give those couples in movie theaters some new ideas.
But this rips. It shows my birthmark. I've got a big strawberry here on my left elbow.
Apo won't know the difference. Let's go.
All set, Apo? What do you say?
I say the wedding's off.
Apo,
you can talk.
Now, no legerdemain, Apo. Is that your voice coming out of that monkey skin?
Yeah.
I thought you were an African ape man, Apo.
No, I ain't no more of an ape than you are.
This is no time for comparisons, Apo. Explain yourself.
Well, I ran away from home 20 years ago, and things got tough, and I've been posing as an ape man to get in the pictures.
But you can still go through with this wedding. If you don't save these 2 pictures, Apo, Titanic is sunk.
But I can't marry this woman.
America's sweetheart jilted by an ape man. This is an insult.
I'll say it is.
Why can't you get hitched, Apo?
That strawberry on her left elbow.
Well, what about it?
Look at my left elbow. Here.
A strawberry.
What is your name, April?
Pulteney Tadpole.
My long-lost darling.
Grandma.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Now, before we introduce our amateurs, let's have a little rehearsal on how we'll vote for them when they're called back for your final selection. Introducing first, the young man who spoke so well on Ipana toothpaste, Harry Von Zell. And now, the young man who spoke so well about Sal Hepatica, Harry Von Zell. And what does the machine say, Harry?
Coming right up, Fred.
Thank you. The applause machine shows that Harry Von Zell wins your approval and a 45-second engagement on the Town Hall program. Go ahead, Harry.
Well, I only have one thing to say, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sure it won't take that long. Tonight, when you brush your teeth, if you should see a tinge of pink on your brush, by all means see your dentist tomorrow. It may be a sign of serious gum trouble. However, pink toothbrush is far more likely to be a simple warning of gums robbed of exercise by our soft modern foods. Gums that will respond to the healthful stimulation of Ipana toothpaste and massage. Why not begin tonight to massage your gums with Ipana every time you brush your teeth with it? For in that way, you'll be giving your gums the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against serious gum trouble. And besides, you'll have whiter, brighter teeth. Just remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours are playing Did I Remember, a number high on your list of favorites.
just how mad about you I've grown. You were in my arms and that was all I knew. We were alone, we two. What did I say to you? Did I remember to tell you I adore you and pray forevermore you are mine?
The Town Hall Amateur Contest. Here comes Fred leading a very special group of amateurs out to the microphone. Before they begin, let's give them a real Town Hall reception. Come on.
Thank you. Yes, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, all of our amateur guest stars come from the city of Baltimore, Maryland. As usual, they are going to compete for a first prize of $100 and a second prize of $50 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select your own winners. Your applause after each act will be recorded on our applause machine, and the two acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later so that you may make your final selections. Now, first tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome from the beautiful city of Baltimore the Echo Boys. The Echo Boys, Ray, how do you pronounce your name? Ray Alt and Howard Wilkins, right? You fellas both live in Baltimore, huh?
Yes.
Uncle Jim tells me that you won the prize at his for the week at his contest held at the Hippodrome Theater last week.
Yes.
That's also correct, huh? You fellas go to school down in Baltimore, or do you work there, or?
We work. Butler Brothers.
The Butler Brothers?
Yes.
What is that, a grocery?
No, it's a shirt factory.
Oh, sure. It just shows you at the rate of exchange, the Butler stores here are grocery stores. It just shows you what a whale of a difference a few miles make. The Butler Brothers shirt factory, huh?
Yes.
What sort of, you don't mind, it's rather interesting to me.
Yes.
You don't mind telling me what you do in the shirt factory, do you?
I'm a stock clerk.
A stock clerk?
Yes.
You don't have anything to do with assembling the shirts or putting them together, do you?
No, sir.
Do they make them in the, factory there?
Yes.
I often wondered who goes around, what sneaky individual is it who goes around and makes his life's work the hiding of pins in different places in the shirt so that you don't run across them until after you've had them on 2 or 3 days. How long does it take to make a shirt?
I guess a couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes, huh?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't take the laundry much longer to get it apart again, does it? It would be a shame to put too much work into a shirt and then sand it out and have it get back 4 buttons and a laundry mark. It would be hard. I've been, well, I won't. I was going to contend. Shirt business ought to be very good, boys. I imagine a lot of people lost their shirts on the election. I think you'll go back to find things picking up. But you play the piano and sing, Roy and Howard, huh?
Yes.
And what are you going to play and sing tonight?
The blackbirds and bluebirds get together.
Blackbirds and bluebirds get together. All right, you can go right over to the piano, and that microphone is all set up there, and you can help yourselves. I meant to ask you one thing before you started, boys. Is it true that a shirt can be happy? Is that true, do you know?
Yes, sir.
Huh? I was wondering, I've seen shirts hanging out in backyards on the line, and they were wagging their tails. I was wondering if that meant that. Well, all right. And the blackbirds and bluebirds get together.
Now, first the bluebird says, we've got to have sunny weather. So the bluebirds and the blackbirds got together. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-ba-da, whoa, ba-da. Troubles, troubles around my door, blackbirds, blackbirds by the score. Bluebirds, bluebirds came one day and said to the blackbirds, hear our say. First the bluebird says, we gotta have sunny weather. So the bluebirds and the blackbirds got together. Then the blackbird says, we're birds of a different feather. So the bluebirds and the blackbirds got together. And when they talked it over, they let the blackbirds bring rain, and then the bluebirds all agree to bring that sunshine again. For we can't have rain nor sunshine that lasts forever. Whoop-a-boo, you can take those bluebirds, take those blackbirds, mix them together, you get fair weather. That's the reason the bluebirds and the blackbirds got together.
Ladies and gentlemen. And now may I present Miss Elaine, pardon me, how do you pronounce your name?
Piper.
Miss Piper, huh? There's an extra F in there that you're not using, huh?
No.
Probably use that when you're singing. How old are you, Elaine?
16.
16, sweet 16, huh? Have you, and you live in Baltimore?
Yes.
Is this your first trip to New York?
Second.
Second trip, huh? You like it better the second time than you did the first?
Yes, sir.
You do, huh? You like New York better than Baltimore, do you think?
Well, I'm not very used to New York yet.
No, you know. Well, it takes a little time. It grows on you. If you don't watch out, it overtakes you. But what has Baltimore got that New York hasn't got?
I don't know.
I can tell you one thing, a B&O depot. But have you seen the sights? Have you seen the Empire State Building?
No, sir.
You haven't, huh?
No.
I don't see how you could miss it when you get... I don't know, though. It's like all those things. You stand on the street and look up at this thing there. You see one or two stories. You've seen them all. It's just... I came by there today. I heard footsteps. I imagine there's a man in there today pacing the floor. I don't know. Take up your time, Elaine. I'm just going to ask you what you like. I think you better come on this side of the microphone, too, because then you can see the piano play. I'm just going to ask you what you're going to sing.
When did you leave heaven?
When? Oh. Good heavens, are my wings showing again? All right, when did you leave heaven? Thank you.
When did you leave heaven? How could they let you go? How's everything in heaven? I'd like to know. Why did you trade heaven for all these earthly things? Where did you hide your halo? Where did you lose your wings? Have they missed you? Can you get back in? If I kissed you, would it be a sin? I'm only human, but you are so divine. When did you leave heaven, angel mine?
That was Miss Elaine Piper. Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Ed Kramer, an accordionist. You're also from Baltimore, Mr. Kramer. Did you have much trouble lugging the machine up here?
Quite a bit.
Did, huh? Accordion's rather a difficult instrument, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very difficult.
I imagine it's just as hard to play in Baltimore as it is up here in New York. Probably have more room to play it down here. The rooms are so small, a fellow wants to play an accordion has to open the window, and last 4 bars of When Did You Leave Heaven are apt to be outside. His hands out in the street. But what are you going to... Now, I know a little about the accordion. I had an uncle used to play. The only trouble was every 4 bars he used to play, he'd yell, ow. Like he'd play, da-da-da-da-da-da, oh! And I finally asked him, I said, why is it, Uncle, why do you yell every 4 bars? And he says, whenever I close the accordion in, it pinches my stomach. Of course, that has nothing... Mr. Kramer, I'm just going to ask you what you're going to play.
12th Street Rag.
12th Street Rag, thank you. Kramer, thank you very much. And now from Baltimore also, Miss Helen Allison. How are you tonight, Miss Allison?
I'm very well, thank you.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And you are an impersonator?
That's right.
You are. Do you impersonate birds and woodchucks and things like that, or?
Oh, no, comedians.
Oh, comedians, huh? Well, what comedians do you impersonate?
Well, I impersonate a Mr. Allen. Do you
Oh.
get around a little, I thought maybe...
Oh,
you might
Mr.
know.
Allen. On days when I'm not myself, I run across him occasionally. Do you impersonate me?
I make an attempt at it.
Do you? And just me, or do you do Portland, too?
I do Portland also.
Oh, that. How did you decide, of all the people in the world, how did you decide to select us?
Well, I always admired your style of acting. And...
Well, that's swell.
Well,
I wanted to get your name and address. People often ask me if we have a fan, and I just sort of fuss around and don't have much to say. But I'm going to ask you to go right ahead. I know you don't want me to butt in here. You just go right ahead and do what you'd like to do.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before booting the drop kick of fun, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, plain and fancy grocer.
Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen?
Quiet, please. If that's Pocahontas paging John Smith, I'll paddle your little canoe if I come down there.
Hello?
Well, sir, they left when I left Maine. They didn't know Portland would follow through.
I'll say.
And I'm here to sell you a magazine. A magazine? Yes, I'm working Papa's way through college. Oh, I get it. Papa wants to become a G-man. Well, not exactly. Papa's willing to start at Z and work his way up. He'll get as far as X marks the spot. Run along, I'm busy. Is that nice? Don't be shy. Buy something. Oh, give me liberty or give me death. I haven't got those, but I'll give you a true detective. That's on it. Goodbye, Portland. Tally-ho.
Thank you very much. That was Miss Helen Allison. Thank you, Helen. I hope Portland and I don't get fired. You know, there's a great trend toward economy tonight. If word gets around that one person can do that work, we'll probably be back down in Baltimore tomorrow. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce Ray and Steve. Who is Ray and who is Steve?
Well, I'm Ray.
You're Ray?
I'm Steve.
And you're Steve, huh? Boys, Uncle Jim tells me that you are songwriters. You have ambitions to write songs. Is that right?
Right.
Have you written many songs up to date?
Oh, I should just about 10 or 15.
10 or 15. Have you had any published?
Never had any published.
You haven't. That's, well, it takes a little time, you know, today.
Oh, don't we know, huh?
Styles in songs change rapidly, you know. Years ago, you've got to sort of be on the up to the minute if you're going to get into songwriting seriously. Years ago, I remember mothers used to put their babies to sleep singing "Love Me and the World Is Mine" and put on your old gray bonnet. Nowadays, the mother's going out. She drags the crib over to the radio and turns on "I'm an Old Cowhand." Boys, a song like the Old Cowhand, the words aren't bad. It's the air that a lot of people... But, fellas, are you going to play one of your original songs tonight?
Well, Steve will play it and I'll sing it.
All right. You can go right over to the piano. Stephen, what is the title of the song, right?
It's called To Me.
To Me. Perhaps you better stand over here and then you can see the piano. Thanks.
Come on. Guess you know the way I feel and what you mean to me, my sweet, yet you seem to shy away from me. Do my speeches lack appeal? Please tell me what's wrong. To me you stand aces high, and here are some reasons why. To me, you're like a snow-capped mountain. You're even sweeter than a soda fountain. Daddy, hey. You're the road to Mandalay, as Lawrence Tibbett would say. To me, you're like a homemade pancake, the ecstasy from any screen star's handshake. Daddy, hey. You're the road to my success, the Gable Hollow caress. Now I could go on forever analyzing your sweet personality. For heaven's sake, please give me a break. You know this isn't just a casualty to me. You're like a fat man's laughter, a bromo seltzer on the morning after. Daddy, ho. You're the grace, Fred Astaire, Dion quintuplet scare. To me.
Ray and Steve, thank you very much, boys. And now may I present John Evans. How are you, Mr. Evans?
Fine.
And you're going to sing us a baritone solo, am I right?
That's right.
And what solo are you going to sing?
Without a song.
Without a song? Well, you just fake something, I know. I know you baritones. All right, without a song. Thank you.
Without a song, the day would never end. Without a song, the day would never end. When things go wrong, a man ain't got a friend without a song. That field of corn would never see a plow. That field of corn would be deserted now. A darky's born, but he's no good no how without a song. I got my trouble and woe, but sure as I know the Jordan will roll. But I'll get along as long as a song is strong in my soul. I'll never know what makes the rain fall. I'll never know what makes the grass so tall. I only know there ain't no love at all without a song.
John Evans. And that concludes our amateur contest for Baltimore, ladies and gentlemen. And now, while I find out from the applause machine how the amateurs have registered with you, you're going to find out from Harry Von Zell just how you have registered with us. All right, Harry.
We're very pleased that so many of you have spent this past hour with us, ladies and gentlemen, both here in Town Hall and at your radios at home. These programs with Fred Allen are for your enjoyment. We hope in return you remember the two products that make them possible. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana and Sal Hepatica. All right, Fred, have you got the results ready?
Yes, Harry. Things are all tied up here in a knot. The applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the following acts, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Elaine Pfeiffer, the Echo Boys, Miss Helen Allison, and Ray and Steve. Now, I'm going to ask Harry, the whole thing is tied up, they're all about even here. I'm going to ask Harry to hold his hand over the heads of these boys and girls as I call the names, and I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud just once again, if you will, and select your winners for first and second prizes. Now, first, the young lady who sang When Did You Leave Heaven So Well, Miss Elaine Pfeiffer. And then the two boys from Butler Brothers Shirt Factory who sang Bluebirds and Blackbirds, the Echo Boys. And then the young lady who imitated Mr. Allen and Miss Hoffer, Fred and Portland, Miss Helen Allison. And then the two boys who sang their own original song to me, Ray and Steve. Thank you. And what does the machine say, Harry?
No, Fred.
Thank you. The first prize of $100 in cash, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Ray and Steve, who sang their own original song. The second prize of $50 in cash goes to Miss Elaine Piper, the young lady who sang When Did You Leave Heaven. Thank you all, boys and girls, and I know that Baltimore will be proud of your contest tonight. Good night. And don't forget next Wednesday night for another hour of smiles in the Old Town Hall, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred, spelled Ipana, Alan, spelled Salopatica, saying good night.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Monday, the all-time championship's on the line when Richard Dawson hosts the big battle of the big winners, the Championship All-Star Family Feud. Then,
take her easy, boy.
Josh gets a lesson in growing up.
Just who do you think you are, boy?
And fights for his place as a McCain on how the West was won.
Wherever you go, switch to sweet and low. Slender and trim, switch to sweet and low. The light of your sing, switch to sweet and low. And people who know have made the switch to sweet and low. Put less sugar in your life, get more out of living. Switch to sweet and low.
I switch from sugar to sweet and low because I care.
I'm Henry Block, president of H&R Block, with a special message for people who've received the short form in the mail this year. You may be shortchanged by filing the short form. You may save money by filing the long form. Our tax preparers are specially trained to determine which is the best one for you. So if you were mailed the short form this year, come to H&R Block. We could save you money.
Fiat presents Strada. Front-wheel drive, Italian flair. Strada, with a remarkable new engine that delivers better mileage. Better than the gas engine Rabbit. Plus, a gas-saving, engine-saving fifth gear standard. It's a car with style and class and no expensive habits, beginning with the price. Strada, another Italian work of art.
WABC-TV, New York.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Up here, my brother.
Hello, Bigfoot.
I have watched you come. You're welcome.
You've traveled a far piece from your lodges.
Sometimes trail is long. Come, we will have food. Sit.
I'm hungry. That's a fact.
Here, antelope. Eat.
I was afraid for a while there. My ribs were going to stick together.
You come with news?
Yeah, Bigfoot. I told you I'd bring you news. You can head back to your lodges.
The man with the scar is dead?
No, he ain't dead, but he's been picked up.
Picked up?
Mm-hmm. Marshall's got him. He's in the pokey, in jail.
But he is not dead.
Well, not yet he ain't. He may be soon enough. Marshall's riding him out to Hayes City tomorrow to be tried for murder.
No, his life belonged to me.
Well, what do you care, Bigfoot, just so they got him?
This man Rouse killed my father. His life belonged to me.
You're not thinking straight, Bigfoot. Forget all this and go home. Leave Rouse to the law.
Ron, my brother.
Yeah?
Your trail goes past the lodges of my people.
I should be riding past there tonight.
I ask you to see my son, Young Hawk, and send him here to me.
Sure, I can do that, Bigfoot, but I'm telling you again, I wouldn't get myself mixed up in nothing if I was you.
The murder of my father must be answered.
Yeah, but the law has arrested this fellow Rouse. They'll take care of him.
His life does not belong to white man. It belongs to me. Now eat. You will need food to travel.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Did it ever strike you how much time folks waste just writing things down?
Well, I can't say I've done much worrying about it, no.
Well, you see every day how much of it's going on.
Oh? How's that?
Well, when I go to pick up the mail, there's always a whole pile of letters there, ain't there?
Well, that's what the mail's for, Chester, to bring letters.
Yes, Mr. Dillon, I know that, but every one of them letters has something wrote down in it, don't it?
Yeah?
Yeah, now, I don't mean circulars and important things like that. I mean all them letters that don't say nothing more than just howdy and how you been, etc. Why, if they was to take all the letters that was wrote in this country on a single day, they wouldn't be worth a whole boot.
You may be right, Chester. But I know one thing.
What's that?
You'd be pretty hard to live with if you didn't get one of those worthless letters every now and then.
Well, now...
Hey, come on, let's get a beer and cool off, huh?
Well, it sure is dark coming in out of that bright sun, ain't it?
I can see well enough to make it out that Doc beat us to it.
Yeah, well, hello, Doc. Oh, Miss Kitty. Chester, Matt.
Come on, sit down.
Thanks, Kitty.
Thank you kindly.
Well, I'm surprised to see you here at this time of day, Doc.
Oh, I don't think you're in any position to call attention to a man's taking time off for a little refreshment.
Well, I wouldn't even notice any man but you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're always so ready to give a piece of your mind whenever anybody else takes a little time off.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Doc tells me you're taking a trip tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I'm delivering a prisoner to Hayes City.
Mr. Dillon, I just don't feel easy about you taking that cussed Rouse up there all alone.
Well, what's the matter, Chester? Don't you think Matt can take care of himself?
Why, of course he can take care of himself, Miss Kitty, but this fellow is awful mean. It just might work out to be easier if I was to go along on the stage with you.
Why don't you take him with you, Matt?
Chester has to stay in Dodge, Kitty. We got another man in jail.
It wouldn't hurt him none if we just left him locked up overnight, Mr. Dillon. The way he was feeling this morning, he probably wouldn't even know the difference.
Chester, you're staying here.
Yes, sir.
Well, Matt, if this man's dangerous, maybe you'd better take Chester.
Yes, Matt, by all means.
That's what I think, Mr. Dillon.
I'll get him there alone. I'm going to go get that beer.
Sure nice of you, Marshal. Arranging a private stage, so to speak. Hey, Marshal, you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. It's my guess nobody wanted to ride that close to you.
I don't know. I ain't such a bad sort of a feller. Hey, Marshal, you know, I could be real comfortable this trip if you just undo these here wrist irons. Marshal, you got the gun. Ain't nobody else here to object.
I'd object.
Well, that don't make no sense, Marshal. Listen, you're feared of me. Hey, is that it, Marshal? You feared to ride with me with my hands free? Huh? Even without a gun?
You talk too much, Ross.
Yeah, you're feared of me.
Why don't you shut up? Jim!
Indians, Matt! Up ahead!
How many?
Just two, looks like.
All right,
Hey, why are we stopping?
maybe we can talk to them. We sure can't outrun them.
Hey, Marshal, shoot. Shoot, Marshal.
Why don't you shut up and sit still?
You are wise, Marshal. Now I take your gun.
Bigfoot.
The gun. Throw it out. Good.
I didn't know you were a hold-up man, Bigfoot.
Not hold-up man.
You've gone to a lot of trouble for nothing. There's no gold on this stage.
I don't look for gold. I look for prisoner.
Rouse?
I want prisoner.
Marshal, don't you let him get me.
Shut up, Rouse.
Marshal.
Bigfoot, you and I have been friends. You've been able to take my word.
Marshal has always acted with honor.
Well, then let me tell you something. I'm taking this man to Hayes City to be tried for murder. The evidence against him is great. He'll probably hang.
His life belongs to me.
He may not have a life at all after the trial. You take him. You won't either.
He killed my father.
Let the law punish him, then. Don't start trouble with the tribes.
I do not start trouble. He started trouble.
Well, let me finish it for you, then. Let me take him on to Hayes City. I promise you justice, Bigfoot.
He will have justice. My son. Get off your horse. Now, Marshal, you and your prisoner will get out of the stage. And you, driver, you will sit quiet and not be foolish. Come, now get out.
I suppose you've got a plan for me.
The marshal must come with me for a while.
You're making a mistake, Bigfoot.
I would make mistake to let Marshal go free. All right, my son. Tie the hands of Marshal. I will watch prisoner. And you, driver, you free to go. Do not return to Dodge.
Marshal. Hey, you awake?
Yeah, I'm awake.
I can't see any engines.
Well, don't worry about it. They can see you.
I'm just thinking we might make a break for it in the dark.
You wouldn't get 10 feet.
I gamble a bullet would miss.
They wouldn't waste a bullet on you, Rouse. They just drag you back. The gamble isn't good enough.
Ain't you gonna do nothing?
I have to be alive to do it.
What does that mean?
It means I'm going to wait for a better chance than making an open target of myself. With my hands tied.
You should have left my hands free.
If your hands had been free and you'd tried to do anything, you'd be dead right now.
You know what they're gonna do?
Bigfoot wants to give you a fair trial, Rouse. They're going to walk us to the encampment. There's a meeting of the council of the tribe.
Yeah. Dirty Injuns.
At least they're giving you a chance. That's more than you did for Bigfoot's father when you
Oh, he was just a no-good, dirty Injun. Marshal, listen, I want to tell you.
You make me sick. Why don't you shut up? I want to get some sleep.
Marshal, I tell you true, I ain't gonna last much longer.
Quit crying, Ross.
We must have come 20 miles since sunup. Walking while them engines ride.
I know how far we've come. I walked it with you.
Well, you ain't roped to no horse like me. And you got your hands free. Daytimes, anyway. Ain't fair.
They're not worried about what you think, Ross.
You sound like you're on their side.
Well, it's not an easy choice.
You wouldn't raise a finger to save me, would you?
Listen to me, Ross. I may not like it, but it's my job to get you to Hayes City alive.
You don't act like you're trying very hard. Oh. I tell you, Marshal, this ain't hardly human, being drug along the prairie like this. It's just more than a man can stand.
You're still on your feet, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but I...
You better try and keep it that way.
What's that mean?
They could keep right on dragging you when you quit walking.
I'll keep walking.
You better start saving your breath, too.
Marshal?
Yeah.
Marshal, ain't they never going to stop?
I don't know.
We ain't even stopped for water since mid-morning.
Yeah.
Ain't you thirsty? Well, ain't you?
Why don't you shut up?
Marshal, Oh. Hey, Marshal, listen to me. You gotta let... I ain't gonna make it much longer. Marshal, I got a rock in my boot. It's going right through my foot.
That's too bad.
I mean it, Marshal. I just ain't gonna be able to walk no further.
You want me to carry you?
Talk to him. Make him stop. Just while I take it out.
They're not likely to stop for you to feel easier.
Might if you ask him, ain't got nothing against you. They're just seeing you don't free me is all. Oh, please, Marshal, ask him to stop just for a minute. Will you...
All right, Ross. But you keep quiet, do you hear? You let me do the talking.
Sure, Marshal, I will.
Bigfoot? Bigfoot, I want to talk to you.
Come.
Ross, your prisoner, has a stone in his boot. He wants you to undo his hand so he can take it out. So he can go on walking.
He will walk.
You'll make better time to your counsel if you don't have to drag him.
In a mile, we reach a stream. Water horses. Fix foot then.
Well, and now?
At the stream, we go.
Get your head up before you fall down. We're heading for the stream.
You ain't gonna stop?
That's what he said.
No.
Marshal, you and prisoner, sit.
Oh, I thought I'd never sit down again.
You better be sure you can get up.
Yeah. You get him to untie my hands so that I get my boot off, will you?
You gonna untie his hands, Bigfoot? He wants to take his boot off.
Young Hawk, untie rope from horse.
Yeah. Now just take a handcuffs.
No handcuffs.
I can't do nothing this way.
Marshal?
Yeah?
This is way it will be done. I will water horses. You will take boot off. My son will stay with you. He will watch.
I'd take my own boot off.
The marshal will do it.
You better settle for that, Ross, if you want that rock out.
You stay, son, and watch.
Oh, I watch.
All right, Ross. Which foot is it?
It's this one, the right one.
All right. Now, brace yourself.
Yeah. Easy there.
Well, do you want your boot off or not?
Yeah, but pull it slow. Pull it real slow.
I've known old women in my time.
Yeah. That's right, slow. Yeah, hey, young Hawk, you just look here. Just look, lean over here. Lean up. Now, you see? See?
Look out.
Gotcha, you dirty.
You knifed him.
I sure did, Marshal. I got it right in his belly.
Young Hawk, here, let me see.
I worked that out real good, didn't I?
Young Hawk. Why, you dirty pig, you killed him.
Well, I wasn't aiming to just tickle him. Now grab his gun before his old man gets back.
I'd worry about that if I were you.
Go on, grab his gun.
All right, I got it.
That's the way. See, now you and me's got the deal. All you got to do is shoot that engine when he comes back, then we all set.
I'm not going to shoot him.
You ain't gonna what?
He hasn't killed anybody. You have.
Dillon, you crazy? I'm a white man.
You're nothing to be proud of.
Hey, here he comes. Why'd you shoot him, Marshal? Go on, shoot him.
Bigfoot.
My son. Hurt?
He's dead.
Shoot, heaven's name, Marshal, shoot him.
Marshal, you did not do this thing.
No, Bigfoot, I'm sorry I couldn't stop it.
Dillon.
He pulled a knife from his
Will
boot.
you shoot him?
This white man, he crawls on a snake's belly.
We'll punish him, Bigfoot, I guarantee that.
I punish him now. The white snake is dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Bigfoot has done what he had to do. It is finished.
Not quite, Bigfoot. I'm going to have to take you in.
It does not matter. My father lies dead. My son lies dead. The white man who killed them lies dead. It is finished. Here, my gun.
Hey, Doc. Don't you suppose it's getting nearly time to eat? Eat again? Just finished breakfast about an hour ago.
Doc, Chester.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, Kitty. Oh, hello there, Miss Kitty. Aren't you out kind of early?
I'm bringing a message to Matt. A friend of his was in the Long Branch last night and wanted me to say hello for him when Matt got back.
He didn't get back.
Well, I thought he was due in on the stage this morning.
That's what I thought, too, Miss Kitty, and it's left me in an awful pickle. Well, what's the trouble, Chester? Well, that prisoner in there, the one he left with me in the jail.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Nothing's the matter with him, except he thinks he should get out, and I'd like to let him out, too. I'm tired of feeding him. Well, you got the key, haven't you? Yeah, well, Doc, of course I got the key, but I ain't sure it's fitting to me to let anybody out without authority.
Well, looks like you can ask Matt.
Yes, sir. Well, look at that. Well, I guess Mr. Dillon decided to ride back. Well, with an Indian? And on an Indian pony? Yeah, that is kind of strange now, ain't it?
Hello, Matt.
Mr. Dillon?
Hello, Kitty. Doc.
Here, Matt.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Put this man in the cell, will you?
Lock him up?
That's what I said.
Yes, sir.
All right, Bigfoot. Go with Chester.
Well, Matt, I guess we needn't have worried about you. You start off with one prisoner and you come back with another.
Just like it were no trouble at all.
Yeah. Well, if you don't mind, I'll see you both later.
Sure, Matt.
Why, is there something wrong, Matt?
What could be wrong, Doc? Like you said, Kitty, it's no trouble at all.
McDonald stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Lawrence Dobkin, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. And now here's a special word from our star.
This is William Conrad. I don't often step out of Matt Dillon's shoes on the air. And I'm going to do it today for an important reason called Radio Free Europe. Did you know that 93% of the refugees escaping Iron Curtain countries prove to be Radio Free Europe listeners? At risk of life itself, captive people do listen, hunger for the truth about the free world. Your truth dollars, your help, whatever the amount, will keep the truth going through the Iron Curtain. Send it now to the Crusade for Freedom, care of your post office.
Gunsmoke is a presentation of the CBS Radio Network. 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 CBS Radio Network.
Hey, you want to meet a guy who's really in deep water? He's standing on top of what's going to be the largest Texaco offshore rig ever. How would you like that in your bathtub? It'll be manned by a crew of 60. It'll rest in 465 feet of water. It was built in 7 different countries at a cost of around $500 million. And it all came together out here off the coast of Scotland in the North Sea. When this rig becomes fully operational, it'll be able to deliver almost 4 million gallons of oil a day. Will that help America? It sure will. Because in the North Sea or here at home, finding oil anywhere reduces dependence everywhere. Texaco, we're working to keep your trust.
My father there's been farming potatoes on this land his whole life. So's his father. But a couple of times we almost lost everything because of blight. A disease that can wipe out a potato crop, just like that. But today we can control blight. And lots of other diseases. With DuPont crop protection chemicals. And to keep us all from worrying, us about our land, and you about the food that's grown on it, DuPont puts their chemicals through a lot of safety tests. Every DuPont crop protection chemical is tested over and over again for years. Tough tests. Those that make the grade are then checked by the government. And to help us use their chemicals the right way, DuPont has experts we can call on when we need them. Because without chemicals like the ones DuPont makes, a lot of us farmers wouldn't be farming. And a lot of you wouldn't be eating as well.
You and DuPont. There's a lot of good chemistry between us.
Mr. Green? Mr. Green?
Yeah.
You need any help?
Mm-mm.
I just want you to know, I think you're the best ever.
Yeah, sure.
Want my Coke? It's okay, you can have it.
No.
Really, you can have it.
Okay.
A Coke and a smile makes me feel good. Makes me feel nice.
Be around.
That's the way it should be. I like to see.
Hey, kid.
The whole world is smiling with me. Coca-Cola as life. Have a Coke and
Thanks, Mean Joe.
smile.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jell-O program coming to you from Camp Callan, California, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The Real American.
Jell-O, friends, is a word well known to dessert lovers everywhere. It's a trademark, the property of General Foods, and the name of America's favorite gelatin dessert. For years, J-E-L-L-O has stood for Grand Dessert Flavor, and today those big red letters on the box mean more flavor than ever. Because now, by means of a new Jell-O process, Jell-O's delightful goodness is made extra delicious. Nothing, you know, is more attractive than a big, glistening mold of rich, radiant Jell-O with its bright beauty and scintillating color. And you've never enjoyed anything more than you'll enjoy the swell, tangy flavor of Jell-O. Flavor as lively and refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself, and locked in for your added pleasure. Prove to yourself that Jell-O's flavor really is locked in. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O. And notice how Jell-O's captive flavor comes pouring out. Gloriously rich, thrillingly good. Get Jell-O tomorrow, friends, and enjoy its extra rich, locked-in flavor.
The Real American, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Camp Callan, California, we bring you a man who, in my opinion, is the greatest comedian in the world, which is also his opinion, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a very nice introduction, but you didn't have to make such a ham out of me. I'm a great comedian. Let it go at that. Say.
Well, Jack, you are a little hammy at times, but it's just my nature to be frank and outspoken.
I see. Well, Don, one more introduction like that, and you're going to be outspoken on some other program. So watch it.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, what's the matter with you? Can't you take a rib?
Only if it's got meat on it. To hear you talk, Don, we're the only two people alive who think I'm clever.
Oh, I don't mean that you're not clever, Jack. All I say is, in this great big country of ours, there must be some people who don't like you.
The man is obviously out of his head. Listen, Don. Now, listen, I want to ask you something. Would you say that these 1,200 soldiers sitting here are a typical cross-section of the American people?
Why, yes, but what's that got to do with it?
Just this. I'm going to prove to you that there isn't one guy in this audience that doesn't think I'm great. All right, fellas. Everybody here that likes me and hates the Japanese, raise your hand. There you are, Don. They love me here. Thanks, fellas. I appreciate your loyalty.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. All that question proves is that these boys don't like the Japs. That's my analysis.
Oh, you and your big fat analysis. I never saw such a stubborn guy.
Here we are at old Camp Callan. All right, boys, come on, start yelling.
Now, Mary. Well, listen to that.
Thank you, boys, from Livingston. Crestview 46881.
Mary, what's the idea of shouting out your telephone number in front of all these fellas?
The sharp ones will write it down.
I don't care, and you can put that silly poem away, too. I'll let you read it later.
You better. Or I'll tell everybody what happened when you were in swimming at La Jolla this morning.
I just took my usual plunge in the surf, that's all.
What happened in La Jolla, Mary?
Well, Jack was out swimming when all of a sudden a big wave hit him and he started yelling, "Help! Help!"
Oh, quiet.
So a lifeguard went out, grabbed him by the hair, and swam for shore.
The lifeguard saved him, huh?
Only his hair. Another guy had to go out for Benny.
Mary, it's nothing to joke about. I darn near got drowned.
But, Jack, a fellow who can't swim too well shouldn't go so far out in the ocean.
Oh, I'm a good swimmer, Don. This was one of those silly accidents that could happen to anybody.
What do you mean?
Well, I was paddling along, and all of a sudden my left foot got caught in the right sleeve of my bathing suit. It was a terrible experience.
Sleeves? Do you mean to say that it has sleeves?
And that's another thing. Imagine being at a ritzy beach like La Jolla.
Never mind.
And wearing a bathing suit that says, "Chew Plowboy" on it.
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Don. Now, Mary, you know darn well that bathing suit is plenty modern.
Well, there's no cuffs on the pants, if that's what you mean.
I mean, it's got a two-way stretch and everything. Of course, the top piece is a little baggy there.
Didn't that annoy you when you were in swimming?
Not so much when I was in the ocean, Don, but when I took it off in the locker room, about 4 buckets of grunion fell out. A policeman told me I'd either have to get my suit fixed or a fishing license. The beach there is wonderful, though.
I imagine it is. By the way, Jack, where are you stopping?
In La Jolla? I'm at the La Jolla Auto Court. It's a lovely place.
Jack, that's not La Jolla, it's La Jolla. That's how you pronounce it in Spanish.
Oh, I didn't recognize it in print. I'm usually very good at Spanish. As a matter of fact, I used to go with a Spanish girl, Estrelita Fink. Swell gal.
Is that the one that used to duck baseballs at Ocean Park?
She sold the baseball. Get it straight, will you? That's all she did.
Hey, Mr. Benny, I tried, but...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, thank the boys, Dennis.
Thank you, boys. Say, Mr. Benny, I tried, but...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, fine.
Good.
I thought I had dandruff yesterday, but it turned out to be rice from a wedding.
From a wedding? Who got married?
My girl. She's trying to make me jealous.
Well, don't fall for it.
Not me. Say, Mr. Benny, I tried.
Yes?
But nobody wants to buy those grunions you caught.
I didn't tell you to sell them. I told you to clean them. We're going to have a big fish fry tonight.
I couldn't sell any tickets to that either.
I mean a fish fry for our own gang. Anyway, kids, the boys here are all waiting to hear you sing, so how about it?
All right. Say, where's Phil Harris?
The maestro? Oh, he'll show up.
I tell you, Jack, Phil's been in the clouds all week.
Well, why not? He's a daddy. Just think, a 7-pound baby girl.
You know, when I was born, I weighed 7.5 pounds.
You did? I weighed 8.
I weighed almost 9 pounds.
Well,
I weighed 43.
He's not kidding, fellas. The stork that brought Wilson had to make a forced landing. Sing, Dennis.
The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A sleepy lagoon, a tropical moon, and two on an island. A sleepy lagoon and two harps in tune in some lullaby land. The fireflies gleam, reflects in the stream. They sparkle and shimmer. A star from on high falls out of the sky and slowly grows dimmer. The leaves from the trees all dance in the breeze and float on the river. We're deep in a spell, nightingales tell of roses and dew. The memory of this moment of love will haunt me forever. A tropical moon, a sleepy lagoon, and you.
Very, very good. That was Sleepy Lagoon, sung by Dennis Day. Say, Dennis, while you were singing, I noticed something flopping around in your coat pocket. What is it?
A grunion.
A grunion?
Yeah, I picked the best one out for a sample.
Well, put it with the others. We're going to fry them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
You're not going to fry this one. We're pals.
All right. And now, folks, I've got a very important announcement to make.
You'll have to save it, Jack. Look who's here.
Well, the proud father. How are you, Daddy?
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, fellas. Applaud loud. The baby's listening in.
Ah, that's the truth, folks. Mr. and Mrs. Harris are the proud parents of a bouncing baby girl. Well, Phil, congratulations, but you know it's customary for a proud father to pass out...
Oh, yes. Come on, fellas. Have a cigar. Here you are, Jackson.
Well, a Corona. Say, they're expensive.
Have a cigar, Don? Thanks, Phil. You, Mary?
What?
No, thanks. I chew Plowboy.
Well, Phil's so nervous.
Here you are, Dennis. Have a cigar.
No, thank you.
Go ahead, kid. Take one.
But I don't smoke, Mr. Benny.
Now, Dennis Day, you take that cigar.
Oh, let the kid alone, Jackson. If you don't want a cigar, that's up to him.
You stay out of this. Now, Dennis, are you going to take that Corona or not?
Okay, but you'll have to smoke it for me.
All right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mary, stop staring at me. Ooh, And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce...
Say, Jackson, I was going to bring the baby down here to watch our program, but Alice wouldn't let me.
Well, naturally, the child is only 5 days old. My goodness.
What are you talking about? When I was 5 days old, I could lace my own shoes.
Well, the reason I know that's a lie, Phil, is because you didn't wear shoes until the day after I hired you. I dragged your whole band over to Floorshine. Remember?
Oh, yeah, it took 4 salesmen to hold my guitar player down.
That's right, but you can't blame Frankie. He thought they were going to brand him. And when they put the shoes on your piano player, he tried to gnaw his right foot off at the ankle. He thought he was caught in a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Duffy. What a bunch. And now, fellas, for that announcement I was going to make. It's a very important message about next season. So everybody pay attention. You too, Dennis.
Okay, hold my grunion.
Put that back in your pocket. Now get this, fellas. As you all know, next Sunday will be our last performance for Jell-O. And beginning October 4th, we will be on the air for a different product, Grape Nuts Flakes.
Hey,
Well,
what do you know about Grape Nuts Flakes?
Yes,
What is
sir.
it?
It's for the same company, General Foods, and will be on at the same time every Sunday night over the same network. And we'll have a lot of fun.
Say, Jackson, I just happened to think of something. How are you going to identify yourself with this new product?
What do you mean?
Well, you always start off with Jell-O again. What are you going to do with Grape Nuts Flakes?
Yeah, that's right. Gee, Grape Nuts Flakes. Gee, I can't say grape again. Or flakes again.
Why don't you say nuts again?
No, that wouldn't work, would it, Don?
Don't ask me, Jack. You know, I'm pretty upset about leaving Jell-O.
But, Don, folks will still be buying Jell-O, and there'll be another Jell-O program. We're just going on for another General Foods product.
Well, maybe you're right. I guess I'm just a little bit too sentimental.
You certainly are. Now, you still have this week and next to talk about Jell-O, so go ahead.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go down to your neighborhood grocer, why not ask him for a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O? It's not only economical and easy to make, but with its new locked-in flavor, you will find that Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert!
There we go again! Oh, for heaven's sake. Don, control yourself. Don. Don't be such a softy.
Oh, leave him alone, Jackson. The guy has a right to be lugubrious.
What?
Lugubrious. That means sad.
I know it does, and you got it right. Where'd you ever get hold of a word like that?
My baby taught it to me.
Oh, stop with that. He's so proud of his child.
Say, Dennis, you want to come out to the house and see the baby the stork brought me?
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd like to see the stork.
Dennis. Well, there's no use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid. Now, Don, dry your eyes. Don, dry your eyes. Dry your eyes either from laughing or crying. I don't know which. And, Phil, let's have a band number and brighten up the atmosphere around here.
Okay.
Hold it. Come in. Well, I'll be a...
Hey, you bug!
Andy DeBarge! Well, Andy, this is really a surprise.
Hello, Mary and Dennis. Hey, congratulations, Phil. What is it, a boy or a girl?
7-pound girl, Andy.
Well, girls are all right, but don't get in a rut like Eddie Cantor.
That's a pip. Say, Andy, you forgot to say hello to Don Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, hello, Don.
Glad to see you, Andy.
You put on a little weight, haven't you?
Oh, golly, that's the second time that gag was good, wasn't it? You ought to get a load of this pair, folks. They look like a couple of barrage balloons in civilian clothes. Say, Andy, what are you doing around here?
Well, I was fishing down at San Diego, and I thought I'd drop in and say hello.
Oh, fishing, eh? Have any luck?
Nope, didn't catch a thing.
You should have had Jack's bathing suit on.
Never mind. Say, Andy, how are your folks? Are they still battling?
Yeah, they're at it worse than ever. Pa came home with a snootful the other night, and Ma knocked him cold with a welcome mat.
Oh, Michael, won't your father ever learn to behave?
Well, Buck, I figure if they ever ration gasoline in California, he'll straighten right out.
Why, Andy, you don't mean to say your pa drinks gasoline?
He's gotta. He swore off a liquor 10 years ago.
What?
He's working out at Lockheed as a blowtorch.
Well, that's the worst yet. Stick around, Andy. Phil's going to play a band number, then we'll go out and have something to eat.
Well, I'd love to, but I gotta go now. My girl's waiting for me out in the car.
What, your girl's outside alone with all these soldiers around? You're liable to lose her.
Oh, no, I won't, Buck. I got her chained to the front bumper.
Good idea. So long, Andy.
So long, Buck.
Gee, it was good to see Andy again. Doggone it, I should have sold him a bucket of grunion. Play, Phil. That was three little sisters, played by Daddy Harris and his 18 musical diapers. Musical meaning what the boys think they are, and diapers meaning I'm going to change them. Not bad, eh, Phil?
That's a fine way to talk after I went and named my baby after you.
What? You named the kid after me?
Certainly. Alice J. Harris. J is for Jacqueline.
J for Jacqueline. After me.
J for what?
You heard him. Jacqueline. Well, thanks, Phil. That's quite an honor. And now, folks...
Oh, Camp Callan, near La Jolla.
Wait a minute, Mary. If you insist on reading a poem about Camp Callan, do it right. What's the title of it?
Can't you hear me, Callan, Caroline?
Well, I guess that's silly enough. Go ahead.
Oh, Camp Callan, near La Jolla by the sea, where Jack Benny goes in swimming and catches fish for you and me.
That's right. There's plenty for all.
I met a soldier here last eve who had chevrons on his sleeves. He kissed me, and I must confess, if he's not a bugler, I miss my guess.
Mary, do you have to kiss every soldier you meet?
Well, I'm not stuck up like you are.
What's that got to do with it? Go ahead.
We went walking 'neath the moon. I said to him, come on, let's spoon. But he wouldn't even flinch. You'd think I was an oozle finch.
Ouzelfinch? What's that?
A goofy-looking bird. It's the mascot of the Coast Artillery.
Oh, I see.
Last verse.
Good.
Here's to the Coast Artillery. You defend us by the sea. If Japs come near, you won't be nice, 'cause ack-ack guns ain't filled with rice.
You said it. Mary, that's one of the finest poems you've ever written.
Thanks, Bub.
Go on. My daughter can write a better poem than that.
Well, your daughter's only 5 days old.
Well, I don't care. She's very talented, and when she grows up, she's going to be a musician.
Well, she'll be the first one in your family. And I'm not kidding.
Since when ain't I a musician?
Since any time. That's since when?
Atta boy, Jacqueline.
Dennis, take your grunion out for a drink of water, will you? And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I said before, next Sunday will be the last broadcast of the season. So for this occasion, we have arranged a special... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Where are you?
I'm over here at the La Jolla Auto Court.
Rochester, I found out that's pronounced La Jolla. It turned out to be a Spanish word.
Doggone, I should have known that.
You?
Yeah, I used to be a toreador in the washroom at the McCampbell.
Never mind that. What did you call me about?
I'm having a little trouble packing your bag, boss.
What do you mean, trouble?
After I got all them fish in, I didn't have room for your blue suit.
What, you put those grunion in my brand new alligator bag?
But, boss, alligators love fish.
Only if they're alive. This alligator happens to be a suitcase.
Well, just the same, every time I snap it shut, it snaps back at me.
Now, Rochester, take those fish out of that bag.
Okay.
Then get in the Maxwell and come right over here to Camp Callan.
But, Mr. Benny, that's about a 12-mile trip, is it not?
Yes.
And it's uphill, is it not?
Yes. Now, when will you be here?
Boss, that's a mechanical and a military secret.
Well, start right now, and you ought to be here before sundown. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I took your bathing suit down to the surf and rinsed it like you told me to.
You did?
This time, one of them little Jap submarines fell out.
Oh, my goodness. What did you do with the Jap?
They're in the suitcase with the grunion.
Nice going, Rochester. So long.
So long, boss.
Well, that is news. Maybe I ought to turn my bathing suit over to the government. I think I will. Play, Phil.
Think of spring and you think of strawberries. Think of strawberries and quick as a wink, your thoughts turn to strawberries and Jell-O, one of the grandest of all desserts. Just try Jell-O's new recipe, Fresh Strawberry Supreme, and see if you don't agree. It's gloriously good and so simple to make. All you do is dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation strawberry flavor in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until cold and syrupy. Then place in a bowl of cracked ice and whip with a rotary egg beater until fluffy. Next, fold in 1/2 cup of heavy cream whipped. Then arrange sweetened sliced strawberries in sherbet glasses and pile the whipped Jell-O lightly on the berries. Chill and serve, and you'll have one of the most delightful, flavorful desserts you ever tasted. Rich, juicy red strawberries covered with a creamy topping of whipped strawberry Jell-O. Order strawberry Jell-O tomorrow and try this marvelous treat. And be sure when you buy to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O gives you the extra goodness of locked-in flavors.
This is the last number of the 34th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now I'd like to thank General Hardaway and Captain Westerfield and all the boys here at Camp Callan for a swell time and a thrilling visit. Don't forget to tune in next week, ladies and gentlemen, for our last broadcast of the season. I know I will. Good night, folks.
Jell-O program is written by Milbar and Ed Beline and is broadcast each week by special facilities to our armed forces throughout the world. The presentation of this program from Camp Callan has been for the entertainment of the personnel stationed here and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department or its personnel.
Say, have you tried those new Jell-O puddings? They're made by the makers of Jell-O, and like Jell-O, they're swell. Try Jell-O butterscotch pudding. It's gloriously smooth, a rich, mellow pudding that simply tops for golden butterscotch flavor, and so creamy and good. Jell-O puddings require no additional sugar to make. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, order Jell-O puddings, too, in all 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. The program came to you from Camp Callan. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I'm a DuPont chemist. Well, not really, but in my kitchen I work with DuPont chemicals every day. Like dichloro-difluoromethane. That's the chemical that keeps this refrigerator cold. Now, you know it as Freon. And what makes this countertop look so pretty and still wear so well? Another chemical, methyl methacrylate, or DuPont Corian. You like the way my dimethyl terephthalate apron and curtains look? That's what's in DuPont Dacron. And kitchen chemists like me know that these bristles are hexamethylene diamine, or Tynex nylon to you. This Mylar plastic bag to boil frozen food in, even the finish on my range, all from chemicals. As a matter of fact, without DuPont chemicals, this kitchen just wouldn't be the same. Take it from me, a homemaker and a chemist.
You and DuPont. There's a lot of good chemistry between us.
Coke and a smile makes me feel good, so makes me feel nice. That's the way it should be, and I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola adds life. Have a Coke and a smile, a Coke and a smile. Light up the feeling. Turn on the sun. Have a Coke and a smile. It should be, and I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola adds life. Have a Coke and a smile.
Hey, this is Bob for Texaco Hope doing my first detergent commercial. We're gonna soak this shirt in oil. Yeah. Now to get that oil out, he squeezes. Got most of it, but he can get more out by adding water. You think he got it all out, King Kong? Wrong. Put it in that detergent. Squeeze. See? We got more out.
My goodness.
Well, that demonstrates what we're doing. 45 years ago, Texaco started drilling here. Underground water flow increased oil production, but not enough. Now Texaco's testing a way to pump detergent into the ground. If it works, it could cost around $70 million to get out the millions of barrels Texaco thinks are still left. Expensive. But Texaco has to come up with more oil for you here in America. At Texaco, we're working to keep your trust.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
The Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert and Robert Cummings in Without Reservations. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. We bring you a star who twice before has been your opening night favorite, Claudette Colbert. in one of her most entertaining screen roles. She appears co-starred with Robert Cummings in Lasky Leroy's comedy hit, Without Reservations. The story of a girl who knows more about books than about life, but who learns about the latter very quickly in a whirlwind race across the country with two ardent suitors. Speaking of the title of our play tonight, I'm sure that this is the only theater where your favorite seat is always waiting for you without reservations, and with no cost of admission, as our curtain rises on Act One of Without Reservations, starring Claudette Colbert as Christopher Madden and Robert Cummings as Rusty Thomas, with Elliot Lewis as Dink.
Sensational new novel hits bookstand. Girl novelist writes biggest bestseller since Gone with the Wind.
Here is Tomorrow passes 1 million mark.
Senate committee claims Here is Tomorrow blueprint for future world. Studios to film Here is Tomorrow. Flash, Cary Grant and Lana Turner to star in Dynamite bestseller.
Christopher Madden, girl author to adapt own story for screen.
Christopher Madden leaving today for Hollywood. Well, Miss Madden, I think we finally escaped that mob of autograph hunters.
Oh, I really wouldn't have minded. As a matter of fact,
Please, Miss Madden, you'd better get on the train immediately. Oh, your ticket here. I can't tell you how upset Mr. Baldwin is, but like I told him, this is the best we could get for you. An upper berth to Chicago.
But I like traveling as bold as Mr. Clark. You meet the people.
Yeah, nothing but the people. Well, Mr. Fogg will meet you in Chicago. From Chicago West, you will have a very nice drawing room. Over. Let us know if you need anything.
I will. Goodness, Arrowhead Studio is certainly taking good care of me.
Oh, Miss Madden, telegram for Miss Christopher Madden.
Over here.
This way, son. Oh, here.
Thank you, sir.
It's from Hollywood. Oh, but Mr. Baldwin can't do that.
Miss Madden, what's wrong?
Listen, with deep regret, Cary Grant informs me he cannot play character of Mark Winston due to conflicting commitments.
Oh, that's awful. That's just awful.
But that isn't all. Grant's withdrawal gives me great idea. We would be crazy to have name actor play this role. It should be a new face. My staff already organizing night and day search for right man. Anyway, don't worry. We still have Lana Turner. Oh, wait a minute. But do you realize what this means? I sold my book to Arrowhead because Mr. Baldwin promised me Cary Grant. I won't have an amateur playing Mark Winston.
Please get on the train, Miss Madden.
Well, you call Mr. Baldwin immediately. Tell him I insist on Cary Grant.
We will immediately. Better hurry, young lady. And don't forget our man in Chicago. He'll meet you at the station.
No, I have changed my mind.
Huh?
No, never mind calling Mr. Baldwin. I'll send him a wire myself. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Madden. Goodbye.
Get your telegram blank all right, miss?
Yes, Porter, thank you. I'll have it ready for you in a few minutes.
Any time, miss. Just buzz.
Now, let's see. Dear Mr. Baldwin, refuse to consider unknown actor in place of Cary Grant. Please remember our agreement. There are certain things that Mark Winston stands for that only an actor of Mr. Grant's stature possibly
Writing
could...
a telegram, Rusty. Well, what do you know? Mind if we sit down?
No, of course not. If those are your bags.
Move our bags, Lieutenant Watson. Pleasure, Captain Tavern. You know what? What? You were right. Oh, sure, you chase around looking for what you want, and all the time it's sitting right in your own backyard.
That's right. 3 times we walked through this train, but you said there was no use knocking ourselves out. You said if we only relaxed, everything would be lovely.
Yeah, it's like that story the French fellow wrote about the 2 kids who were looking out for the bluebird. They chased around all night trying to find it, but they didn't. Finally, they came back home, and guess what?
What?
They found that bluebird right in their own backyard.
What happened then?
Oh, the bluebird flew away.
This bluebird can't fly away. You going to do something about it?
Well, sure, I'm going to do something about it. Hello.
Well, hello.
You're, up there?
You mean me up above? Yeah.
I'm down here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Dink here, he sleeps over there.
Uh-huh. Well, that's fine. Maurice Maeterlinck is Belgian.
Do we know him?
Is he a Marine?
Well, no, he's the author of The Bluebird, the story you were just telling. He won the Nobel Prize.
Oh, he deserved it.
Well, he's Belgian, not French.
This girl is repeating herself.
Well, certainly nice the way things have turned out. You sleep up there, Rusty down here, and I sleep over there. Everything's very chummy.
Yes, that's what I like about traveling. People are more friendly, more relaxed.
Rusty can relax practically anywhere.
Oh, I know.
Huh?
Well, I mean, he seems the sort of person who is naturally friendly. Oh, if everybody could be like that. If everyone in the whole world could get together in that relaxed spirit. If they could brush aside suspicion and selfish differences and let down their back
Don't you think it's getting a little crowded in here, Captain?
Oh, I'm sorry. I always talk too much.
Oh, no, you're a very good talker, but doesn't all that yakety-yak make you a little thirsty?
Come on down to the club car. We'll buy you a drink.
Oh, thank you. I'll see you later.
Oh, yeah, your telegram, huh?
I really must get this off, and then I'd like to tidy up.
Oh, good deal. We'll be waiting. Well.
Get out of the aisle, Lieutenant, and let the lady pass.
Oh, how'd you do?
A beetle.
Yep, a beetle.
Well, we'll be waiting, miss. See you in the club car.
Yes, by all means. Bluebird. Right in my own backyard. It's incredible. Oh, Porter.
Yes, miss?
Could I have another telegram blank, please? Dear Mr. Baldwin, after mature consideration, I subscribe fully to your plan of having unknown play part of Mark Winston. But search is unnecessary, as I have just met Mark Winston in the flesh. It's incredible but true. I instinctively feel this dark-haired, deep-voiced Marine flyer is our man. I am thrilled. How shall I proceed? Regards, Madden.
Oh, how'd you do?
How do you do?
Some powder room, huh? Oh, that's my traveling bag there. Anything you need, just help yourself.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I just thought I'd try to do something with this hair of mine.
Me too. Where you going?
Hollywood.
Yeah? Got a job?
Yes?
Got a boyfriend in Hollywood? Well, what do you want to go to Hollywood for? It's full of dames. You know, you want to come down to San Diego and get a job waiting tables. $25 a week and 2 meals, and the union takes care of you.
Oh, are you a union member?
Oh, certainly. This fella I go with is an organizer. That's why I joined the union. You're interested in a guy, and you got to be sympathetic with what he's doing. That's where a lot of girls miss out, you know.
Oh, you're so right. A relationship without purpose or mental accord is sterile.
You bet. How's that again?
I mean, well, you see, so many girls choose a man for the excitement or the social security it gives them. Now, according to Professor Metcalf's latest book...
No. There's nothing in books that'll do you a bit of good. The way I see it, you give in to a fella on the unimportant things, and then you get what you want.
Oh.
Now, does it hurt me if I encourage Joe with his union work? Does it cost me anything? No. And it makes him feel real good. Why, I can fix it for Joe to feel so good that when I say, why don't he relax and take me to the Ritz roof, he says, honey, you know I don't like that place. It's full of reactionaries.
Joe doesn't like reactionaries?
So I agree with him, and we go anyway. Sure, the Ritz roof is expensive, but does a fella have any respect for a girl who's satisfied with just anything? Is he going to praise the girl who lets him save his money and burn cigarette holes in a sofa? He's going to do no such thing. Instead, he's going to go out and find a blonde.
Oh, and she's different.
You bet she's different.
But what about this girl he jilted, the one who let him burn cigarette holes?
Oh, she is spending nickels calling him up. And what is he saying? He is saying he is too busy. He is saying he has also been worrying about his mother, who is not feeling too good. And if she calls again, he gives her the KO.
He hits her?
No, the brush off.
Oh, the brush off.
Sure. You know, that's when a fella tells a girl she is much too good for him. She should find somebody else who'd really appreciate her. Honey, when a girl gets that routine, she knows she's through, but completely.
Well, I'm sorry for her.
Oh, I'm not. She's a dope. You know, a girl has to look into the future, don't she? Well, then she's got to keep a man in there pitching. Hey, get a load of this.
Oh, that's a beautiful orchid.
Yeah. Oh, brother, would Joe get sore if he got a load of this orchid? Right away, he would start worrying about who bought it. You know, nothing like an orchid to give a girl prestige. It set me back $5. Well, honey, I'm off to the club car.
Friends waiting for you?
Not that I know of, but there soon will be.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Well, have a seat.
Thank you.
What do you have?
Orange juice. Say, what's going on down there?
The beetle is at it.
Who?
The beetle, the one with the orchid.
Well, what's a beetle?
Oh, beetles are very cute to look at, but you've got to keep your eye on them. They make out that everything is all right. They have no angles. They just want to have a good time.
Yes, sir, that's them, all right.
Yeah, then the first thing you know, you find them crawling around. Oh, 2 bourbons and orange juice.
Right away, kid.
Yes, you were saying?
Yes, beetles. They get in your hair. They climb in your pockets. They give you mental fatigue.
You get mental fatigue, you can't take up Uncle's planes. You're grounded. That's what the psychiatrist in Jacksonville always said.
Oh, so beetles are out, huh?
Well, not exactly. You see, they... Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Quite all right.
I'll pick up your book.
Oh, it's all right. I got it.
I'm sorry.
No, it's that book again, Dink. It sure gets around.
Oh, you're familiar with it?
Yeah, we picked it up in a bed in Jacksonville.
Yeah, in sick bay. The fellow next to Rusty was sure giving that book a hard time. He was handling it like he had no respect for it at all. He was Army.
Would someone mind telling me what the book has to do with...
Oh, look, Dink's getting this thing all fouled up. You see, I was reading Esquire, and this Joe in the next bed wanted to trade the book for the magazine.
And Rusty said no.
He said no?
So Rusty kept right on reading Esquire, and the Army got desperate.
Drinks, Captain. $1.35.
Oh, yes, here. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
We were up to the point where the Army got desperate.
Yeah, that's right. Then the Army offered Rusty a genuine Africa Corps helmet with the Rommel insignia. Well, that's practically a collector's item.
And Rusty couldn't resist that.
Well, I had to save the book from a fate worse than the Army, didn't I?
Perhaps it would interest you, Captain, to know that they're going to make a picture out of that book with Cary Grant and Lana Turner.
You mean Cary Grant is going to play the part of that pilot?
Mm-hmm.
But for what reason would he do that? He always seemed like a pretty sharp fella.
They're probably paying him a lot of bananas.
Yeah, a fellow like Grant's already got a lot of bananas.
Well, why shouldn't he play it?
Because it would make him look silly.
Silly?
Certainly.
Why?
Because Lana Turner keeps chasing him for 400 pages, and he keeps saying no.
No? To Lana Turner?
Well, he does.
Well, is there something wrong with this pilot fella?
No, there's nothing wrong with him, except he's busy fixing up the world for everybody.
But can't he take care of Lana Turner first?
Look, Dink, he'd like to, but this pilot is a progressive. And Lana Turner, according to this book, is a reactionary.
That's it, exactly.
I know, but this reactionary is not a fella. He is Lana Turner. And what difference does it make what she thinks?
That's what makes it all so silly.
I just don't understand.
Oh, gentlemen, you seem to have missed the point entirely. The characters that Cary Grant and Lana Turner play are symbols. He of the future and she of the past. The clash between them is purely ideological.
Look, is he a man?
Well, yes.
She's a woman?
Yes.
That's all.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, both of you. You're thinking that I know nothing at all about men.
Well, don't let that worry you. Neither did the character that wrote that book.
All right, what would you do if you were Mark Winston?
Well, I'll tell you what I'd do if I was Mark Winston, Miss, say, what is your name?
Kitty Klotch.
Klotch? Well, Miss, Klotch, if I were Mark Winston, I would behave first like Lana Turner was a woman and argue about it afterwards.
Oh, what's the use?
That's what I always say. Well, here's to old, Klotch. Oh, hello.
Everybody's asleep.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Pretty late, huh?
Yes.
Say, can I help you get up in your berth up there?
Well, I can make it all right. I wonder where the ladder is.
Oh, I don't know. I'll call the porter.
No, I just rang a minute ago. I think he must be out somewhere.
Well, I'll give you a lift.
A lift?
Yeah, simply. I'll bend over and you step on my back. And...
Oh, no. Thank you very much. I'm sure I can manage by myself.
Yeah, well, I'll crawl in then. Good night. How you doing?
Oh, I'm climbing up. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. My foot slipped.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
I'll try again.
Okay.
So far, so good.
What you need is 6 weeks basic training.
It's really very simple once you get the net. Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
I think I better give you a hand.
Yes, I think you'd better if you don't mind.
Yeah, how's this? There you are. Can you make it?
Yes, I think so.
Say, where are you going?
To my berth.
No, I mean, where are you headed for?
Oh, California.
Well, good. Dick and I are going to San Diego.
That's fine.
You know what? You're much lighter than I thought.
You're much stronger than I thought.
I bet I could hold you like this for 20 minutes.
Oh, I'm sure you could, but I think I'd better go to bed.
Oh. Well, good night then.
Thanks for the boost.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
In just a moment, we'll bring you the second act of Without Reservation, starring Claudette Colbert and Robert Cummings.
The United States Senate is the oldest of federal fraternities, and tradition runs deep. But no man can become a senator until he's 30 years of age and has been a United States citizen for at least 9 years. With few exceptions, senators have come up through the ranks. Many have been members of the lower house for a number of years and are well prepared for the job of ratifying treaties, confirming presidential appointments, and doing the various tasks related to making the laws for our land. Part of a senator's talent must be the ability to win elections every 6 years. And in so doing, he must sense what the majority of the American people want in any given situation, then move with haste to make it a bill, and with his strength of persuasion, rally the necessary support for its passage. A senator has many privileges, but his pressures and responsibilities are overwhelming. And in the final analysis, a senator must give his total self to his country.
Mr. William Keeley returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of our first night's presentation of Without Reservations, starring Claudette Colbert as Christopher Madden and Robert Cummings as Rusty Thomas, with Elliot Lewis as Dink. It's the following morning, and now in the station in Chicago, Miss Christopher Madden has just greeted the representative of Arrowhead Studios.
And here are your tickets, Miss Madden. You'll have a drawing room on the chief.
That's fine, Mr. Fogg. Thank you.
Now, where is he? Our new Mark Winston.
What?
Oh, I know all about it, Miss Madden. Mr. Baldwin phoned. Got your telegram. He said be sure to tell you not to let that ring get out of your sight. Oh, he's most enthusiastic about your discovery.
Well, he's somewhere around, Mr. Fogg. He and his friend are going down to San Diego.
Oh, well, I'll have him paged.
No. Oh, I wouldn't do that. You see, he doesn't know anything about it yet. Now, don't you worry. I'll find him.
Oh, dear.
If you'll just take my baggage checks and put the things on the chief.
Yes, certainly, Miss Madden. I'll wait in your drawing room.
No, don't bother. Goodbye.
But, Miss Madden...
Oh, what do you know, Rusty? Look who's coming.
Miss Klodge. Well, we're so happy to see you.
I'm happy to see you.
Say, do you suppose you could make a little purchase for us?
Yeah, would you go in that store and buy us a bottle of scotch?
Scotch? Isn't that a little out of character?
Well, we decided to switch to something a little older than last week. You see, there's a sign in there. 1 bottle of scotch per customer, sorry. And sorry is right.
But our train, it's at Dearborn Street Station. We'll be late.
Oh, no, plenty of time. You get the scotch, we'll get the cab.
If you get more than 1 bottle, we'll get you a bus. I'm afraid it's only going to be 1 bottle.
Yeah, strictly an amateur.
Bottle, please.
Yeah, so would everybody. Take it or leave it, lady. I want to read my book.
Oh, that book. Oh. Well, after all I've done for you, the least you could do is to give me 3 bottles.
And just what have you done for me?
I wrote that book you're reading.
You, Christopher Madden?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll prove it to you. What's the line you just finished?
Yeah, one of us is nuts. Mark Winston looked about him. The land seemed lonely and abandoned.
Lonely and abandoned. Yes. But in this vast and empty land, a frontier of bright new hopes arose. A target for today, a realization for tomorrow.
Holy smoke. Say, will 3 bottles be enough, Miss Madden?
Oh, 3 will be fine, thank you.
Oh, gosh. Say, you planning to do any more writing, Miss Madden?
Well, some, but I think it's all going to be rewriting.
Here, let me put those bottles in the bag.
No, thank you. I'm in a hurry. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Anytime, Miss Madden.
Well, here you are. 3 bottles of scotch.
Well, what happened?
Nothing. I just smiled and...
Oh, now, wait. You've got a very cute smile, but it's not a 3-quart smile.
Yeah, and how come he called you Miss Madden?
Oh, that. He was reading Here Is Tomorrow, so I said I was Christopher Madden.
And he fell for it?
Hook, line, and scotch.
Hey, you're pretty sharp, you know her?
Oh, sure. Where's my buzz?
Oh, gee, that's right. Would you settle for a taxi?
Now, right now, I'd settle for a rickshaw. You may not care, but we're going to miss our train.
There, you see, we got to the station in plenty of time.
Take your bag, sir? Oh, yeah. Sunrise Limited.
Yes, sir.
Sunrise Limited. Aren't you going on the Chief?
Section 5, car 63.
Yes, sir.
What's yours?
Mine? I think I'm in car 63, too.
Say, where are your bags?
Oh, I sent them on ahead. They're on the train.
Oh, well, good.
The Chief is now ready for departure on track 7.
What's the matter, Miss Klotz? You look pale.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. It's just that I always get such a thrill when I hear the Chief announced.
I wish we were on the Chief.
Oh, you don't know how tough it is getting reservations these days.
No, but something tells me I'm going to find out pretty soon.
Well, we're on our way. It's going to be nice, the three of us together.
It's getting to be a habit.
Well, some habits can be mighty healthy.
That's the way it is sometimes. You meet some people, and it's like you've known them all your life.
That's what you told that beetle in Dallas.
I didn't say it. She said it. After we had the bourbon and vodka.
Tickets, please.
Oh, for me and the captain.
Thank you. Tickets, please. Miss, your ticket?
My ticket. Oh, it's right in my purse here. It's, Oh, no, that's ridiculous. I had it here. Oh, how could I have misplaced it?
I don't know. Perhaps you have some form of identification, Miss...
Klotz. Miss Klotz.
Oh, now, isn't that funny? I just don't seem to have a thing with my name on it.
Now, where's your luggage?
Maybe it got on the wrong train.
Very funny, Miss Klotz. You may not know it, but there's a serious penalty for riding trains without tickets, and with servicemen.
Yes, I know. Really, I did have it, but something just happened.
Something always happens.
Well, I can vouch for Miss Klotz, conductor.
And I can vouch for him, conductor.
And I suppose you, miss, can vouch for him.
Uh-huh.
I should stop the train and put you off right here.
But I'll be very glad to buy a compartment or a berth.
No compartments or berths.
You mean she'll have no place to sleep?
We'll find her a place in the coach.
Oh.
But remember, Miss Klotz, if the space has been sold further west, off you go. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Come along. We'll see what we can do.
Yes, sir. Thank you for breakfast, gentlemen. It was delicious.
You know, those are the first words you've spoken in 5 minutes.
I've been thinking.
Why?
Oh, it wouldn't hurt either of you to be serious once in a while, too, you know. Just look out the window. Miles and miles of land, literally uncultivated.
Well, it won't be that way long. Come the private airplane, people will start spreading out.
It'll be wonderful to be part of the new world.
Oh, I don't think it'll change as much as some people think.
But it must.
Well, why?
Oh, for too long we've had that laissez-faire attitude toward executive operations. No, you see, we must educate ourselves to share the responsibilities as well as the advantages of citizenship.
I read that book, too, remember? Certainly made an impression on you what that dopey writer had to say. But it's a lot of hooey fixing everybody up when they let out their first squawk. Giving them pointers on good government between feeding bottles and teaching them in school to be good little ladies and gentlemen and not smack each other around.
Oh, now it's very easy to make fun of everything.
Listen, Miss Klotz. Did you ever hear of the fellows who first came over to this country? They found nothing but a howling wilderness filled with characters who painted their faces. Do you think the pioneers filled out little forms and sent in reports saying the savages were being a little savage? Did they have insurance for their crops in their old age? They did not. They looked at their wives and their kids and their houses. Then they looked up at the sky and they said, "Thanks, God. We'll take it from here."
They were rugged fellas.
Yeah, they were.
Oh, you and I are talking about two entirely different things.
Dink, you know what?
What?
This girl is stubborn.
I'm not stubborn. Oh, I ought to know better. Never argue with a Marine or a railroad conductor.
What about the conductor?
Oh, I'll be leaving you gentlemen soon.
But I thought you had that all fixed.
Some service personnel are coming aboard at La Junta, and since I had no ticket, off I go.
But that's awful.
I told the conductor I was Christopher Madden. You know, Yeah, like in the liquor store. But it seems all the conductor reads is timetable.
Well, that's awful.
That's what I said.
Take over, Dink. I'll fix everything right now. Well, I sure fixed everything, didn't I?
I wish you wouldn't worry about me.
I don't know. It doesn't seem right leaving you all alone in La Junta. It isn't like you had Dink and me looking out for you anymore.
Will I hear from you?
Sure. You write and tell us how you make out.
Where to?
Ritz Hotel, San Diego. They know me there.
Will you be in San Diego long?
You'll have to ask the Navy Department that. They tell us anything.
I'll give my love to Dink.
What about me?
I'm awfully happy I met you.
And what?
Your train.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Goodbye.
Oh, we never say goodbye. We just...
You've got lipstick.
Yeah.
And your train. You've missed your train.
Well, now, what do you know?
Hey! Fancy meeting you here in La Junta.
Dink!
It's La Junta, you dope. Come on over here.
Well, Rusty, what's going to happen now?
We'll put you on the next train.
Yes, but what about you?
Well, we got to get to San Diego tomorrow night. We'll go over to the base and see if we can catch a plane.
We have a date.
Oh.
Yeah, a couple of swell...
sisters. Yeah, sisters of friends.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Friends of the family. You know.
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
Well, come on, let's grab a cab and see what goes. You two wait for me out here. I won't be long.
Yeah, you'll.
Dink. All these planes, I guess you'll get out all right.
Well, Rusty and I usually plan, Luck. Don't take him too seriously.
Why not?
I don't know. It's just that you can't tell how Rusty feels about anyone.
Good news, Captain. We can get you and Lieutenant Thomas out within the hour.
Within the hour, huh?
Well?
Well, I guess we're really not in such a hurry as we thought we were. Thanks a lot all the same, Lieutenant.
Looking out of the window, she seems very attractive, sir.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Well, what goes, Rusty?
Boy, our flaps are sure down. Storm over the Rockies. All flights canceled indefinitely. Sure beats everything.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, well, back to town, I guess. Buzz a taxi, Dink.
Oh, no, let's walk. Huh? I feel as if I've been sitting for days.
You know, Dink, this girl has a mean streak in her.
You mean because she's glad we're stuck?
Guess what?
What?
You're right.
And you're the girl who wanted to walk to town.
Well, how did I know it was going to rain?
Come on, get under this tree.
Maybe someone will give us a ride.
In what? I haven't seen a car since we started.
Oh, look, somebody's coming.
Yeah, a pedestrian.
He's talking to himself.
Maybe he's crazy.
Well, certainly he's crazy. Why would he be walking in the rain?
Much, I tell you, I can't stand it.
Something wrong, mister?
Wrong. I'm loaded with misery.
Well, unload it on us, brother.
Oh, what's the use? Maybe you could help me push it.
Push what?
The Asata, gentlemen.
What's that?
It's a car. Italian, I think.
You've got a car down there? Well, what are we waiting for?
It all started when that actor broke down in front of our house. He was going to Hollywood, wanted to arrive there in grand style with that miserable Asata. My wife liked it. She liked the upholstery, so I bought it. She didn't care about transmission, connected rods, or clutch. She liked the upholstery. Every time something happens to it, it's special, expensive. Never want to see that car again. There it is, the ingrate.
Well, I'll go take a look.
I'm cold.
Oh, sit in the car, miss. It has a heater. It has everything except an engine. Are you three together?
Why, yes, I guess so.
Maybe you'd like to buy a car together.
A car without an engine?
If we wanted to buy a car, we'd go to a second-hand lot.
What do they got? A bunch of lemons, a lot of hopped-up wrecks?
Say, how much do you want for this car?
How much would you offer?
I have $300 in traveler's checks.
What would you want with this car?
Well, I'm going to Hollywood. I thought it would be nice to make a great big splash.
Oh, I can assure you it'll splash all right. Except I can't let it go for $300. Why, I've spent that much on telegrams waiting for spare parts to arrive from Chicago.
But the captain here has a valuable item.
Oh?
A genuine collector's item.
What's that? Oh, the helmet. Oh, yes. With a genuine Rommel insignia, yes.
The helmet? Well, you don't say.
It's right here in my bag. Yes, sir. Now, just take a look at this. You couldn't buy a helmet like this for 150 bananas.
Oh, I'm not interested in money, but a real souvenir from a real hero of the Marines. Friends, the car is yours.
Well, what do you know? Dink!
What?
We've bought a car.
Hey, it's running.
Well, sure it's running.
Oh, but what fixed it?
$300.
You know, it's really a nice car.
Better than the train.
Cozier.
I think so, too.
Next town we hit, I want to make a phone call.
Who do you want to call? Friend or something?
Now, Dink.
Well, I just don't want her talking to strangers.
Now, I promise it won't be a stranger. What is the next town, anyway?
Raton, New Mexico.
Yep, with a J.
Hello? Mr. Baldwin?
Miss Madden. Oh, for heaven's sake, Miss Madden, where are you?
I'm in Raton, New Mexico.
No, but that's impossible. We expected you here in Hollywood this afternoon. I've arranged a big reception for you. We've sent out notices to every paper in the country. Oh, you can't do this to me. How did this happen?
I missed the chief, so I took the Sunrise Limited as far as La Junta.
Why, La Junta?
Well, that's where I was put off the train. I didn't have a ticket. And anyway, I think the conductor thought I was a beetle.
A what?
I'll tell you all about it when I see you.
It doesn't sound very good, Miss Madden.
No, don't worry. I'm not using my real name. Nobody knows who I am, not even the Marines.
The Marines? How many have you got?
Only 2. Rusty Thomas, he's Mark Winston, and his pal Dink. Dink's driving my car.
Never mind, Miss Madden, never mind. Just tell me where I can get in touch with you.
But you can't. I don't want to take the chance. Rusty mustn't find out who I am yet.
You're sure you're not letting your personal feelings run away with you?
Well, of course I am.
Well, we'll be there Friday or early Saturday, Mr. Baldwin. Goodbye.
Miss Madden! Miss Madden! Oh, this is horrible! Miss Scuttledrap! Mr. Potter! Potter!
Mr. Baldwin.
Call me, Chief? I'm glad you did. Have I something to show you? Look at this newspaper right on the front page. In order to make the early edition, I had to give him the reception story a little ahead of time.
Oh, you did? Well, it may interest you, Mr. Potter, to know that Miss Madden will not be here this afternoon.
What? Won't be here?
No, she was kicked off a train. She's in Raton, New Mexico. Call the mayor. Call the governor. Call everything off. Oh, why don't I just cut my throat?
Do you think Dink can fix that motor again?
Oh, Dink's first-class mechanic. He'll fix it.
Why don't you get off that haystack?
Why don't you come up?
Maybe I will.
Yeah, that's better. Say, what made you want to buy a car like that?
Maybe I just wanted to show off that I could buy it if I wanted to.
You know what?
What?
I don't think that's why you bought it at all. Want me to tell you why you bought it?
No, I don't think so. Maybe I won't like why I bought it.
Move over. Hello.
How do you do?
Am I crowding you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind?
Mm-mm.
Warm, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, what's the joke?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, now, come on. Now, what made you laugh?
Just you and me. I laughed because I knew you were going to put your arms around me, and you did.
Well, I didn't exactly expect to surprise you.
I know.
And I guess you now have a pretty good idea of what I'm going to do. Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Any objections?
Mm-mm.
Did that kiss mean anything to you?
Yes.
What?
Nice.
Just nice?
Very nice.
You mean it could have been nicer?
Mm-hmm.
How?
Oh, if it had happened under different circumstances. You kissed me because we're out here with the moon shining and a lot of stars winking at us.
All right, go on.
You see, if we could know each other better, if we could be sure of what's inside of us, our tastes, our interests, our objectives...
That wouldn't have made it any better.
Oh, yes, it would have.
You're wrong, and I can prove it to you.
But I don't see that...
I told you I could prove it to you.
Oh, you're unfair. Rusty, things like kisses shouldn't be discussed. You make them sound like they're laboratory tests.
I make them seem like... Well, you're the one who's always analyzing everything. I'd be perfectly happy not to say another word about it.
Well, that's all right with me.
You're a little crazy, you know it.
Rusty, no, please. I don't want to kiss you again. Now, stop it. Oh, Rusty, don't you see? It's just not good enough to be carried away like this. By an errant impulse. You know I like you. I'm very fond of you. But I believe that you should...
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I wish I'd met you before you read that book. Hey, Dink.
All finished.
Well, how can you be all finished? You're still pounding away.
Oh, I fixed it 10 minutes ago. I just been knocking these tools together waiting for you and Rusty to finish.
Well, we're finished. Definitely.
In a moment, we'll bring you the third act of Without Reservation, starring Claudette Colbert and Robert Cummings.
Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Our opening night continues with Act 3 of Without Reservations, starring Claudette Colbert as Christopher Madden and Robert Cummings as Rusty Thomas. In a burst of mechanical exuberance, Kit's car has borne our weary travelers steadily westward to Albuquerque. But the long ride has done nothing to improve Rusty's disposition.
Aren't you getting tired? I'm sure Dink would take over if
I'm not tired.
Well, I am.
You want to stop?
No.
The Asada wants to stop. The Asada needs a little water.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Well, then why sit there looking like...
Like what?
Oh, I don't know, but it's awfully depressing.
Something tells me it's time for me to be the life of the party, so I'll sing for you. Do you by any chance know it must be jelly-cause jam don't shake like that?
Oh, why don't you shut up?
Okay, I'll shut up. But here's a gas station, and we're stopping.
Okay.
Even gas?
Yeah, about 35 gallons.
Oh, look, across the street. A hotel.
Would you like to stop overnight?
Wouldn't it be wonderful to sleep in a bed for a change?
Well, let's see how much dough we got.
Wait a minute.
Well,
where is it? My purse.
It's gone?
Well, it certainly isn't here, but what... Oh, fine.
You mean you've...
Yes, I know. It's probably just where I left it. Remember the tea room in Santa Fe?
Well.
But all my money and papers are in it. Wait a minute. Couldn't I cash a check at the hotel?
Sure, if you're registered.
Well, then what are we worried about? Gentlemen, you're my guests for the night. The best rooms they've got.
Sign the register, please. You have some baggage?
Yes, it's outside in the car. My two friends are out there.
Yeah, Ma. Bring the bags from the car for Miss Christopher Madden? Not the Christopher Madden?
Yes.
Harry, this is Christopher Madden.
Who's Christopher Madden?
Why, she's the girl who wrote that marvelous book, Here's Tomorrow.
Oh, that one.
I gather you didn't like it?
I don't read. She didn't used to either till she joined that darn literary club.
Oh, don't you listen to him, Miss Madden. Oh, I can't wait to tell them. The girls, they'll be thrilled to death.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'll have to ask you to keep my identity a secret. You see, I'm traveling under the name of Kit Klotch. Not even my companions know who I am.
You see, she's ashamed because of that book.
Well, no, not exactly. But I have certain reasons.
Oh, Miss Madden, if there's anything I can do for you.
Well, actually, there is. I'd like to cash a $50 check.
Of course.
I'll need a blank check.
Oh, I'm so excited. Just think. Christopher Madden. But where is she now, Bertha? Please, She and her friends are in the dining room having breakfast.
Christopher Madden, isn't that wonderful?
Look, here's the check I cashed for her last night. That's her signature.
We'll all get her signature, see? We've all brought our copies of Here Is Tomorrow.
Oh, dear. Girls, I told you. I promised her I wouldn't tell a soul. Oh, well, it's not my fault if one of you happens to recognize her.
no.
Oh, Mr. Gibbs.
I hear you're telling everybody that Christopher Madden's staying here.
Oh, I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Gibbs. And I'll thank you not to write it up for your newspaper.
Don't worry, Mrs. Randall, I won't. Because the real Christopher Madden couldn't possibly be here. Didn't you read the morning paper? There are certain news services, ladies, that send little news items all over the country. Would you like me to read this one to you? Listen. Hollywood, California. Christopher Madden, young author of the sensational bestseller Here Is Tomorrow, arrived in Hollywood today. That's yesterday. Henry Baldwin, who bought the picture rights to the book, has given a reception worthy of the Hollywood tradition. Among the celebrities present was...
It can't be. It can't.
Bertha! Bertha, what have you done?
I cashed her check. That's what I've done. I gave her $50.
Whose check?
Christopher Madden. I mean, Mr. Gibbs, what are you doing?
What you should have done last night. I'm calling the police.
Flash, Albuquerque, New Mexico. The police have just arrested an unidentified woman who registered in a local hotel under the name of Christopher Madden, famous author. The real Miss Madden happens to be in Hollywood.
But what's the matter, Mr. Baldwin? Get me a plane, anything, charter something. Christopher Madden's been arrested. We're going to Albuquerque.
To me. Come over here. Now, come here at once.
You want something, lady?
How long do I have to stay in this terrible cell?
I told you, lady. I don't know.
But it's all a ghastly mistake. I am Christopher Madden.
You are?
Yes.
Well, in that case, you have nothing to worry about.
Hey, boss, come in around now.
You mean now?
That's right. They put up her bail. Judge just signed the paper.
You don't say.
But who put up my bail?
Kid.
Oh, Rusty.
Yeah, we're sorry it took so long. You shouldn't do things like this.
Oh, Rusty.
In Chicago, it was a swell trick to get us a few quarts of scotch, but
signing someone else's name to a check. Oh.
Rusty, you've been worried about me?
Well, certainly I've been worried about you. The minute you're out of my sight, boom, in jail.
But, Rusty, you've been so angry with me. You're not angry now, are you?
Yeah. You're not angry anymore. Now, can we please get out of here? Rusty, if we're going to get out of town on that bus.
Bus? What about the Asada?
I'll tell you all about it on the way back to the hotel. Come on, let's go.
Yes, but don't you see, I can't leave town. I'm out on bail. That would be adding felony to felony.
Look, just how do you think we got the dough for that bail?
Oh, dear, I forgot to ask.
We sold the Asada, see? We sold it to a lady who thinks we'll be around for some time, but we won't be around for some time because the little pink slip, you know, the certificate of ownership, it was in your purse, the one you left in Santa Fe.
Oh.
And when the lady finds out about it, she's not going to be very happy.
Hey, look, that crowd. They're after us.
Yeah, quick, we can duck down here.
Oh, look, there's Mrs. Randall.
They've all got books. All those women.
Maybe they couldn't find any rocks.
Oh, wait a minute. It's not what you think at all.
Oh, forgive me. It was all Charlie Gibbs' fault.
Smile, please, Miss Madden. Just a picture or two. Huh?
The literary club will send you a memorandum with our formal apologies, Miss Madden.
We'd sure like a statement, Miss Madden.
Miss Madden has nothing to say.
Who are you?
Oh, Mr. Baldwin, how are you?
Oh, this is awful, Miss Madden. How did this happen?
I don't know. Really, I didn't do anything. All I did was to tell them I was Christopher Madden.
But don't worry, she won't do it again.
Who's this? Is this the flyer you wired me about?
Yes, it is.
Wired about me?
Look, I think I'd better introduce everybody. This is Mr. Henry Baldwin, the Hollywood producer, and this is Captain Rusty Thomas and Lieutenant Dink Watson.
How do you do?
Well, now I know everybody but you. Who are you?
I'm Christopher Madden.
He does look like Mark Winston. Son, we're going to make a test of you. You should look wonderful in Technicolor.
Rusty, you know what?
What?
They're trying to make an actor out of you.
An actor? Come on, Dink.
Oh, no, Rusty. Rusty, wait.
Yes, Miss Madden.
You can't leave me.
No, who says so?
Not after what's happened between us.
I don't want to have anything to do with you. I don't want a woman who's trying to tell the world what to do. I don't want even a woman who's trying to tell me what to do. I want a little Miss Klotch who's kind of helpless and she's cute and... Oh, forget it. Come on, Dink, let's join the Marines.
You there, Rusty?
I'm here.
Well, I just saw the Colonel. We'll be here in San Diego for another month yet.
Another month? Oh, great.
I think it is. That means I can spend another weekend in Hollywood. Boy, she's a swell gal, isn't she? I said, boy, she's a swell gal, isn't she?
Who?
Kit, you know who. Oh, come on, Rusty. Let down your flaps. If you won't see her, the least you could do is drop her a line.
Why?
Well, to find out how she's doing.
Well, I can read, can't I? I can listen to the radio, can't I? That's all I read and that's all I listen to. Kit Madden rewriting story. Kit Madden sleeps in pajamas. Kit Madden dances at Ciro's with Paul Gill. Paul Gill and Kit Madden, the Hollywood track. I'll tell you how she's doing. She's doing great.
That Paul Gill, he's the one who's going to play Mark Winston.
Well, what's wrong with that?
He's an actor.
Oh, shut up. Maybe he's a good Joe.
Well, if you won't write to her, I will. How do you spell Kit?
With a J, like in La Junta.
May I come in, Kit?
Hello, Mr. Baldwin.
Busy, eh? Making all those changes I didn't want.
Oh, but they're good changes. I've learned an awful lot since I wrote that book.
Kit, about you and Paul Gill. You're not going to marry him, are you?
Are you worried?
Oh, it'd break my heart, but it's your hearse.
No, it isn't going to be.
Atta girl. Oh, did you ever hear from that fellow who looked good in Technicolor?
No, why?
Oh, passing thought. You know, he was the kind of character I'd like to know better.
So would I. I'm working on it.
I see.
You know, I met a girl on a train once with a white orchid. She told me something I hope I'll never forget. She said, you got to keep a fellow on his toes. You got to keep him worried and upset and make him jealous.
Something in that, all right. Oh, thanks for not marrying Paul Gill.
They're in the paper again, Rusty. Kit Madden and Paul Gill.
Kit Madden and Paul Gill. It's getting to be like Abbott and Costello. Give me a menu.
Well, at least he does something. He's not like you, growing sourer and sourer every day.
What's it going to be, boys? Oh, it's you.
It is?
Sure. Say, didn't I see you on the train to Chicago? How'd you know I was working here?
We did.
Well, how are you, Miss?
Sure. Consuela, sure.
Uh-huh.
I used to be Consuela Callahan, but I changed.
You did, huh?
Yeah, why not? If Kit Clark can change to Christopher Madden, I can, too. Gee, she sure has done all right. Changes her name, writes a book, and what happens? She's in every gossip column in the country.
Ham and eggs, toast, and coffee.
You know what? This is my last day as a waitress.
Oh? Getting married, huh?
Oh, no. I'm going to write a book, too.
Have you heard from her lately?
Huh? Who?
You know who, Kit.
Kit? Oh, sure. I got a letter this morning. Listen. Dear Dink, it says, a number of fine-looking Beatles have applied for your next weekend, but forgive me if we don't make it a foursome. I was very sorry to hear about Rusty. Yes, he really sounds very dull now. Can't you encourage him to get out a little more? There must be some nice Beatles in San Diego. Are there any good books Rusty would like me to send him? Because if
Dink,
so,
you're going to write her a letter.
I'm going to write her a letter.
And you're going to write her what I tell you to write her. She's got a nerve. Pulling that USO routine on me. You tell her that I can get all the nice girls that I want, and I know where to find them.
You know where to find them?
Yes, and I know something else. Everything she's doing to make me jealous.
To make you jealous.
And you know what I'm going to do about it?
Get jealous.
I am. Take a letter.
Yes, sir.
Dear Miss Madden. I'll see you later, Dink.
Where you going?
Where do you think I'm going? I'm going to send her a wire and tell her what I think of her.
Never mind, Alma. I'll get it. Hello?
This is Western Union. I have a message for Christopher Madden.
This is she.
The message reads, nobody asked me, but I'll be there at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Signed, Rusty. Have you got it?
Have I got it? No, I haven't got it. I mean, well, say it again.
What?
The name.
Rusty. R-U-S-T-Y.
Oh, thank you so much. Alma!
Yes, miss?
I have a guest guest coming at 4 o'clock. Will you have the guest room ready and fix some cocktails and come up and help me get dressed? I'm too excited. I'm too nervous.
Oh, yes, miss, right away.
4 o'clock. And Alma, search the apartment. Find every copy of Here's Tomorrow and burn it. How do I look, Alma? Oh, miss. Oh, thank you, Alma.
And a white orchid.
Oh, there's nothing like an orchid, Alma, to give a girl prestige.
It's him, miss. The Marine.
Yes.
Hello, Miss Klotz.
Hello, darling.
This is William Keeley saying goodnight to you from Hollywood.
DuPont, making chemicals to make the things you need. You and DuPont. There's a lot of good chemistry between us. And by the people who bring you delicious, refreshing Coca-Cola. Coke adds life, so have a Coke and a smile. And by Texaco. We're doing everything we can to help you get the energy you need now and in the future.
One little smile isn't going to change the world, but you know it's a great place to start, and this is a nice way to start a smile. Ice cold Coca-Cola. Coke adds life, so have a Coke and a smile.
A Coke and a smile. Makes me feel good. So makes me feel nice. That's the way it should be. And I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola adds life. Have a Coke and a smile. A Coke and a smile. Light up the feeling. Turn on the sun. Have a Coke and a smile. That's the way it should be. And I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola adds life. Have a Coke and a smile.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, the thrilling drama of murder and mystery and the people who walk the Great White Way, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the morning, a kind of silence touches Broadway. The color has been squeezed from it, drained, spent by the wanton night. The neon is still in the spectacular sleep. The scavengers walk soft, grubbed furtively in the refuse of the night. And if you listen close, you can hear the wind. And it's the same wind that purrs through ruins. At headquarters, you welcome Broadway's silence, but you know it'll splinter in your face. And it does. Its shape is a slip of paper tossed carelessly on your desk. On it are written the words, Homicide, Olympian Hotel, room 312. And Broadway is awake now. It's starting a new day. At the Olympian Hotel, you walk down a corridor that's been painted in a color that won't offend anybody. And then a door opens to you, and a voice designed not to frighten you welcomes you into a room lately furnished with death.
Come in, please.
You're from headquarters, I presume?
And you?
Matthew Porter, Yale 47, head of the Crime Detection Bureau for the management. This is my first murder.
Shot. 45, I'd say. Who was he, a guest?
Not likely. Oh, I took the liberty of going through his pockets for identification, of course. I find he is a Frank Conroy, obviously one of those people from Texas. The high-heeled boots, that 10-gallon monstrosity over there on the bed. They wear those things. Died with his boots on, eh? Classic.
And this? Courtesy of the management?
The roulette wheel? Of course not. Gambling in the rooms is positively forbidden at the Olympian.
But this is a roulette wheel, I'd swear it, Mr. Porter.
Maybe the Texan brought it with him. You know Texas millionaires. Oil, steers, women, roulette, the black and the red.
You say he wasn't a guest?
Never saw him before. How he got in without my notice, I don't know.
Whose room is this?
Oh, Mr. Henry Sherwood, Stocks and Bonds. Inoffensive chap. A moment, please. Yes? Oh, thank you. Strange. A telegram addressed to an Eddie Donald, care of this room.
Open it.
But,
Open it. Read it. Aloud.
Dear Eddie, stop. Arrived flight 12 from Cleveland. Stop. 11:15 this morning. Stop. Hope you had good rest. Stop. Ha ha. Stop. Signed, Henry Sherwood.
What time is it now?
10:03 on the nose.
Well, that gives me an hour. You'll be courteous to the public servants when they come for the dead Texan, won't you, Yale? It took just about that hour to get to LaGuardia. 4-engine plane from Cleveland made a storybook landing, and the people who walked through its door made storybook exits. Pause at the door, smile, wave, and walk down the ramp. The stewardess stood there checking off each performance. I asked her who was Henry Sherwood, and she pointed out a little man with a briefcase who was just going off the field. Sherwood! Henry Sherwood! Hey! Sure name Sherwood?
Who are you?
Police. You Henry Sherwood?
Police? Say, what is this?
You're registered at the Olympian Hotel, room 312?
Yes, I am.
Who's Eddie Donald?
Eddie Donald? What's he got to do with the police?
We're looking for him. What's he got to do with you?
I lent him my suite while I was in Cleveland. I called him and told him he could live like a king in my suite for the week I was away. He acquiesced.
All right. Where does Eddie Donald usually live?
In a hotel. On West 59th. Let me think of just where...
You do that, Mr. Sherwood, on the way down to headquarters. It didn't take Mr. Sherwood all the way down to headquarters to think of it. He thought of Eddie Donald's address just as I was lifting him into the squad car. He wriggled and said I could let him go now. I said they'd point a finger at me if I did. At headquarters, Mr. Sherwood said he'd take up police brutality with the stock exchange, the governor, the State Department. When he got to Drew Pearson, I walked out. Eddie Donald's hotel was run by a sweet and charming lady. Everybody told her she was that, so she told me.
Just call me Mom, Mr. Clover. Everybody calls me that. It's because I treat my boys like as if they was my own son.
Mrs. Toby,
What's the matter? You got monkeys in your ears? I told you to call me Mom.
Okay, Mom. Eddie Donald, is he home?
Eddie? Now, what do you want with dear, sweet Eddie?
All I want is he home?
Eddie brings me candy. On Mother's Day, he brings me flowers. Go on, Mr. Clover. Talk to Mom about Eddie.
We want him for murder.
Murder? Why, that dirty, low-down, no good. The flowers he brought me, they stunk. The candy he picked up off a subway seat. He's a week behind in his rent, and he has the gall to commit murder.
Take it easy, Mom. Where is he?
Wherever he is, I hope it's crawling. The shame he brought to my hotel.
He's not here?
No. He didn't come home all week. Every night I waited for him to bring me a box. He didn't come home to Mom.
You mind if I take a look?
He looked Eddie green in the face. Come on. This is his room. As of now, it's got a sign on it. Room to let, half price. I'll show that, Eddie.
This picture.
Yeah, September's the only picture of a month in the altogether I ever seen. Now comes November. She don't even look cold.
It's framed. The calendar part's been cut off. To Eddie, it says. Forever and ever. No signature. You ever seen the girl before?
Only in shop windows and on counters and magazines all over the country. You like her?
The artist. Magna. A Magna girl. Mind if I take the picture with me?
You lonely boy. Take it. Mom says you can take it.
Thanks, Mom. I beg your pardon? Whose name is Magna around here?
But I am. My studio, my artistry, my cocktail party for my one-man show. But I am. A joke. A joke?
No. I was just asking.
You have taken the tour? Come, I will show you Magna. Here, on this pedestal is the trunk of a small tree on which Magna first carved
I think you misspelled a word there.
You saw it! You saw it! How Magna extracted the essence of the word and set it down for the world to applaud. Oh, you primitive! You saw it!
Just stop jumping up and down, Mr. Magna. I want to ask you a couple of questions.
You don't understand my art?
I understand your calendars.
You are not a primitive after all.
Yeah, take a look at this one. I brought it along.
Magna does not autograph reproduction.
Who is this girl? Who modeled for this painting?
As it is printed on top. November modeled for it.
Yeah, but what's her name?
November.
I forgot to tell you I'm from the police, Mr. Magna.
November posed for the painting. A touch of gold, a sniff of sorrow, the dying days, all embodied in a woman. I found one... You're a cop? I found November one day at a model agency.
Who is she?
Nelson. Liz Nelson. A pedestrian name for November, yes? No?
Where do I find her?
Liz Nelson? Her address?
Her address.
I will write it down for you.
Don't extract the essence for me, Mr. Magna. Just the number and the street.
What else?
Go away. If you're the Fuller Brush man, go away. If you want me to sign a petition, go away. Whatever's eating you, go away.
I'm from the police, Miss Nelson.
Oh, yeah. Now I can tell. I can tell by the way you put your foot in the door. Police or a mature college boy working his way through a mature college.
Let's go inside, Miss Nelson.
All right, let's go inside. The bed, it looks like that because I live in it. When I'm not working that at it, every minute. That way I stay bewitched. The police want me to pose to improve their public relations. That's why you're here.
Eddie Donald. You know him, Miss Nelson?
Uh-huh.
And maybe you can tell me where he is.
Uh-uh.
But you can't tell me about him.
Uh-huh.
Tell me.
You first. You tell me why. Uh-huh. Well, let's see now. I know Eddie for 4 years now. 2 years of that he was in Dannemora prison.
Why?
I never followed his career, so I don't know why.
After that?
He called me. Lots of times. Left a number where I could reach him. Sometimes I call back. Depended on my schedule and my mood.
When was the last time the schedule permitted?
Oh, about 3 months ago. I got it penciled in my little black book.
Frank Conroy, a man from Texas. He in the book?
He's dead, isn't he? I read about it.
Is he in the book?
Uh-uh. First I heard of him, he was dead.
And Eddie Donald, when was the last time you saw him?
I told you, 3 months ago.
You inscribed a picture to him. Forever and ever, it said. A calendar picture.
The cost of my beauty. Men look at my picture and they want me to belong to them forever and ever. Sometimes it's for always. I put down what they tell me. Oh. Let's not answer it, huh?
Uh-uh. Oh?
Eddie? Eddie?
Hmm?
I figure you'd be there. This is Jack Perry. I'll make it easy for you. Try room B, 1829, West 47.
Who was it?
Miss Nelson.
Hey, you came real early. Who are you?
Police, Danny Clover.
I did what?
Can I come in?
No.
Your name, Jack Perry?
State your business right from there. All right, so your muscle got you in. Am I real important to you?
Look, Perry, I'm trying to find out who killed a man from Texas.
What voice whispered my name is Perry?
You did.
What else did I do?
Over the phone when you called Liz.
Spare me the method, police. I got it figured already. Your muscle lifted the phone, said it was Eddie Donald.
You're real anxious to talk to Eddie, aren't you?
Real.
Why?
I'm that way. Mind if I sit down?
Let's go, Perry. I got a squad car outside.
All for me?
The police are looking for Eddie. Maybe you'll help. Let's go.
Yeah, sure, I'll help. I'll help you from here.
All right.
Eddie's got a lot of money that's mine. It's a reason for a man wanting to see a man.
How much money?
What's the difference? A lot. You know what, police? Someone's in back of it.
Yeah, I know. Let's go.
Someone is.
Let's go. His laughter mixed well with pain. It came in tides and swelled and rolled over me. The thing that pounded at my brain was the thing that exploded and showered down like a million nickels, bright, colored red and green and black. And then everything stopped. It came back again later. And I opened my eyes. The color, the pain, the room was the same. The pattern of frayed furniture and dust. And Jack Perry was still there. Only he was different. He wasn't laughing anymore. He couldn't. He'd been shot to death. Though the R months fade and the oysters forsake Broadway, life still goes on. There are the box scores to consider, the hot dogs with everything. And for exercise, you can now dial Nassau County. As if this weren't enough, Broadway offers another diversion, double killing, this time backdrop with a roulette wheel, and a police officer who got slugged at the scene of the crime. Broadway tucks the protesting wiener back into the roll, takes another bite and chews appreciatively. Later, at police headquarters, Sergeant Tartaglia summed it all up.
This is something you can stick your teeth into, Danny.
What is?
This sticky apple Mrs. Tartaglia packed with my lunch. It's tasty and good.
I'm sure it is, Gino, but I got a headache. I've just come from the infirmary, and Dr. Sinsky said I'd feel a lot better if I didn't have any emotional disturbances for a while. So let's all pitch in and help Dr. Sinsky, huh?
Roger, Wilco.
Thank you.
So, to work we go. To wit, in the matter of Frank Conroy from Texas, he is indeed from Texas. Police authorities in Texas sent a 500-word telegram to us to that effect.
500 words?
Indeed. It states that Frank Conroy is an esteemed owner of oil wells and well-known in Galveston. The rest of the telegram is about Texas.
Go on.
In the matter of Jack Perry, the man who was killed under your very nose was a man known to all and sundry as a man who delighted in floating games of chance. That's what on him.
All right. Tell me about the man we're looking for, Eddie Donald.
An all-points bulletin is out on him at this very moment.
What else?
Eddie Donald was released in Dannemora nigh onto 6 months ago after serving a 2-year stretch for assault and battery.
Before he went to jail, Tartaglia.
Hearsay has it that this same Eddie Donald was a steerer for the gambling industry. Precisely speaking, for Mark Oslo.
Yeah. And hearsay has it that Mark Oslo isn't operating anymore.
You believe that, Danny?
No. Well, we've never been able to get anything on him. Tartaglia.
Yeah?
Does Oslo still live at the same address?
I checked that already, Danny, and yeah, he does. In that tumble-down shack on Park Avenue. Hey, Danny, I brought you one, too. I was hiding a sticky apple behind my back.
The shack of Mark Oslo occupied 5 floors of a gilt-edge apartment house where dogs were walked by student psychiatrists. On the first floor of his hovel, something in silk, knee breeches, and epaulets held a candelabra to your badge, sighed profoundly, adjusted its wig, and ushered you into a private elevator. On the second floor, you caught a glimpse of a library with real books, thousands of them. On the third floor, a girl with ashen hair and leg slits in her mandarin robe waved joy to you as you floated up. On the fourth floor, a chef sniffing a chafing dish took time to consider you as a potential sauce, rejected you. Then you were on the 5th floor. The mate of the thing in silk knee breeches led you through a luster of elegant men and women in silent prayer at a roulette table. Then Mark Oslo extended a glittering hand to you. You didn't take it.
No, Danny. You don't shake my hand, and it sets up a melody of sorrow in my heart.
Cry a tear, Mark. I'd like to see it.
You'd be the first. You want a tear, Danny? I could arrange it.
You could. Having a party, Mark?
You mean my friends at the table? They're playing for matchsticks, Danny. Literally, matchsticks. Come along, Danny. I'll show you.
Don't bother.
No? Your pleasure, Danny. I should get back to my guest. State your pleasure.
Eddie Donald.
Eddie Donald. Mark Oslo knows such a man?
Yeah, Mark Oslo does. Shall I freshen it up for you, Mark?
No need, Danny, thank you. It'll come back. Eddie Donald. Oh, yes. You want him for murder, and you come to me for help.
For Eddie Donald, not for what you said, Mark.
He was a good boy. Came to work on time, conscientious. Stuffed the suggestion box with suggestions. I read a few, not bad. I sent word down for him to keep trying.
Where is he, Mark?
My chef baked some delicacies for him. I had them sent to Eddie at Dannemora. After that, we lost touch. Not even a thank you note from Eddie. It goes.
A man named Frank Conroy. What does that do to you, Mark?
The dead Texan, nothing at all. Someone pointed it out to me while I was having a rub, and it didn't do anything at all.
Jack Perry, try him.
Some of my friends sent a wreath. I paid for it. Should I have done more? Oh, of course. You were hurt in that one, weren't you, Danny? Name your favorite charity.
Eddie Donald, Mark. That's all I want. Send the word around. Get him to me.
You're ordering me, Danny?
Yeah. Surprise you?
No, I find it rather delightful. I'll tell you what, Danny. Mark Oslo will see what he can do, and the footman will show you out. Goodbye, Danny.
On the way back down on the elevator, I caught a glimpse of the girl in the mandarin robe again. This time, she was eating a hamburger. I was disenchanted about the whole thing. I called headquarters. Nothing on Eddie Donald. Phoned cab garages. Nothing. Spent a few more hours dropping in on back rooms and dropping the name of Eddie Donald. Blank stares. Then I went home and slept on it. And the way it happened was simple. The next morning, I walked out of the door. There was a hand on my sleeve by the time I stepped onto the pavement.
Hi, Danny.
Benny Fane. You're looking good, Benny.
Yeah, I am. I'm on my way to work. Yeah. How do you like that?
I like it. What happened?
I kicked it, Danny, off the stuff. Got a job. Look at me. $50 suit, suede shoes, watched by Lon Jean. Beautiful, huh? I'm credit, Danny, but I'm going to pay for it. Legitimate job. Publishing.
Huh? Publishing what?
Well, anyhow, Danny, the reason I've been waiting for you on my way to work is because I never let my old friends down, so you never let them down. Still working for you. Now, don't call it stewing, Danny. I can't stand that word.
Nobody called it anything, Benny.
Okay. Now, look, try the Bronx, Danny, if you want to find Eddie Donald. You know where those guys build them shacks by the river, those guys out of work? Well, try the one with the Bull Durham sign for a front door.
Come on in, pal. Oh, it's not a pal.
No, Eddie.
I'd appreciate it if you tell me your name. It slips the memory.
Danny Clover, police.
That's right, Danny Clover. You are the slough who wants me for the murder of, let me think now, Frank Conroy from Texas and Jack Perry from Stinkville, right?
Uh-huh. Let's go, Eddie.
Gladly.
Huh?
I said I will go with you gladly. However, if you should care to listen to my side for a minute, I think this courtesy will not go unrewarded.
You haven't got much time, Eddie.
Not even enough to give you the for-real murder of those two?
The real murderer, Eddie?
For real. Interested?
Maybe.
A story goes with it, Mr. Clover. That Texan. He shouldn't have died. It wasn't planned that way.
No?
No, Mr. Mind if I call you Danny?
Go ahead.
It was like this, Danny. I took a rap in Dannemora.
I know.
Yeah. Then Perry put salt in the wound. While I am in the crib, he purloins my girl.
Go on.
Well, look at me, Danny, how little I am. Can't knock over a mosquito. But one night in a bar, I meet a Texan. He wants to fight. I figure who better he should beat up than Jack Perry from Stinkville. This can be so easy arranged.
By that roulette game in the Olympian.
Exactly. This is a game rigged by Perry. The same night he tells me go get a sucker for old time's sake. No hard feelings. I got a hotel room courtesy of a friend, so get a sucker. The sucker I bring him is the Texan. And I play Perry for the sucker. While the Texan loses, I bet against him and keep winning. Then when I got it all, I tell the Texan he's been taken by a rigged wheel. I figure this will make him mad at Perry.
It didn't?
No, the Texan turns yellow just because Perry pulls a gun on him. I quick turn out the lights, there's a shot, and I flee with the dough, 50 grand. So for the murder of the Texan, you should have talked to Perry.
I was talking to Perry, and somebody killed him. You.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, not me. Look, all you got to do is let me go for a little bit, and I'll lead you to the for real murderer.
Sorry. Let's go.
You got it, Danny. You got it. I'll get the murderer for you. Let me go. I'll make you let me go.
The little man took a swing at me, flicked my chin, and I pretended he'd knocked me cold. How I kept from laughing out loud at his surprised, bewildered, then proud face, I'll never know, but I did. And I let Eddie go because I believed him. To follow him, to get a for-real murderer, or maybe to make an idiot out of Danny Clover. It was the chance I took. I watched him while he made a phone call. I watched him while he had some coffee. Then I watched him while he hailed a cab, and I hailed one, too. He stopped at an address I'd been to once before. I let him go in, and I waited 5 minutes. Then I went to the apartment where I knew he'd be.
I'm telling you to get out of here, Eddie. You don't get the money. You don't get anything.
You know, I figure it different, Liz.
How do you figure it, Eddie?
The policeman. Look, Eddie, they caught up with you.
Oh, Danny, you recovered. There's your murderer, Danny. I told you, give me a chance.
Miss Nelson here murdered Perry. Is that how you figured?
Take him out of here.
I'm repeating myself, Eddie. Let's go.
No, listen to me. You gotta listen. She wants me to get electrocuted. That's why she did the whole thing. And you know something? I love her.
My kicks for just now. Take him away.
Don't laugh at me, Liz. You could have had the money. Don't you understand? You could have had it. Now.
You two play patty cake down on the pavement. I'm busy.
What about now, Eddie?
Don't you see, Danny? Don't you see what she's done? She kills Perry so I can sit in the electric chair for it.
Why would she want to do a thing like that?
Because she's greedy. She wanted all the dough for herself.
Shut up, Eddie. Make him shut up.
I gave her the money I won, and she said she loved me all over again. And I believed her. But when she heard the cops were looking for me for that rhubarb in the Olympian Hotel, she got cagey as all get out. Kills Perry and books me solid with the executioner.
You're an accomplished girl, Miss Nelson. You model, you pistol whip me in Perry's room, you kill Perry. Accomplished.
Try again.
Don't be like that, Liz. Show him the money. All that money, give it to him.
Eddie, you fool.
Go ahead, Liz. The man's waiting. Give it to
him.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Now, Liz.
I told you to shut up. I told you.
Watch it, Eddie. Drop that gun. Drop it.
Oh!
It's a lot better.
Oh, that money. That money, he ruined it.
Eddie. Bad, Eddie?
I got a bad shoulder now, Danny.
You're a fool, Eddie. She could have killed you.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know whether she did it or not, what I said. But I had to find out. I loved her. I really did.
Broadway. It's an 8-beat revival meeting, and the lost souls wail to a hot trumpet and sax. It's a hunger, complete with syncopation and spinning neon. Grab your dream and dance a while, then try to look it in the face. You can't. It's a mask of terror. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
We invite you to join us next week at the same time when Detective Danny Clover returns again with Broadway's My Beat. Broadway's My Beat is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The program is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. Included in tonight's cast were Peggy Weber, Francis Robinson, Eddie Quillen, Herb Butterfield, Jay Novello, and Anthony Barrett. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You and DuPont.
DuPont? What does the chemical company have to do with our new home?
Well, you may not know it, but many products in it are made from methanol.
Methanol? Oh, what's that?
It's a chemical made by DuPont and other companies, which is an essential raw material used in making many building products.
There's a chemical in this plywood?
I don't see any methanol.
It's used to make the glue in your plywood flooring. And methanol is in most insulation. It's even used to manufacture your skylight and the countertops in your kitchen. Many products you'd have trouble living without.
Next you'll be telling me it's in my sofa and draperies.
That's right. Methanol is used in making polyester and other synthetic fibers.
I guess we really depend on DuPont methanol. Even for the roof over our heads.
And don't forget the shirt on your back. You and DuPont. There's a lot of good chemistry between us.
You want to see how Texaco takes coal and turns it into gas? Watch. Hey, this is one heck of a way to make a living, but this is coal. And here's a guy who's using it in an unusual way to help solve some of our energy problems. Neil Richter of Montebello, California.
Hi, Bob.
What's going on here?
Bob, what we're doing here is taking coal and turning it into a clean-burning gas.
Oh, tell me more.
All right. It's called coal gasification, and Texaco has developed a special process to do it.
I'm impressed.
Bob, this pilot plant can handle 15 tons a day, and Texaco's working with other companies to create an even larger demonstration plant. It'll be able to turn 1,000 tons of coal a day into clean-burning gas.
Wow, that's a good way to use coal.
Eventually, clean-burning gas from coal will produce power that could help light up cities like Los Angeles. And with the crude oil saved, we'll be able to make more heating oil and more gasoline.
Texaco, we're working to keep your trust.
You think I'm a mechanic? I think of myself as a chemist. Got DuPont chemicals all around me. Like the paraphenylene diamine in this tire. That's the chemical used to make DuPont Kevlar tire cord stronger than steel, go thousands of miles. Or methylmethacrylate. A DuPont chemical helps keep this terrific paint job from fading. And windshields? Safety glasses made with polyvinyl butyrol, a chemical DuPont calls butysite. The housing of this lock? Hexamethylene diamine, more popularly known as DuPont Zytel. Soft nylon upholstery, the mechanism that makes the seatbelt work. The DuPont Freon that keeps a lot of air conditioners cool, all from chemicals. You know, this baby wouldn't turn over without sulfuric acid. Makes the battery work. You know, without DuPont chemicals, this car just wouldn't be the same. And your friendly chemist might be working on bicycles.
You and DuPont. There's a lot of good chemistry between us.
Oh, I'm so excited.
You and DuPont.
What's a chemical company have to do with me?
Did you know your wedding wouldn't be as white and bright without titanium dioxide?
Titanium dioxide? What's that?
It's a chemical DuPont makes that's essential to making things around us white and bright.
You mean there's some in my wedding gown?
Sure, in most synthetics, and in the paint on your walls, and on your car. The crisp white wedding invitations, the bright colors of many gifts you've received, even your carpeting.
And DuPont makes all that.
DuPont is one of the companies that makes the titanium dioxide that's in all those things.
But I never even heard of it before.
Most people haven't. But without titanium dioxide, your life would be a lot less white and bright.
Who could imagine a wedding without white?
Or a bride that wasn't beautiful. You and DuPont. There's a lot of good chemistry between us.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. As we look in at the Burns home today, we find the head of the family reading the morning paper, while her husband tries to get it from her.
Gracie, I'd like to see the paper, too.
Yes, dear, as soon as I finish reading Luella Parsons' column. You see, we top newspaper columnists have to check each other.
Now, don't compare yourself with Luella Parsons. She's the First Lady of Hollywood. She's the reigning queen.
Well, she certainly has poured it on this week.
Finish reading Luella's column so I can have the paper.
Yes, dear. Well, listen to this. Exclusive. Cesar Romero was seen at the Macombo last night with Lana Turner. What does she mean, exclusive? I have the same item in my column.
You have?
Well, sure, I'll read it to you. What star was seen where last night with whom?
Word for word.
I put that in every day. It always fits somebody.
You're dynamite. Go back to Luella's column.
Oh, yes, dear. Oh, here's an interesting item. Phil Take It or Leave It Baker has arrived in town from New York and is looking for an apartment. That silly man.
He probably won't find an apartment in Los Angeles.
Well, even if he does, imagine driving clear to New York to work every day.
He brought the program with him.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, he telephoned and said he was going to drop in to see us.
Oh, good. I'd like to see him again. Remember back in our vaudeville days when you and Phil Baker were both courting me?
Yeah.
Phil was awfully cute. And what a snappy dresser. You know, he's the first man to wear pleats in the front of his trousers.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Of course, it was sort of an accident the way he discovered it. He caught his pants in his accordion one night.
I see. Gracie, was it hard to choose between Phil and me?
Oh, of course not, darling. I knew there was only one man for me.
Sure.
And when Phil married that other woman, I knew which one.
Swell. Have you ever wished you'd have married him instead of me?
Oh, not for a moment, darling. It'd be awful married to a man who ran a quiz show. He'd come home and say, "Hello, dear, had a nice day?" And I'd say yes, and he'd slap $64 in my hand. Hey, wait a minute. That wouldn't be such a
It's too late now. Too late.
Well,
He's got a wife
anyway.
and servant. Someone at the door. Well, I'll answer it. You finish reading Llewellyn's column.
Hello, George.
Well, Phil Baker. Come in, Phil.
George, it's good to see you. How's my favorite radio star?
Your favorite, Phil?
Yes, how's Gracie?
She's fine. Oh, Gracie, here's Phil Baker.
Well, Phil, how are you? You look wonderful.
You look wonderful, too, Gracie.
You know, Phil, you haven't aged 1 year.
Neither of you, Gracie.
And, Phil, you're doing so well.
You're very successful yourself, Gracie. And, George.
Yes?
You have a bad cough.
Phil, we were just talking about those vaudeville days when you and George were rivals for my hand.
Yeah, whenever the three of us would go to dinner, George and I would fight to see who'd get the money out to pay the check.
Yes. And one night you fought so hard, you tore my pocketbook in two.
Yeah. Well, so much for pleasant memories. Say, I wonder if you two could help me find an apartment.
Oh, well, I guess the apartment houses are a little crowded out here.
Crowded. I walked up to one yesterday to see if there was a vacancy, opened the door, and 3 families fell out. It was so crowded that even Kilroy couldn't get in.
My goodness. But surely you'll find something.
Gracie, I'm convinced of one thing. Los Angeles apartments, houses are full. Not for years, not for life, but forever.
Gee, Phil, what a shame you're not a veteran. You know, it's simple for a veteran to find a place to live.
It is?
Oh, sure, all he has to do is re-enlist.
I wish we could help you, Phil, but I'm afraid it's impossible.
Well, I'd better run along and keep looking.
Oh, Phil, before you go, I want your opinion on something. You know, they're planning to star Clark Gable in The Hucksters.
Now, Gracie, don't bring that up again.
But since that's a story about radio, I think someone from radio should play the lead.
Gracie, I'm not going to
Who'd you have in mind?
Well, don't you think there's somebody right here in this room who'd be better than Gable?
Yes, but I'm too busy looking for an apartment. So long.
Now, Gracie, I want you to forget the idea of me replacing Gable.
Yes, dear.
Is that clear?
Yes, dear. That's the last you'll hear of it.
Good.
By it, I mean replacing Clark Gable.
Gracie.
By replacing, I mean substituting for him.
Gracie.
By him, I mean Clark Gable.
Look,
By Gable, I mean the man you should replace.
Now, that's enough.
All right, all right. Even if you bring it up, I won't discuss it again.
Good. Let's drop the subject.
By subject, you mean
All right,
replacing
all
Clark
right,
Gable.
all right.
42nd Street. Gee, that was really a great tune, Meredith.
And it still is, Bill. What brings it to mind now is Alfred Mirror's fine painting of Times Square in our newest Maxwell House coffee ad.
Yeah.
You'll find it on page 96 in the new issue of Life magazine.
Oh, I've seen it, Meredith. Mirror calls his painting the Crossroads, that, of course, being what Times Square really is. With its crowds and its lights, its sparkle, it's a glittering symbol of Manhattan, a magnet for millions, and a vivid, unforgettable part of the American scene. You know, in its own way, Maxwell House coffee is truly a part of the American scene, too. For just as coffee is America's favorite drink, so Maxwell House is America's favorite coffee, bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Northeast, south, and west, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Flavors back of this popularity story: the rich, satisfying Maxwell House flavor that results from the masterful blending of these premium Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, Bucamarangas for full body, still other choice coffees for vigor, all adding up to great coffee at its flavor peak. So, friends, why not enjoy the very best in coffee goodness, coffee pleasure? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Just say Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Thanks, Mr. Postman.
You appear downcast, Mrs. Burns. What cast you down?
Oh, my husband still refuses to replace Clark Gable in the hucksters. But I'm not giving up.
That's the true American spirit. We don't give up. We take one shellacking after another, but finally we win. That's the Democratic way.
Sounds more like the Republican way.
Mrs. Burns, why don't you just order your husband to try out for that picture?
Why, Mr. Postman, a wife can't give orders. The husband gives the orders and the wife must obey.
You're so whimsical.
Well, you see, George doesn't trust my judgment. Now, if someone like Luella Parsons said he should replace Gable, he'd believe it.
Miss Parsons is awfully nice. I bring her all the tidbits of Hollywood gossip I pick up on my route.
Oh, are you a snoop, Mr. Postman?
Oh, no. But I can't help it if I happen to see something over a transom.
But you're too short to see over a transom.
Not when I stand on my mailbag.
Oh, Mr. Postman, I've got it. I'll get Luella Parsons to say that George should replace Clark Gable.
How?
Well, I'll give her a scoop.
For a statement like that, she'll need more than a scoop. She'll need a shovel. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
I hope Luella is home. I'll give her some red-hot scoops for her column, and then in return she'll use her influence to get George in that picture.
Yes? Why, it's Gracie Allen.
Hello, Luella.
Hello. Come on in, Gracie. My, you're looking well.
Well, so are you. You've certainly lost a lot of weight.
Well, thanks.
Now when people call you Hollywood's biggest movie columnist, you'll know it's a compliment.
Well, I've always pretended it was.
Oh, you do have a wonderful column, Luella. My poor little effort just can't compare with it.
Oh, you're wrong. Your column is much more interesting than mine.
Oh, no, yours is better.
Oh, no, yours is better.
Oh, no, yours is.
Well, perhaps you're right.
Well, I wish you'd hold out your hand before you stopped.
Was there anything special you wanted to see me about, Gracie?
Oh, yes. We
we newspaper women should stick together. I came over to give you some gossip items for your column.
Now, that's very kind of you.
Oh, these are real red-hot scoops. They won't only stop the presses, they'll melt them.
Oh, tell me quick. Gracie, tell me.
Oh, well, all right now. Do you know about Charles Boyer and Ingrid Bergman?
No, what about them?
He's French and she's Swedish.
That's your scoop.
Oh, that's only one of them. Listen to this. You know the movie theater where the stars put their footprints in cement?
Yes, of course. Grauman's Chinese.
Well, I happen to know that Grauman isn't Chinese.
Gracie, I think I'll give that one to Walter Winchell.
Oh, Llewellyn, you're so unselfish. But here's a scoop I want you to keep all to yourself. One of Hollywood's best-known couples aren't really married to each other.
Oh, I couldn't print that.
Too spicy, huh?
Yes, but I'll admit I'm curious. Say, who's the couple that's not married?
Abbott and Costello.
I was right. I couldn't print that.
Well, that should give you enough material for a week, Llewellyn. Now, in return, I'd like you to do me a tiny little favor.
Well, certainly. What is it?
Well, I'd like you to say in your column that Clark Gable should be replaced in The Hucksters by Gracie Allen's handsome and talented husband.
I thought you were still married to George Burns.
Well, I am.
And you want him to replace Clark Gable?
Well, why not? They're practically twins. Why, if you were describing them, I'll bet you'd use exactly the same word.
You're right about that. I'd look at Gable and say, oh, what a man. Then I'd look at George and say, what, a man?
But, Llewellyn...
Gracie, I couldn't print in my column that George Burns should replace Clark Gable.
Oh, sure you could, Llewellyn. Give George a big spread.
Don't you think the one he's got's big enough?
Oh, all right, Llewellyn. Let's have a showdown. You're a friend of Clark Gable, so you bring him over to my house this afternoon, and we'll compare him with George.
Well, knowing you, Gracie, that's probably the only way I'll ever hear the last of this. All right, I'll have Clark Gable at your house at 4 o'clock.
Oh, good. Just wait till people read your column tomorrow. Oh, they'll all send Gable Ungantine.
Ungantine?
Oh, sure, the headline will read, Gable forced out a picture by Burns. Goodbye, Llewellyn.
Bye,
Gracie. What? Clark Gable is coming over here?
Yes, dear, so Llewellyn Parsons can compare the two of you.
Now, wait a minute. I haven't got a chance. Women faint over that guy.
They faint over you, too.
Like when?
Like when I married you. My mother passed out cold.
Well, anyway, I don't like it. Gable is one of the top actors in Hollywood.
Well, what are you worried about, dear? Don't forget you were a runner-up for the Academy Award Oscar last year.
I was runner-up?
Certainly. When the man on the stage said, send someone up for Mr. Milan's Oscar, didn't you run up?
Oh, I was the runner-up, yes. Look, let's call this off. Gable gives me an inferiority complex.
Oh, nonsense. Just meet him man to man. When he walks in, jump on a chair and look him right in the eye.
You see, he's bigger than I am.
Oh, dear, stop worrying. All you need is a little pep talk. Now, listen. What if Gable is bigger? Don't forget that a mouse can frighten an elephant. A little flea can worry a dog. A tiny germ can knock out a big man. So if you start to lose confidence, just think of yourself as a mouse, a flea, and a germ.
That's some pep talk. I feel better now. A mouse, a flea. Come in.
Hello, all.
Oh, hello, all.
Oh, it's you, Meredith. See, maybe you can give George a little confidence. He's got an inferiority complex because Clark Gable is taller than he is.
Why, George, size is of no consequence. Now, you take the case of little old Don Honrath back in my hometown of Mason City, Iowa. He was the shortest man.
Meredith, I'm not...
Well, sir, little old Don didn't let his size stop him.
No.
Always went hunting with the rest of us fellas.
That's nice, but...
Only trouble was his hunting boots gave him an earache.
His hunting boots hurt his ears?
Yeah, when he put them on, he was in 'em up to 'em.
Well, I'm not interested.
And as for romance, Don courted the prettiest girl in Saragordo County. Took her to every dance, her and a package of Band-Aids.
Band-Aids?
Yeah, she was skinny, and when they danced, her hip bone cut his face rather severely.
Well, that's enough,
Don's
Meredith.
rival for this girl's hand was a fellow who stood 6'3".
Don.
But who do you think she finally married? The tall fella? No, sir.
She married little Don.
No, married a brush salesman from Des Moines.
That's fine.
So you see, George, a tall fellow has no advantage over a short fellow.
Well, that's a great story, Meredith. She got the brush salesman, and I'm giving you the brush. Out, 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 Meredith.
Years and years ago, the popular version of Toselli's Serenade. It's Meredith Wilson's music.
Now, George, stop worrying about Clark Gable being bigger than you are. The real test between you will be something that size doesn't even enter into.
What's that?
Romantic technique. Luella Parsons will judge your lovemaking abilities.
You mean Gable and I will make love to Luella and she'll pick the winner?
Yeah. Oh, I can see it now. You and Clark Gable face Luella.
Yeah.
You start the contest.
Mhm.
You grab Luella.
Yeah.
You hug her.
Yeah.
You kiss her.
Yeah.
She swoons with ecstasy.
Yeah.
Now it's Gable's turn.
Yes.
He grabs me.
Yeah.
He hugs
Wait
me.
a minute. Wait a minute. Gable grabbed the wrong woman.
I know, but it's too late now. He wraps me in his strong arms. I'm helpless.
I step in and grab Gable.
I struggle like crazy. I bite. I scratch.
Yeah.
I hope I don't hurt you, George.
You're biting me?
In my excitement, do I know what I'm doing?
Oh, yeah, you're excited.
Now, Gable has me in his arms again. I plead with him to let me go.
Now he lets you go. Now he
Oops, he grabbed me again.
I step between you, and Gable sits down on a chair.
Yes, now it's your turn.
Yeah.
You grab Luella.
Yeah.
You hug her.
Again, I get Luella.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that must be Gable. Now, come in.
Well, hi, Burnses.
Oh, Bill, we thought you were Clark Gable.
Well, I know everyone does.
Bill.
Oh, I just can't help myself, George. I just set the girls on fire. Why, when my pictures play at a theater, they make all the women sit in the balcony.
In the balcony?
Yeah, I start 'em smoking. That's the only place they allow it.
Bill, what Gracie meant was that we're expecting Clark Gable to arrive any minute.
Really? How come?
Well, I'm going to put George up against Gable.
Gracie, why don't you just lean him against the wall?
No, you don't understand. There's going to be a contest between them, and Luella Parsons will be the judge.
Oh, is Luella coming over?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've got a terrific scoop for her column. I found out that Ronald Reagan beats his wife, Jane Wyman, every morning.
Oh, Bill, no.
Yeah, every morning he beats her into the kitchen and grabs the first cup of Maxwell House coffee. Of course, you can't blame him. Maxwell House is rich, mellow, delicious, the result of careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection. Oh, by the way, Gracie, what kind of a contest is Luella going to judge?
Oh, a lovemaking contest.
I haven't agreed to that yet.
A lovemaking contest between George and Gable?
Mm-hmm.
That's like a contest between the atom bomb and a water pistol.
Are you calling me a water pistol?
Can you think of a better name for a little squirt?
Okay, just for that, I'll show you. I'll make love to Luella. And, brother, you'll see some tall spooning.
George, the only way you could do any tall spooning is with a cup of Maxwell House coffee and a tall spoon, believe me. Hey, that's a great idea. After all, Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. No wonder Maxwell House is bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Everybody knows Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
Oh, well, don't you worry, Bill. Luella will pick George. Why, with his physique and the effect he has on women, he should have been in a picture long ago.
Yes, you're right, Gracie. He should have been a mattress in The Big Sleep.
Goodbye, comedian.
So long, Hot Lips.
Gracie, here comes Luella Parsons up the walk.
Oh, well, I'll leave the room. Now, the minute Luella walks in, you start the contest. Start making violent love to her.
Yes.
This is your chance to win.
But Gable isn't here.
That's what I say. This is your chance to win.
Well, here goes. Wish me luck.
Oh, George, the way you can kiss, I don't have to wish you luck. Kiss me. Good luck, George. I'll be listening in the den.
Hello, George. Say, there's something I want to tell you.
There's something I want to tell you, too, you great, big, gorgeous hunk of woman. Come here.
Why, George, let go of my arm. Stop pulling me.
Come here, you glamorous creature. Come here, you siren. Oh, please, Luella, come here. I'm mad about you.
Really now, George.
Mad. You're so divine. Why do you write about those movie stars like Hedy Lamarr and Betty Grable? You're much more beautiful.
That's what I keep telling them at the studio.
Don't fight this, Luella. It's bigger than both of us. Oh, we could make beautiful music together.
George, I'm so young.
Come. I'll take you in my arms and carry you to the sofa. Come. I'll take you by the hand and lead you.
This is all so sudden.
It's love, Luella. Oh, how exquisite you are. Those eyes. Those twin pools of blue desire. Those rosebud lips. That voluptuous figure. Is it thrilling to hear those things from a man?
Yes, George, it's even thrilling to hear them from you.
Then take me in your arms. Oh, not so hard.
Aha! Again I find you in the arms of a beautiful woman.
Again?
Oh, now, Gracie, let me explain.
Oh, I don't blame you, Luella. I know how irresistible my little man is. Women are drawn to him like bees to the smell of clover. You're a bee and he's a smell.
Gracie.
You don't understand, Gracie.
Oh, take him, Luella, but be good to him. Be good to my little Casanova. Bring him those little things he's used to. His pipe, his slippers, your salary.
Well, that does it.
Take him, Luella. Fly away with him to some little nest, such as MGM. And put him in some picture, such as the Hucksters. And when Clark Gable comes, I'll tell him the better man won.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you, Gracie. Clark Gable's away on a hunting trip. He can't come to your house until next week.
Well, gee, if Gable won't be here until next week, I'd better explain that my love scene with you was just an act.
Oh, I knew that all the time. I was just going along with a joke, and you were a very funny one, George.
I see.
Take him, Luella. Oh, at first I'll cry. Oh, but years go on. I'll just laugh.
Gracie, stop breaking yourself up. Luella is not going to recommend me for the Hucksters.
I know, but with acting like this, she may recommend me. Take him, Luella.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Our guest will be Clark Gable. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
We're a little late. Good night, folks.
Get Birdseye. Get Birdseye golden sweet corn. Plump, milky sweet corn as tender and farm fresh as if you picked it from the stalk this morning. No work. It's cut whole from the cob, already washed for you, whistle clean. It's always young, tender, and wonderful eating. So get Birdseye golden sweet corn tomorrow. But be sure it's Birdseye. Remember.
It can't be the same if it ain't got that name. Get Birdseye, Birdseye Frosted Foods.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Coming in the pitch for the Lions. Number 25.
Coke and a smile makes me feel good. Makes me feel nice. Have a Coke and a smile. That's the way it should be. And I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola adds life. Have a Coke and a smile.
You want to know how to say smile in Chinese? Just like this.
Have a Coke and a smile. Light up the feeling. Turn on the sun. Have a Coke and a smile. That's the way it should be. And I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola adds life. Have a Coke and a smile.
Bob Pedal Pusher Hope here in China. Hey, I want to tell you, everybody here seems to know how to conserve energy. They ride the old two-wheeler. It's a great way to get where you're going without worrying about the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. You know, the way you drive can affect your mileage. For example, once upon a time, there were two drivers. One got terrific mileage because of the way he drove, while the other got terrible mileage. For example, he'd make jackrabbit starts, and instead of driving at 55, he'd race along at 70. Naturally, he wasted so much gasoline, he was forever stopping to refuel. But he never checked his tires, never slowed down gradually at stop signs, never had tune-ups. When he got home, he was too tired to do anything but hit the sack. While our other driver had saved enough money to take his family out to dinner. The moral of our story, haste makes waste. And Texaco thinks that's important to remember. Texaco, we're working to keep your trust.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato, coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful blooded Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Funeral Spray. All right, gang, let's give 3 cheers. Rah! 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 Yes, sir, 3 cheers for 3 top favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, each in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 10 separate individual packages of your 3 top favorite cereals, all in one handy carton. You can take your choice right at the table. Cheerios one morning, Wheaties the next, and Kicks the next. It's fun. You always open a fresh package. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray.
Hey, our sir, Johnny Brasco, parole. Ex-brothers, Southside gang win freedom. Hey, our sir. Johnny Brasco, parole. Read all about it. Central X Street, Bedford.
Lenore Case, Britt Reed's private secretary, and one of the few people to know that the young publisher was also the Green Hornet, pointed an accusing finger at Michael Axford in the city room of the Daily Sentinel.
It's a shame, Michael.
I agree with you, Casey.
The state spent thousands of dollars to put that hoodlum in jail. He was sentenced to 20 years, and in less than 3, he's out.
It's just a little more than 3.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's disgraceful.
Oh, well, there's nothing to be done now.
That isn't the right attitude.
And what course of action would you suggest?
Well, for one thing, the Sentinel can keep public opinion stirred up.
Well, for how long? If Bragio lays low, the people will forget about him.
We shouldn't let them.
Oh, that is, some of the people will forget about him. There's some who can't. There's some who won't have a minute of peace now that Bragio's free.
I don't care about his gangster enemies.
I'm not talking about them. There's others. For instance, there was a little woman who came into police headquarters just after the news of his release hit the headlines.
Who was she?
Her name was Roberts, Amy Roberts. A nice little thing. It was her husband, Ted Roberts, who was the key witness for the state when Bragio was sent up.
Was he a member of the gang?
He was not, and he is not. He's a decent young architect that only got involved by accident. But he had the nerve to do his duty as a citizen and testify against Bragio.
And now his wife is afraid that Bragio will try and get even.
She is that. She was asking the police for protection.
Well, they'll give it to her, won't they, Michael?
They will, though there's probably no need for it.
How can you say that?
I'm thinking that Ted Roberts is no real danger. Bragio's mean, but he's smart, too. He'll get even just by destroying the young people's peace of mind.
How?
Well, different ways. Now, Mrs. Roberts had an anonymous phone call. There was some mug at the other end who said, "We want you to be the first to know that Johnny's out." That's all. But it put Mrs. Roberts in a dither.
Well, I should think it would.
I felt sorry for her.
So do I. You know, Michael, I'd like to meet her.
What for, Casey?
Well, I think there should be a story about the Roberts in the Sentinel.
A phone call like that isn't news. You can't even come out and say it was a threat.
You can imply it. Where do the Roberts live?
Well, I can find out from Burke.
Will you do that, Michael? And will you come with me to see them this evening?
Oh, that I will, Casey. Even if we can't do much for the young people, it'll be something for them to know folks are on their side.
Miss Case, I appreciate your interest in us, but I don't know whether I like the idea of anything about us appearing in the Sentinel.
There's nothing wrong with it, honey.
Ted, we're quiet, ordinary people. Why can't we live quiet, ordinary lives?
We can and we will. Just the same, there's no sense in hiding our heads in the sand.
I agree with your husband, Mrs. Roberts.
He tells me not to worry, and then he says something like that. Ted, you practically admit
Radio's only trying to get your goat.
Do you honestly believe that?
I do?
It was Ted who sent him to prison, and this afternoon...
No, dear.
Oh, Ted, I can't talk about it calmly, as if it didn't mean anything at all.
But don't you see, Amy? If he really meant to do anything, he wouldn't telegraph his punches that way.
What happened this afternoon?
Some flowers were sent here. That's all.
That isn't all.
Flowers? Well, I don't understand.
I'll tell you exactly how it happened. I'll show you how it happened. I still have them out in the kitchen. We kept them to show to the police. Excuse me.
Mr. Roberts, does your wife mean that Bragio sent some flowers here?
There's no way of telling who sent them. There was no name on the box, and there was nothing inside. Special messenger brought them. He'd gone before Amy realized what it was.
Here. Here's the box. This is just the way it was handed to me.
It's a big one, isn't it?
Yes. Go on, Miss Case. You open it.
Very well. Why,
Suffering snakes.
this is the funeral spray.
The next morning, Lenore Case laid her story on Britt Reed's desk and watched him as he read it. When he had finished,
Well, Mr. Reed,
I'm sorry, Miss Case.
is it libelous?
With a capital lib.
I was afraid it would be. I just couldn't control my choice of words.
The Sentinel's always fought Bragio, but if we ran this, it'd put us on the defensive. He'd sue for sure.
Yes, I know. Still, it seems to me that destroying a person's peace of mind is just as much a crime as murder. There must be something we can do.
Not and stay within the letter of the law.
Is that absolutely necessary, Mr. Reed?
What are you suggesting?
Nothing. I wish you could have talked with Ted and Amy Roberts, though. Two nice, decent young people. Ted had spunk enough to risk his security for the sake of everyone in this town. He hasn't lost any of his courage, but his wife's frightened, and he's worried for her sake. It isn't fair.
No, it isn't.
Well?
Lenore, the commissioner's burned up about this parole, too. Off the record, he's called Dean a crook.
He believes the head of the parole board took a bribe?
Off the record.
Well, so do I. The governor should remove him.
He won't without some proof.
Mr. Reed, if Bragio were to break his parole, then at least Dean would be convicted of bad judgment. The governor might take some action and then...
And how can Bragio be persuaded to cooperate?
Well, Michael says that associating with known hoodlums would constitute a parole violation.
It would.
Bragio's going to do that sooner or later. Couldn't it be sooner?
I've been considering the possibility.
You have?
Very seriously. Let's suppose that Bragio were to get mixed up with, well, shall we say, the Green Hornet.
Oh, I wouldn't want that to happen.
Why not?
Well, I don't want the Green Hornet to be caught associating with Bragio.
Neither do I. But the idea has possibilities. I have a conference with Commissioner Higgins this afternoon. He might be persuaded to lend a helping hand.
At 3 o'clock that afternoon, Britt Reed was seated in Commissioner Higgins' soundproof office at police headquarters. The commissioner had given orders that he was not to be disturbed.
Now, what's on your mind, Brett?
Sonny Edgar.
Sonny Edgar? I thought it was something to do with Bragio.
Edgar's a member of his gang, isn't he?
He's in jail. Comes up for trial next week, and we're certain of a conviction.
What's the use of convicting him, Commissioner Higgins? He'll only be paroled.
We have to keep trying, Britt. We may be able to get rid of Dean before he has a chance to do any more dirty work.
Wouldn't it be a good idea for Dean and Edgar to meet?
What are you talking about?
Well, they'll meet eventually. Why not arrange for it tonight?
That type of humor doesn't appeal to me, Britt. I'm not saying you haven't a right to be bitter, but you must realize that what's happened isn't our fault.
Commissioner Higgins, Dean is at his home here in town.
Is he?
I've checked. Came down from the capital yesterday.
Well, what of it?
Suppose he paid a call on Brasio this evening.
He wouldn't.
And suppose Edgar paid a call on him at the same time.
Edgar's in jail.
What would the police do if they walked in and found the three of them together?
The police can't simply walk in any place they care to him. The three of them together.
Yes. You like the idea?
Oh, it's impossible.
It might be arranged.
I don't see how.
Shall I explain?
Definitely no. Dean go to see Brasio?
That's only a possibility. But if you were to have Edgar brought over from the jail to this office at 10 o'clock tonight, well, let's see, that's about a block and a half along a dark side street, something might happen.
It's impossible.
Actually, if he were to get away, you'd have men on his trail immediately, and he'd be brought back.
He wouldn't go to Brasio's.
He would, if he didn't have a choice.
I can't agree to anything like that, Britt.
Of course not.
It's too dangerous. Even for the Green Hornet. Sonny Edgar's a killer.
He wouldn't be armed. And I think he'd like the idea of escaping.
The guards would be armed.
Would the guards have to be plural?
10 o'clock.
Yes.
It would be nice if Dean were there, too.
Yes, Commissioner Higgins. Wouldn't it?
At 9 o'clock that evening, Britt Reed telephoned Miss Case.
Cato, is the car ready?
All ready, Mr. Britt.
Hello?
It's all set, Miss Case, for 10 o'clock.
Good. But you'll go to Dean's place first?
We're leaving for there right away.
Well, Axford and I'll be out in front in 15 minutes. He's on his way from the Sentinel now to pick me up.
I hope I'll be leaving by the back way in 15 minutes. You haven't told Axford anything?
Just that I want to try and get an interview with Dean.
That's fine.
But how can you hope to trap him?
If he accepted a bribe from Brasio, it must have been given to him in cash. He wouldn't take a chance on depositing the money, so he may either have it on him or in the house.
You'll take it?
Temporarily. I want to give him the idea that Brasio has double-crossed him.
And if Dean leaves the house, we follow him.
That's right. Goodbye, Miss Case.
Good luck.
Let's go, Cato.
"15 minutes later, the Black Beauty was waiting silently in the rear of Everett Dean's home, and Britt, wearing the mask of the Green Hornet, was entering the house through one of the rear windows. Beyond the kitchen, he found a large center hall. A streak of light could be seen beneath the closed door of the study.
Good evening, Dean.
What? Why, you're masked. You're the Green Hornet.
Correct. You seem to be alone. Were you expecting me?
No, I'm not alone. There are servants upstairs.
Don't they approve of lights?
I'm not alone.
You're alone in this room.
What do you want?
I've come for the money.
What money?
Don't stall. You wouldn't deposit it. And if you put it in your safe deposit box...
Yes, that's where it is.
That would mean I'd have to call again. Open your safe.
No.
Hurry up.
All right, don't shoot.
Hurry. I can't waste any time here.
There. It's open.
And we'll see what's inside. Why did you try to lie, Dean? This is the envelope I want. It's all here. $5,000.
You can't get away with this.
Did you really expect to keep the money long? Bragio's free now.
What? He sent you here?
You can congratulate him for me on settling 2 debts for the price of 1.
Why, that miserable double-crossing...
Save it. The next time you see him, just say thanks from the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Ever wonder why the cereals in the Betty Crocker cereal tray always taste so extra fresh and crisp? Why they seem to have an extra brisk edge of flavor? Well, there's a mighty good reason for that super fresh cereal tray flavor. 2 reasons, in fact. First, the 10 separate packages of Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks in the Betty Crocker cereal tray each come in special flavor-protecting packages. From tip to top, the outside of each package is bathed in wax, a treatment which helps guard against air and dampness. This flavor-saving wax coat is a special heavy one, too. In fact, if you scratch the surface of the packages with your fingernail, you'll be amazed at how extra heavy this protective wax coat is. It really does the trick. Now, the second reason for the cereal tray's extra keen flavor is this. Each of the individual packages holds just enough for one good-sized serving. That means your breakfast cereal remains sealed in its wax-guarded package until the very moment you sit down to eat it. Each morning you open a fresh, new package. Each morning you enjoy a breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Remember, there are 10 separate individual packages of those 3 top favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, in every Betty Crocker cereal tray. Each member of the family has the fun of choosing the cereal he wants for breakfast. Each opens his own fresh, new package. Ask your mom to get the Betty Crocker cereal tray and enjoy extra keen flavor every single morning. And now to continue our story. Michael Axford picked Lenore Case up in front of her apartment house, and together they started for Everett Dean's home. It was 9:15 when they turned into his street.
This is going to be a wild goose chase, Casey.
You think so, Michael?
He won't make any statement to you.
He may.
You're sort of new at this reporting game. When you get to be an old hand like me, you'll realize that sometimes politicians like to talk, and that sometimes they make a clam seem talkative by comparison. It's one of those times for Dean.
I suppose so.
You have any campaign mapped out?
Well, I want to tell him about the Roberts.
What good will that do? Surely you're not expecting any sympathy from him.
No, just a reaction.
Holy crow, what was that?
What did you hear?
I thought I heard that Hornet's car.
Really?
I guess not.
That's Dean's house on the corner.
Okay, Casey. You want me to come in with you?
Of course, but, well, let's wait here for a minute. I want to figure out exactly what I'm going to say.
Hey.
Oh, what's the matter?
Somebody's coming out of that house.
Isn't that Dean himself?
That it is. Too bad, Casey. Your bird has flown.
Well, he's getting into his car. Can't we follow him, Michael?
Well, what for?
Well, we think he might have taken a bribe. It'd be interesting to find out where he goes and what he does. There's no telling where it might lead. Let's go. Follow him. Is that his car up in the next block?
It is.
Well, can't we stay a little closer?
No, Casey, we can't.
Michael, he's stopping.
We keep out of the corner and stop in front of the drugstore, as if we were going in for some cigarettes.
He's going into that house with all the shrubbery around it.
Well, talk about beginner's luck.
What?
Your hunch has paid off, Casey.
It has.
That house belongs to Johnny Braggio.
Really?
Now, you'd better let me direct operations from now on.
Are we going after Dean?
What would be the use of that? What would be the use of trying? No, indeed. We wait for him to come out.
And then we stop him and try and get a statement.
Who cares about a statement? We've got to get a picture of him coming out of Braggio's house. I'll wait to the store with you. Call Gunnigan and have him send Lowry out here on the double.
Right.
I'll hold the fort. You won't have to explain the slant to Gunnigan. He'll get it. Just put your call through in a hurry.
Come on.
Gunnigan speaking.
Gunnigan, this is Lenore Case.
Yes?
Axford and I followed Dean to Johnny Braggio's house.
Braggio's house?
That's right. We want a picture of him coming out. Will you send a man right away? It's the corner of 4th and Vineland.
I can't send a man.
Well, you must.
I haven't got one.
But Gunnigan.
Now listen. Just a few minutes ago, we got a flash from headquarters that the Green Hornet was captured trying to help Sonny Edgar make a getaway.
Oh, no.
What?
I said, is that so?
No, it isn't so. The report was a phony. Both the Hornet and Edgar got away.
Oh.
The Dragnet's out, and we've got every man on the story.
Well, this story's important, too.
There are no photographers here, Casey.
Oh, send Curly.
The copy boy?
He has a good camera. He'll do. Send him and tell him to make it as fast as he can.
All right, all right. But you and Axford report back here as soon as you finish.
We will. Michael.
Casey, I've just been listening to the radio. There was a news flash.
I know. Gunnigan just told me. Sonny Edgar's escaped.
With the Green Hornet. That's the important part.
Yes, it
Now,
is.
I can't stay here. I've got to get down to headquarters. Shut the door. I've got to get in on this manhunt.
But Michael.
Please, Casey.
Oh, all right.
The minutes dragged as Lenore Case waited in the shadow of the trees and shrubbery in front of Johnny Braggio's house.
10:15. Of course, Britt couldn't come here directly. But with every radio car in the city after him, will he be able to get here at all?
An old coupe drove up and stopped behind Dean's car. A man stepped out.
Is that you, Curly?
No.
What? Why, it's Ted Roberts.
That's right. Who are you?
From the North Case, from the Daily Sentinel.
Of course. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm working on a story. And you?
Maybe I can add something to your story. I'm going in there and have a showdown with Braggio.
Oh, no, Ted, you can't.
I've made up my mind. The only thing to do is face him and get it over with.
Not now, Ted. Think it over. Come back tomorrow night if you must.
There was another funeral spray this afternoon, Miss Case. See, I brought it with me. I've got to do something about it, or Amy's going to end up in a hospital.
Will you believe me if I tell you that tomorrow everything will be all right?
No, Miss Case. I have to make sure of that for myself. I'm going in.
Ted, please.
Braggio?
Yeah.
Got a package for you.
Okay, hand it over.
Mind if I come in?
Hey, what's the idea?
Here. This box is for you.
Listen, punk.
Take it.
Why?
Go on, open it up. They're flowers. You sent them to me this afternoon, but I haven't any use for them, so I'm giving them back.
I haven't any use for them either. You must be Robert. It's a long time. I sort of forgot you.
I'm warning you, Braggio. You're going to lay off me and my wife, or I'll
You
break your...
what?
I'm getting out of here.
Suit yourself, Mr. Dean.
I have no intention of being mixed up in your hoodlum activities.
Oh.
You have my ultimatum. Either you make restitution or suffer the consequences.
The last time I got nothing to do with the Hornet.
I don't believe you.
Oh, now what? Sonny.
Yeah, let me in. That's the Hornet's car out there. That's proof that you were here.
Shut up. Come on, Sonny, spill it. What are you doing here?
I was on my way from the jail to the commissioner's office with a cop. The Hornet drives up, knocks out the guard, and hustles me into his car.
What's the idea?
He doesn't want me to stand trial. Thinks I might put the finger on him.
You got anything on him?
No, I tried to tell him that. He just said to get out of town.
You shouldn't have come here.
I don't argue when somebody's holding a gun on me. He dumped me here, told me to get a car from you and scram.
Okay, here's the keys to the coupe. Now, what about money?
He gave me $5,000. Got it right here.
Wait a minute. That's my money. That's the same envelope he took from my safe.
What are you talking
Give
about?
it to him, Sonny. Here's some more for you. You're going to have to take out Roberts with you.
What?
That punk, Roberts. Put me on the spot once, and he'll do it again if he gets a chance. See that he don't.
Okay. I'll need a gun.
Yeah. Here.
Listen. That's the police. They're after you, Edgar.
They're after the Green Hornet. Nobody spotted me when I came in here.
I'm leaving.
You'll wait till they get past.
They're stopping out in front.
That's right. This case spotted you, Edgar, and she stopped the police cars. In another minute, they'll be breaking the door down.
Come on, Sonny. I'm leaving with you. Out the back way.
We got him, Commissioner. Both Braggio and Edgar. We got him climbing into a car out in the back.
Here they are.
Let's go.
Well, Braggio, helping a prisoner escape breaks your parole wide open. You'll have a few years added to your stretch when you go back.
This was a frame.
You were here, Roberts. How about that?
He gave Edgar money and the keys of his car. I saw it.
Is that true, Mr. Dean?
Why, well, yes, it is. I made a great mistake. I should never have paroled him.
Ah, you make me laugh. I paid him $5,000 to parole me, and he's got the money on him right now.
That's an outrageous lie.
And what's more, I got the serial numbers of those bills. If I go back, you're going to keep me company.
Commissioner, I can explain everything.
You'll get your chance, Dean, before a grand jury. Let's go, men.
All right.
That does it, Michael. Sonny Edgar captured, Johnny Braccio on his way back to prison, and Everett Dean accused of taking a bribe.
Oh, Casey, think of an old hand like me walking out on the payoff.
Oh, don't feel too badly. After all, I wouldn't have been there if it hadn't been for you, would I?
No, that's right. But talk about beginner's luck.
Hello? Oh, Mr. Reed, where are you calling from? Are you... Oh, good. I always say that when the police are looking for the Green Hornet, there's no place like home.
How right you are.
I've just finished the follow-up story. The first extra is already on the streets. Have you heard the headlines?
Of course, and congratulations. They make a nice ending to your story about the funeral spray.
Yes, Mr. Reed. A nice ending for two nice people. Ted and Amy Roberts will live happily ever after.
Sonny Edgar captured, Braccio breaks parole. Read all about it. Everett Dean accused of taking bribes. That's an electric
Boys and girls, listen to this. You get a swell-looking model city when you buy the Betty Crocker cereal tray. A model city that looks just like real. You can cut it out and build it yourself. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, stores. In addition, there are cut-out automobiles, fences, storage sheds, awnings, and billboards. All this on just one Betty Crocker cereal tray. Still other houses, stores, and equipment come on other packages. The model city is easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. It's really easy and really fun. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all three of your breakfast favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix. Get yours now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix.
My mother, your mother, lived across the way. 1617 North Broadway.
What a rope jumper. She never gets tired. She's feeling her Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, the ready-to-eat breakfast cereal made from oats, richest of all cereal grains in vitamin B1. For energy-building nourishment that really helps to keep you going, start your breakfast every morning with Cheerios. They're so crisp, so tender, have such a grand toasted oat flavor, and they're shaped like tiny little donuts. That's Cheerios. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, the Lone Ranger fights for justice in Frontier Town in another thrilling adventure of the early West. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
How well can you score on the DuPont safety quiz?
Which of the following jobs expose workers to the least on-the-job accidents? Did you pick chemical worker? It's true. National Safety Council statistics show that chemical workers are less likely to have an accident on the job than workers in almost any other industry. Now, among all major companies in America, in all industries, where does DuPont consistently rank in terms of keeping workers safe from accidents? The answer? First. Statistics show DuPont is the safest major company in America. Many DuPont plants have gone over 15 years without a single serious injury-causing accident. Third, where is a DuPont chemical worker safest? With DuPont's emphasis on worker safety, he's actually safer at work than at home.
You and DuPont. There's a lot of good chemistry between us. Next year, thousands of young athletes from all over the world will be leaving their homes to follow that great dream, the Olympic dream.
That's the way it should be. I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola adds life. Have a Coke and a smile. A Coke and a smile makes me feel good.
To all the young men and women participating in next year's Olympics, your Coca-Cola bottler would like to wish you good luck.
That's the way it should be. I'd like to see the whole world smiling with me. Coca-Cola adds life. Have a Coke and a smile.
Texaco would like to show you the lengths we sometimes have to drill to find more energy for you. Imagine drilling the length of the World Trade Center. Now imagine drilling the length of 15 World Trade Centers. 15 World Trade Centers, one on top of the other. It's almost 4 miles. 4 miles. Well, that's how deep Texaco sometimes has to drill. 4 miles deep at $1 million a mile to find more energy for you. Domestic energy that can help us fight inflation and create more jobs right here in America. At Texaco, we're working to keep your trust.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away! A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around the campfires in the early days of the western United States, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. And these stories have come down to us through the generations. No one could match his strength and courage, his daring or resourcefulness. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Sun's waiting on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto were riding toward the town of Reed's Ferry, when suddenly the masked man's great white stallion reared high.
Steady, old fellow, steady there. What's the trouble?
There's Snake.
What?
You see him?
Right, I'll get him.
You hit him.
That fixes him, old fellow.
Nice shooting, stranger. Get up here.
Hello.
Seen you coming and seen that mask you're wearing. Whoa, fella, whoa.
So I decided it'd be safer to pull up behind them trees till you got by.
You thought I was an outlaw, huh?
Sure, I knew it the second I seen you.
And why show yourself?
Well, you wouldn't get much off me even if you did hold me up. When I seen how neat you plugged that rattler, I figured maybe you was just the kind of fella I've been looking for. How's the engine? He pretty good with a shooting iron?
He is? Why?
How would the two of you like to make yourselves some cash?
How?
Working for me?
What kind of work?
You ain't particular, are you?
I might be.
I savvy. Kind of careful, ain't you? Well, if the law's after you, I don't blame you. But you don't have to worry about me none. As long as you can shoot like you just showed me, I ain't going to ask no questions.
But I am. I still want to know what you'd expect us to do.
Well, maybe if you knew who I was, you wouldn't be so curious.
All right. Who are you?
My handle's Jorgen. Ever hear me before?
I have.
There ain't many that haven't heard of me, I reckon. What'd you hear?
And you've set yourself up as top man in this part of the country.
Uh-huh. Anything else?
But that you ran into somebody who doesn't scare.
Yeah? Who's that?
Bart Fraser.
For a stranger, you seem to know quite a lot.
I made it my business to find out certain facts.
I see. What'd you have in mind? Hiring out to whichever one of us would pay you best wages?
What do you think?
I ain't interested in guessing. But if that's what you were planning, maybe I'd better give you a tip.
Yes?
Don't make the mistake of joining up with the losing side. Bart's as good as licked right now. Won't be long till he'll have to clear out.
And you'll take over his range, huh?
Sure. What I started to say was that when Bart does have to clear out, it's going to be mighty hot for anybody that's sided with him.
If he proves too much for you to handle?
He won't.
You've got a sizable crew.
He did have, you mean. But he ain't no more. When Bart come down sick, they kind of lost their nerve.
Bart's ill, you say?
I thought you knew what was going on here.
I heard the talk when we rode through here a month ago, but this must have happened since then.
Uh-huh, did. He ain't sick now, of course, but he's mighty feeble. Reckon his boys figured there weren't no use in fighting for somebody that wasn't able to fight for himself.
So they left him, huh?
Some just up and quit. And some I hired away. Now what do you think? You still figure there's any chance of me losing?
I do.
Eh? How do you figure that?
We'll let you find out for yourself.
But I just...
You see, Jorgen, you made two mistakes.
Eh?
In the first place, Tonto and I are not outlaws.
Your mask?
For reasons of my own. And in the second place, we wouldn't fight for you because we're on Bart's side.
Boy,
now
you...
clear out.
You was just pumping me for information.
Right.
You'll be sorry for this, stranger.
We'll take our chances.
It don't pay to cross me. And I won't be long till you're finding it out.
I said on your way.
You ain't giving me orders.
No? Then maybe this'll convince you.
Don't shoot. No, I'm going. Get up there. Come on. Get up, boy. Get up. Get up, boy. Get up.
Him change mind heap fast. The worst part of it is that there's plenty of truth in what he told us. He's got better than an even chance to drive Bart out of the district.
Me not know you on feller's side?
On Bart's?
Huh.
To tell the truth, Kemosabe, this is the first I knew it myself.
Oh.
Come, we're paying a call.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Hurry, old fellow.
Bart Fraser, although on the road to recovery, was too weak for anything but the easiest work. After his evening meal, he left the table and sank into his favorite chair with relief.
Gosh, honey, I'm just plumb tired out.
You've been trying to do too much before you're well again, Bart. You should take it easier. Here, let me put this pillow behind your back. There.
Thank you. Well, I don't know who'll do the work around here if I don't.
Well, if it can't be done, it can't be, that's all. Just let it go.
You know what that'd mean?
I know.
I might just as well admit I'm beat.
Well, don't think that way, Bart. The minute you do, then you are beat.
Don't know what good thinking any other way would do me.
Can't never tell.
If I still had a crew, I'd show Jorgen a few things. Doggone it, May, the more I think of how them yellow polecats quit just 'cause I was ailing, the madder I get. It was just the chance Jorgen was waiting for.
But what can he do?
I got a good idea.
What?
Go after that herd of shorthorns I bought. He knows they're purebreds, and he knows I paid out more to get 'em than I could afford.
Now, Bart, you're just imagining things.
Huh?
He couldn't steal 'em. Why, he'd be jailed.
Who said anything about stealing?
But that's
Of
what...
course he couldn't take 'em for himself. But he could fix it so as I'd lose 'em, couldn't he?
How?
Why, just by scattering 'em through the hills, that's how. I'd be lucky to get half of 'em back, even with a full crew to hunt 'em out. I know it, and he knows it, and I'd be willing to bet plenty that's just what he's figuring on.
But they're guarded.
Who by?
You said you hired a cowboy the other day.
Oh, him. He's just a kid. If my crew hadn't quit, I'd never have hired him. Don't know what use he'd be in a fight.
Things do look bad.
If I'd only had a son to back me
Oh,
up.
Bart, please.
Well, I can't help feeling that way, can I?
I know. But you've talked about it so much you've made poor Betty feel she weren't wanted. I think that's why she went visiting this last time.
Where'd she go?
I told you. To Kate Bell's at Riverdale. I do wish I'd tried to be nicer to her. She's done everything she knew how to please you. Why, she can ride and rope, and she can shoot better than most cowboys. And she learned just because she thought it'd help to make up to you for her not being a boy. Half the time you act as though you didn't know she was alive.
That ain't so.
It is, Bart. You just don't realize it.
You talk like I didn't have no use for my own daughter.
Bart, I know you love her. It's just... Oh, I don't know how to explain it.
Well...
You get impatient with her. And you say things like you did just now about wishing you had a son. And, well, how could she help feeling bad?
She tell you these things?
Of course not. But her mother knows what her daughter's thinking.
Well, if she was so anxious to please me, why didn't she stay home till things got better? Instead of traipsing over to Kate's.
Well, if you didn't want her to go, you should have told her so.
When's she coming home?
Been gone a week. I don't suppose she'll stay much longer.
You heard from her yet?
No, but she'll ride pretty soon.
Well, I reckon I better turn in. Got plenty to do tomorrow. Got the pump to fix, and... Who's that? Didn't I hear somebody ride up?
Sounded like it.
Well, who could... Come in!
Masked.
You...
Don't be alarmed. I'm not an outlaw.
You're one of Jorgen's men.
I'm not, but I've talked to Jorgen, and that's why I'm here.
What do you want?
Jorgen said your crew would quit you, that you were alone.
I just about am. But what's it to you?
Just about? Then you have got someone working for you?
A kid to ride herd on my shorthorns, if you call that help.
I see.
You ain't told me what you're after.
I came to tell you not to give up yet. I know Jorgen wants to drive you out of the district, but don't leave.
I never intended to.
Good.
But why are you saying that?
Tonto and I'll do all we can to help you.
Tonto?
An Indian friend of mine.
But who are you?
Maybe you've heard of me, and maybe you haven't. If you have, this should answer your question.
What do you...
I'll see you again.
Oh, wait. Well, I never. May, what was that he dropped on the table?
A bullet. A bullet of silver.
Huh?
Look, it is silver.
Come on, Silver, come on!
Silver. You hear that? He called his horse Silver. May, can't you guess who that hombre was?
Who?
The Lone Ranger.
Leaving Bart's ranch house, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to the valley where Bart's herd of shorthorns were being grazed. They spoke to the young cowboy who was guarding the herd, and then made camp a short distance away.
We're at a disadvantage, Tonto. There's nothing we can do until Jorgen makes his move.
That's right.
But I'm convinced this is the danger point. If Bart loses those shorthorns, he's beaten. I understand he not only sold most of his other cattle to get them, but mortgaged his property as well. There's something that's been bothering me.
What that?
Did you notice anything strange about that cowboy we spoke to?
Him just boy.
Well, there was something else.
Me no savvy.
Well, never mind. I may be wrong. The idea I had seems impossible and probably is. Anyhow, just now we've got other things to worry about. One of us must keep an eye on Jorgen. We can't let him catch us unguarded.
Me do that.
Will you? Good. And I'll divide my time between watching the herd and Bart's home. Just possible that Jorgen will strike there, although I doubt it. If Jorgen's to be beaten, we can't miss a trick.
The following day, Sheriff Miller rode from town to Bart's ranch. Bart was just leaving the house as the sheriff reined up.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Afternoon, Bart.
Well, howdy, Sheriff. What brings you out this way?
Well, a couple of things, Bart. Where's your wife?
Inside. Step in.
Thanks.
Here's a sheriff to see you, May. I reckon you've been breaking the law again.
Oh, go on with you, Bart. Howdy, Sheriff.
Nothing for you to worry about, Mum. Here's a letter for you. Postmaster mentioned it, and as long as I was coming to see Bart anyhow, thought I might as well bring it along.
Oh, that was kind of you. Will you excuse me while I read it?
Sure.
You was coming to see me anyhow, you said?
Yes, Bart. Jorgen was into my office. He told me something I thought I'd better ask you about.
Yeah?
He said you'd hired a couple of crooks to work for you.
Said that, did he?
Mm-hmm. Said one of them was masked, and the other was a redskin. Nothing in it, is there?
Sure, I hired them.
Huh?
But they ain't crooks.
Then what did
You'd never guess who the masked fella was in a million years.
No?
The Lone Ranger.
Oh, you're loco.
Nope. I seen one of the several bullets that fella shoots. Heard what he called his horse, too. I didn't see who was with him, but if you say it was a redskin, then it just fits in with what he told me.
Well, I'll be doggone.
So you can just go back and tell Jorgen he's up again more than he figured on.
Bart, I'll do that. And just between the two of us.
Yeah?
If you ever get anything on Jorgen, so as I can jail the coyote, just you let me know. It'll be a pleasure.
I'll do that same.
Well, good day.
Good day.
Good day, Mom.
Good day.
So who's the letter from? It ain't from Betty, is it? Well, honey, what's ailing you? You're acting like you just had bad news.
Bart, this letter is from Kate Bell.
Yes?
She wants to know if Betty can visit her.
Wants to know if... Hey, now, that's silly. You've read it wrong. Betty is visiting her.
Read it yourself, Bart. That's just what she says.
But I don't savvy.
Bart, it means Betty ain't there. It means she never has been there.
But, May, I...
Bart, what's become of her?
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. At Jorgen's ranch, his men had assembled in the bunkhouse to receive their orders.
I wonder what he's got on his mind, eh?
Finally, Jorgen himself entered.
There he is. And we're all here, boss. What's up?
That's what I come to tell you. I want you all to listen close. Because this is important.
We listening?
First off, I reckon you all know why I hired you.
There's going to be a fight?
I don't think so. But I've got a job for you. And it's just possible there might be. Well, in case there is, don't forget you're all drawing fighting wages.
Sure. What's the job?
Well, You're going to drive them purebred cows of Frazier's into the hills.
That sounds easy.
Yeah. Maybe it is, and maybe it ain't. But anyhow, I want a good job done. Don't just scatter 'em and let it go at that. Keep after 'em till they've spread so many different ways they can't never be found.
Mm-hmm. But ain't you going along?
I am. But I can't be with you all at once.
Mm-hmm.
How about the law? Any risk there?
There ain't. That's why I chose today. The sheriff's already been to Bart's place once, and he ain't likely to ride that way again. Bart himself ain't likely to be on hand. The only witness there'll be is that young cowboy he hired.
Don't worry. We'll handle the kid.
Yeah. Well, there's just one way to handle him.
How's that?
See that he can't never talk.
What?
Drill him?
Just so.
Oh, now look, boss.
Well?
If we just scattered the herd, then the law'd never be able to prove it was any more than a stampede that happened by itself. But if there's a killing atop it, then it'll point straight to you.
What of it?
Well...
Let the law suspicion I'm behind it. Let anybody that wants to suspicion the same. But as long as it can't be proved on me, suspicions don't scare me none at all.
Well, if you don't care, I reckon we don't. How about it, fellas?
Yeah. All right with me.
And there's nothing more needs to be said. Saddle up. We start in riding right now.
An hour later, when the masked man rode into camp, he found Tonto waiting for him.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. What is it, Tonto? What brought you back here?
Jorgen fellas ride.
Yes?
Them stampede herd.
When?
Heap soon.
They're on their way now? Tonto, this is worse than I'd expected.
What matter?
Remember talking about that young cowboy Bart hired? That cowboy is Betty Fraser.
Oh.
When we talked to her, I was puzzled. Then I didn't know why. Now I know it was because, in spite of her disguise, she didn't handle herself as a man would.
And that heap strange.
Not so strange when you know the facts, Kemosabe. Bart was always disappointed because he had a daughter instead of a son. Betty, knowing this, taught herself all the accomplishments a boy would have mastered. She can shoot and ride and rope. When her father's crew quit him, she told her parents she was leaving to visit a friend. Instead, she disguised herself and returned.
Her heap brave.
She's taking this way to prove to Bart that she can help him as much as a son would have done. But this means that she's in danger of her life.
How you know this?
Betty told her parents she was visiting a girl named Kate Bell. Today, a letter was received which proved she'd never gone there. Then it came to me what was strange about that cowboy.
What we do?
You're riding to town at once.
Here, Scout.
Get the sheriff and a posse. Bring them as quickly as you can.
How to do it?
And in the meantime, I'll do what I can to help save the herd. Get going.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Come on, Silver. Hail, Silver. Away! Jorgen and his men reached the herd before the Lone Ranger, and...
Here they are.
Just waiting for it.
When we get through, they'll be combing shorthorns out of the hills for 10 years to come.
Keep your eyes peeled for that cowboy. Anybody see him?
Not yet.
Now, wait a second. I think I do.
Where?
Look over to your right.
I don't
Sure, there he is. And he's seen us, too. He's hightailing for them rocks.
Heading for cover.
Yeah, there. Hey, look at him. He's got off his horse, and he's got his rifle with him, too.
Don't bother with the herd till you get him. That's the first thing to be done.
Hey! That bullet come so close I could hear it whiz by.
That's some shooting.
Watch out! We better hunt for cover ourselves.
Boss, we're just giving that fella good targets to shoot at.
Rein up. Whoa, there. Find cover and fire back. Get that hombre.
Unaware that it was a girl, not a man, who was firing so accurately, Jorgen's men sought cover and returned her fire. Their first volley left her unharmed, but it could only be a matter of moments before one of their bullets found its mark. Suddenly, a great white horse broke from cover. one side of the valley and raced toward the rocks where Betty Fraser was hidden.
Come on, fellow. Hurry, boy.
There's that masked man. Bring him down.
Let him have it, fellas.
He's moving almost too fast to aim at.
This bastard. Keep firing. Empty your guns. Come on.
Riding like the wind, the great horse Silver raced within gunshot of the desperate outlaws. But his blinding speed made him a phantom figure, a difficult target, and always the Lone Ranger urged him on.
Come on, Silver. Touch down those bird flags of yours, old fellow. Come on. Don't fire. I'm on your side. Put down that gun. Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh.
You're the masked man I talked to before.
Keep under cover.
You come to help me?
I did, Betty.
What?
Don't waste time denying who you are. Just listen to what I have to say.
But-
Wait, you can't remain here. There's too many of them, and our ammunition is limited.
If we leave, they'll stampede the herd.
Not until they finish us off first, so they'll not have witnesses.
You mean to run first?
Yes.
My horse is slow.
We won't take your horse. We'll ride double on Silver.
Ride double? Then we'd never get away.
We don't want to.
I don't understand.
I've sent a friend of mine for the law, but it'll be an hour before it can reach here. In the meantime, we've got to keep Jorgen after us.
But-
We'll ride just fast enough to stay out of gunshot, but slowly enough so they'll think they still have a chance to catch us.
It can't be done.
Here, don't argue. Just get in that saddle.
What?
Hip with you. Steady, old fellow. Hip. All right, Silver. Come on. Come on.
Jorgen saw the Lone Ranger and Betty ride away, as if to escape, and...
They're making a break for it.
They're heading up the valley.
Get to your horses after them. They've got to be killed or we're done for. Come on.
Ready, fellas?
Yeah.
Let's go. Get up there.
Get up there. Come on, get up. Get up.
Jorgen's men were certain that in time the white stallion bearing a double burden must weaken. In fact, the great horse slowed its pace several times, as though in distress.
It's slowing down again.
This time we'll catch them, sure. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
They're gaining.
It ain't close enough for shooting yet.
Don't fire till I tell you. Just keep moving. Get up there. Get along there.
Get up there, bastard.
What's the matter?
Look it. They're picking up speed. I thought they was goners for sure.
Don't stop. They can't always stay ahead. Use your whips. Don't let down. Get up there.
Get up. Get up.
From time to time, Betty turned in the saddle to watch the pursuit.
They're falling back.
What?
No.
Good. We're ending this race just ahead.
You mean we're giving up?
Look behind us again, but this time look past those fellows.
What?
Look. Come on, Silver. Come on.
There's more riders.
I saw them 5 minutes ago.
Who are they?
There's a paint horse in the lead. Carlos. It's the law.
That's why you circled back to the valley.
Right.
Then we'll beat them.
But we've got to hold their attention until the law can close in. I'm pulling up by those trees. Get behind cover and start firing.
Yes.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh. Down with you. Fire over their heads.
They're raining up.
Keep firing, but don't give them a chance to see what's happening until it's too late.
Jorgen frantically urged his men to advance on foot.
Come on, close in on them. We wait, they'll be gone again.
Not me. I don't go closer till we've picked them off.
Me neither.
The fools will be done, but...
Hey, look back of us.
What's that?
It's the law.
We gotta clear out of here.
We can't. There ain't no place to go. The masked fellow's ahead of us, the law's behind. We're cut off.
What do we do?
Fight it out, man.
Nothing doing. I'm giving up.
Hey, boy, you yellow coyotes, you blasted quitters. Why don't you fight?
Us, we ain't got a chance.
Drop your gun. Drop your gun. We got drilled.
I'd have fought it out with you if I'd had anybody to back me.
Oh, there.
I've waited a long time for something to happen that'd give me reason to arrest you, Jorgen. But I reckon I won't have to wait no longer.
I would have cut
And
him.
this is what I've been waiting for, too.
Round up the rest of the skunks, Deputy.
Sure.
Here comes the masked man and that cowboy of mine. Hi there.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Blast you fellas. We almost caught you. You never had a chance, Jorgen. We could have outdistanced you at any time. We kept you following because we knew a posse was on its way.
That's a lie. Yeah? Well, Jorgen, any time you plan to race the Lone Ranger, just let me know.
The Lone Ranger?
That's where I heard of a horse called Silver before.
And we never guessed it.
Then we was tricked.
In fine style. Hey, young fella.
Yeah?
You done your share, I reckon. You got a bonus coming, and a job with me as long as you like. Now, how's that?
Thanks, Pa.
Huh?
Meet your daughter, Bart. Betty, take off that hat.
There.
Well, I'll be hog-tied.
Jorgen, you'll hang as high as a kite. It was a girl you was trying to kill.
Oh, I never knew. How could I? Listen,
I
Sheriff.
reckon you'd hang anyhow, but this will just make it more certain.
No, listen to me.
Get going.
Wait, I
Come
never-
on. There's a rope waiting for you to stretch it. And talk won't save you now.
I never knew they
Pa,
Yeah?
are you still sorry I'm not a boy?
Betty, I've said a lot of foolish things in the past, and I reckon I'll say a heap more before I cash in. But that won't be one of them. And let me tell you something, young'un.
Yes?
Don't never forget to thank your lucky stars the masked man was around.
Oh, I couldn't.
And as long as you live, don't try a stunt like this again.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
I've found a fantastic new product from Rosemilk. Rosemilk Moisturizing Face Lotion, specially formulated for younger skin. New Rosemilk Face Lotion is super light, never greasy, so you can use it at bedtime and in the morning under makeup. And Rosemilk actually helps put back the moisture your skin loses every day. And Rosemilk controls further moisture loss, so your skin stays soft and younger looking. Try new Rosemilk Moisturizing Face Lotion. You can really feel and see the difference.
A real cold can hang on for days. That's why there's Contact. Here's all you need for 3 days and nights. Hard to believe. If you took this medicine when confined at home, as directed, here's what you'd need for 3 days and nights. This or this. Hard to believe. But that's the wonder of Contact. This also has aspirin substitute, cough suppressant, and alcohol. We chose not to put them in Contact. Millions more people take Contact. We think we were right.
Hello, I'm Glenn Braswell, originator of the Head Start vitamins for your hair. A few years ago, I thought that I was going to end up looking like this. I was threatened with complete and total hair loss. Even the best medical doctors could do nothing for my hair problem. I had tried all sorts of creams, tonics, and treatments. Nothing worked until I turned towards nutrition. My research led me to develop Head Start vitamins. Head Start is not a magical baldness remedy, but a combination of 8 vitamins, 6 minerals that are known to be beneficial to the health of your hair. Your improved Head Start now contains Razian 273. A note of interest is over 2,000 doctors now use Head Start. They, like me, are convinced that nutrition is the best thing for your hair.
Order your Head Start special now, a 30-day supply, only $7.95. Call toll-free 1-800-528-6050. That's 1-800-528-6050. Call now and receive a free hair care brochure. Call toll-free 1-800-528-6050.
Seattle's largest downtown furniture discount store, Furniture Warehouse, offers you 30 to 40% off these fine manufacturers' suggested retail prices. This TV special living room group is only $469, and for just $1 more, a handsome recliner or comfortable platform rocker. Colonial or contemporary living room, just $469 plus $1 for the rocker or recliner. Furniture Warehouse, 2045 Westlake, just 2 blocks north of the Washington Plaza Hotel in downtown Seattle.
Introducing new Milk-Bone Dog Biscuits. Now the Chew food is a healthier new food, because new Milk-Bone Dog Biscuits are 100% nutritionally complete in the right teeth-cleaning size for small, medium, and large dogs. Now your dog can have cleaner, whiter teeth with new 100% nutritious Milk-Bone Dog Biscuits in original or beef flavor, the healthier Chew food.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. Enclosed, you'll find enough money to do what I want you to do. Go to the Mason auction rooms and bid on an old Chinese teakwood box. I must have that box. And if you get it for me, wait for further instructions.
If you get it for me, wait for further instructions. No address, no signature. Just wait for further instructions. Well, as Bobby Burns would say, the best laid plans of mice and men sometimes go wrong. And Bobby Burns knew what he was talking about. And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Hot Box.
It doesn't sound very interesting, Mr. Holliday.
You never can tell, Susie. Now, suppose this teakwood box contains a $1,000,000 crown jewels, and suppose international jewel thieves are after them, and I get mixed up and...
Gee, go on, Mr. Holliday. That sounded wonderful. Well, what happens then?
Well, and then I... What am I saying? I must be out of my head.
Well, I think you should go. To the auction, I mean. Auctions are very interesting. I went to one once. They're like a gin rummage sale.
The gin, Susie. That's extra.
Oh.
Anyway, maybe I'll see what's in that teakwood box. You'll be able to reach me at the Mason auction rooms. Well, right there's where the plans began to get twisted. I took a wrong turn and landed at the Mason auction rooms after the sale had started. They just sold the teakwood box. Sold it to a scared-looking little guy. He was about 55, pale, and he kept looking around the room while they wrapped the box for him. It wasn't big, that box. Maybe about the size of a cigar box. But the way the little man hugged it to him when he left, it could have been made of radium. Okay, so I missed the boat. Or I mean the box. But I wanted something for my trip across town, so I followed the pale little guy from the room. He looked around and saw me. I raised my hand to signal him, and that did it. He sprinted out to the sidewalk like a rabbit. I went after him. I wish I hadn't, because when he saw I meant to follow, he took a couple of wild looks around, and then...
Hey, look out!
He ran across the street against the traffic signal and then right into the path of a car.
What happened here anyway?
I pushed my way through the crowd that gathered. The little guy was lying on the street.
I couldn't help it. He ran right in front of me. He ran against the light. Hey, did anybody see you? Did anybody see you?
Yeah, I saw it. It wasn't your fault.
No, it wasn't my fault. I was trying to stop. I wasn't going fast. I was just going to make the turn. Well, is he hurt bad?
The little man looked as though he was badly hurt. Somebody sent for an ambulance, then I remembered the box. I looked around for it. It wasn't on the street. He didn't have it anymore. I looked over the crowd. Nobody had it. Then I noticed the cab at the hack stand at the curb. And getting into it was a woman with red hair. And under her arm was the package. Before I could push my way back through the crowd, the cab was gone. But I saw its number. Okay, it'd be easy to check and find the driver's name and maybe ask him a few questions. Waited on the street until the ambulance got there. The intern said it was probably concussion. But that evening, I drove to the Marchmont Apartments. Yeah, that was where the driver of the cab said he took the woman. I looked at the names on the mailboxes. 9 apartments in the building. Well, one way to get in was to push all the buttons and wait for the door to click open. I went in, but as I did, I looked out the door. There was a tail on me. I caught a quick glimpse of a man's face. He hurried past, but not before he gave me a good look. Well, that teakwood box was leading to something. After disturbing 7 occupants of 7 different apartments and getting 7 nasty comments, I rang one buzzer. The name underneath was Ruth Cornwall.
Is that you, Tommy?
Yes, Ruth.
Just a second.
Oh,
Good evening.
who are you?
Not the Fuller Brush man. May I come in?
Of course not.
I've come about a teakwood box.
Will you please go?
Oh, maybe you didn't hear me. I said I've come about the teakwood box, Miss Cornwall.
I don't know what you're talking about. And if you don't go, I'll ring for the manager.
All right. Ring for him. Well?
Is this a joke?
I don't know. That depends on you.
Well, Come in.
That's better.
Now, who are you?
My name's Dan Holliday.
Do I know you?
No, I don't think so. But I know you.
Oh, you do? From where?
From this afternoon, when you hopped into a cab with a package that belonged to a little man.
Oh.
If that was supposed to be a careless laugh, you need a lot of rehearsal.
What makes you think I'm the person you're looking for?
I just managed to catch sight of that beautiful red hair of yours.
Really, Mr. Holliday, I thought this was a joke at first, but it's getting a little absurd.
Oh, no, wait.
I think you'd better go now.
All I want is an explanation. What's in that box? What's in that box that makes it so important?
Well, if I knew what box you were talking about, maybe I could tell you.
Let's quit waltzing, Miss Cornwall. You wouldn't have let me in this apartment if you knew nothing about all this. But you were scared enough to let me come in and talk. That makes sense?
Why should it?
Because I could swear you seem relieved about something. Maybe you were expecting someone else to come after you. Were you?
Of course not.
All right, I'll wait.
I don't think you will.
Oh.
Does this make you change your mind?
Guns always have a habit of making a man think twice.
Just think once, Mr. Holliday, about leaving now.
Well, your arguments are stronger than mine, and
Get out of here quickly.
You're getting more company.
Get out!
Now, let's see. Anyone planning to sneak up on you could do the same as I did. Ring all the buzzers, get in the building, then come up here, but...
If you don't leave, I'll...
I don't think you will. You're very anxious to have me get out before this company gets up here. And you had better click that front door or you'll get impatient and go away.
If I give you that box, will you leave?
Ah, now we're getting someplace. Okay, you talked me into it.
Wait. Here it is. Now get out of here and don't come back.
What was in it?
Nothing. Now, please, will you go? For heaven's sake, please go. You got what you wanted. Now leave me alone.
Well, look,
Will you leave me alone if he sees you here?
All right, Miss Cornwall.
And please never come back. Never try to see me again.
I don't know what it was, but there was something about Ruth Cornwall that put me in sympathy with her. She needed help, wanted it, but it was as though she didn't dare tell me why. I went down the hall, ducked around a corner, and stopped just long enough to look back and see a man go into her apartment. I went downstairs, out onto the street.
Keep walking, Bub.
Huh?
I said keep walking, right up to that alley.
Hey, what is this?
I think you know. But if you want to play 20 questions, I'll let you ask one. This give you a hint?
Oh, when you pull that gun back, take it easy. I think you've got it caught in my ribs.
Now, walk. Far enough.
Now what?
Give me that box.
What box?
Ain't you funny?
Yeah, I do card tricks, too.
That's enough. Hand it over.
This seems to be my night to play give and take. Okay.
That's better. Now, good night, Holiday.
When the alleyway stopped spinning long enough for me to catch it, I stood up on it. I looked at my watch. As closely as I could figure, the character who tattooed my head had put me out for a half an hour. See what you get when you put an ad in the paper advertising for adventure? You get it. With lumps. Well, there was nothing more I could do that night. My head felt like the inside of a bass drum in a band. And all I wanted to do was hit Betty by and let my head rest on a nice, soft pillow. Good morning, Sue. Oh.
Mr. Holliday, this man's been waiting for you.
Oh, you again.
Did you sleep all right, Mr. Holliday?
Like a top, I spun.
Yeah.
Do you want me to do anything, Mr. Holliday?
I wish you could, Susie.
Mr. Holliday, I know a man who wants to see you right now.
Uh-huh.
Can I persuade you to come along? Do you think?
Yes, you seem to have a way about you. Susie,
Yes, Mr. Holliday?
if I'm not back in 3 hours, call up the insurance company and get back that last premium I paid in advance.
Huh?
That's enough. Let's go, Holliday. Here's Holliday, Mr. Conrad.
Oh, yes. Please come in. Sit down.
What's the idea?
Funny, I was going to ask you that. Here, take a look.
Well, that's the box.
But it's empty.
So it's empty. What am I supposed to do? Fill it with Easter eggs?
Shut your trap, Holliday.
Take it easy, Jimmy. Maybe Mr. Holliday will tell us things. Mr. Holliday?
Like what?
Look, I sent you the letter to bid on this box. I checked. Never mind how I found out who you were.
Oh, well, then you should know I didn't get the box at the auction yesterday.
I know, but you got it last night. From whom?
Look, that's the way I got it. Empty. What more do you want from me?
Information. Who had that box?
Does it make any difference? You've got it now.
I want what is in it.
That's the way I got it.
Jimmy.
Yeah, Mr. Conrad?
Did you see anybody take the box yesterday when that man was hit by the car?
No, whoever did got away fast.
But Holliday, you went to the Marchmont Apartments last night. When you came out, you had the box.
And that's as far as it goes.
Not quite. Where'd you get it from?
Conrad looked hard at me. So he didn't know Ruth Cornwall. I could tell him and put her on the spot. But I didn't want to do that. Not until I found out a bit more. Conrad got up from behind his desk.
I don't know what game you're playing, Holliday, but I can tell you this. You won't play long.
And I'm telling you, I got the box that way empty.
All you have to do, then, is to tell me who picked up that box at the accident yesterday.
Yes, and what if I don't?
Jimmy.
Yeah?
How hard is Mr. Holliday's head?
Not very.
Go ahead, then.
Wait a minute.
Hold it, Jimmy. Okay, Holliday?
What? Look, you want what was in that box, right?
Sure.
Then let me go after it.
What are you talking about?
You didn't go to the auction yourself to bid for the box, which means that you didn't want anybody to see you get it. All right. Whatever was in that box is important to you. But if you beat me up, you'll never find out. You see, I'm the only one who knows who had it.
Well, we could go to the Marchmont and find out.
Sure, but you wouldn't find anybody because there's nobody there now.
You're smart, huh? Yeah, smart.
It was a bluff. It had to be. But Conrad was afraid to call it. If he did, he wouldn't get what he wanted, he thought. He stared at me and then...
Okay, Holliday, I don't know how you found out how important this is, but evidently you did. All right? How much do you want?
What makes you think I want anything?
Are you kidding?
Okay. We'll decide that after I get what you want.
Bring the notebook and we'll talk it over.
It's a deal.
But you won't be alone, Holliday. You'll have company all the way.
Oh, how nice. Jimmy has such a good face. You know, it'll do me a lot of good to be seen with him.
Yeah. If you don't come through, it could also do you a lot of harm.
And now back to Hot Box, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, I could have wound up the whole thing by telling Conrad about Ruth Cornwall. But I didn't want to drag her in unless she was going to double-cross me. Okay, there had to be a starting point. And for me, it was the hospital where the little guy who had bought the box was taken after his accident.
Well, I'm afraid you can't talk with him, Mr. Holliday. As a matter of fact, there was another man here yesterday. And he frightened our patient so badly that he had a relapse.
Oh. Doctor, what's your patient's name?
Ralph Sanders. He's an ex-convict. Just got out of prison a few days ago.
Oh. Okay, thanks, Doctor. Here's my name and phone number. If I can talk with him at any time, please call me, will you? So that was a dead end. Then I got the idea that the people at the auction rooms might be able to help.
Here it is, Mr. Holliday. That box was part of lot number 509.
What does that mean?
Well, lot 509 was in storage here. For a time, we received the money to pay for the storage, and then it stopped.
How long ago?
Oh, it must have been over 60 days. We hold goods that long and then offer them for sale to pay for the storage charges.
How long did you have this lot 509?
Well, let me look at the books. 4 years.
Oh. Do you know the name of the person who owned the goods?
James R. Conlon. At least that's the name on our books.
Did you make any attempt to locate this Conlon after the payments on storage stopped coming in?
Yes, we did, but we couldn't.
I see. Oh, one more question. Did you advertise this sale?
Oh, yes, we're bound to by law.
You advertised in the papers?
That's right.
Thanks very much. Well, there was one place to find out about James R. Conlon. The morgue of the Star-Times. And what I found out began to slope the merry-go-round enough to let me see some of the things a little more clearly. Then at my apartment later in the day... Hello?
Mr. Holliday?
Yes, who's this?
This is Dr. Evans, City Hospital.
Oh, yes.
Sanders is conscious now,
Oh, fine.
but I'm afraid that he won't live. And since you were the only person who left his name, I thought you'd want to know.
May I see him?
Well, you haven't much time.
I'll be right there, Doctor. I saw the poor little guy. He was pathetically anxious to talk. He had been Conlon's cellmate in the penitentiary. And Conlon had talked. He had to talk to someone, tell about something he was saving up for when he got out. And it was Sanders he told about a teakwood box and what was in it. Never dreaming he'd die in prison before Sanders got out. Okay. Now it was my turn. I went outside. Hello, Jimmy. Still playing tag with me?
What's the idea, Holliday?
Oh, I'm full of ideas. But the best one of all is, let's go to Conrad.
You got that book?
Not with me, pretty boy.
You want to get your head singed?
Look, we're going to Conrad right now.
Why, I ought to poke
You ought
right
to, but
on
you won't. Now, let's get going. If we stand here one more second, I'll let that notebook loose where it'll do the most good. Or the most harm. And that, Big Ears, depends on the point of view.
Why, Okay. Okay, but you're asking for trouble.
Fine. Let's go hunt for it, shall we?
Hello, Holliday. Glad to see you back.
You're an optimist, Conrad. Here, I brought your son back with me. Say hello to Papa, Jimmy.
What's this all about?
I just got tired of having Jimmy haunting me.
Jimmy, has he got it?
Yeah.
Where is it, Holliday?
I know.
With you?
Now, don't be silly.
Jimmy, you let him get it and do a fade-out on you.
No, I didn't.
Oh, no, Jimmy was with me all the way, and a more gruesome companion no man could ask for.
Stop yapping.
Okay. A while ago, I talked with a little guy named Ralph Sanders.
Sanders? So?
He was Conlon's cellmate in prison.
Go on.
It seems Mr. Conlon had a notebook filled with a lot of details that would blow you and your nice bunch right out of the window.
Where is it?
As if I'd tell you. Now, listen. You found out about the box because Sanders talked. The prison grapevine picked it up, and it got to you. You wrote me, wanted me to bid on the box and get it for you. The joke's on you, Conrad, because I didn't have the faintest idea what was in that box before today.
How long do you think you'll enjoy this big joke on me?
A long, long time. I'm walking out of here right now with no tail on me.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. Because if I don't show up where I'm supposed to, in exactly 1 hour, that notebook goes to the police.
Listen, you're smart. We can make a deal.
Oh, no. Remember, I'm walking out of here. Oh, I forgot. Good night, Jimmy. Well, his head's not very hard either, is it? Sure, I walked out all right, but I expected to feel my back pick up a few ounces of lead on the way. It didn't. I was very happy about that. There was still one more thing to clear up. Ruth Cornwall. If she had that notebook and Conrad found out about it, then I was out in the cold. I got to the Marchmont apartments as fast as I could because it could be that she was going to do a little business with Conrad herself. I got in, went to her apartment.
Yes? Oh. Get in here.
Sorry I couldn't wait to be invited in.
I told you not to come back here.
Yes, I know, but I'm back.
What do you want?
Last night you gave me a box. Now I want what was in it.
There was nothing in it.
Not even a notebook with some very startling things in it? About a certain Mr. Conrad and his gang?
So you found out about that?
Yeah, but in finding out, I put myself in a wonderful spot to get acquainted with a mortician.
All right, so you know. But what good will it do you?
What good will it do you?
That's no concern of yours.
Oh, yes, it is. Put yourself in my place. Conrad thinks I've got the notebook. He also knows who I am and where I live. Now, when he finds out I don't have the notebook and can't hold it over his head, he's going to get awfully, awfully rough with me.
That seems to be your problem, Mr. Holliday.
And you won't give me any help with it.
Why should I?
Fair question. I'll answer it. Because I don't think you want to see me get killed.
Look, I can't help you. Do you understand that? I can't help you at all.
Where's the book?
It's no use. I won't tell you anything.
Anything? Why did you put that on the end?
Mr. Holliday, the last time you were here, I was at a disadvantage. Now, our positions are reversed. I think you'll leave now without giving me any more trouble.
All right. You asked for it. You'll get it.
What do you mean by that?
I did a lot of reading today, Miss Conlon.
No. Oh, don't call me that. You don't know that. You can't know that. No. No, you can't know that.
It was a throw in the dark, but it hit where I wanted it to. The clippings on Conlon mentioned something about a daughter. Not much. But enough to give me a hint that Ruth Cornwall and Ruth Conlon were the same. I watched her for a few seconds, and then...
All right. I'm Ruth Conlon. Are you satisfied now?
Not quite. What I said before still goes. Do you want me to get killed?
No. No, of course not.
Then what are you doing with that notebook?
But if I tell you, what'll you do?
That depends on what you tell me.
All right. I'll tell you. My father died in prison. No one knows I'm his daughter. No one. For 4 years, I've lived under another name, waiting for him to come home, waiting to help him get even with Conrad and the men who sent him to prison. Sure, he could have told things at his trial. He knew he'd been double-crossed, but he wanted to wait.
And now?
And now I don't know.
What don't you know?
I'm going to get married. You see, I didn't count on falling in love at 35. Falling in love with Tommy.
Oh, he was the man who came here last night after I left.
Yes. I had to get that notebook. Because if someone else got hold of it, all the old scandal would be raked up again. People would find out who I was, that my father died in prison. And Tommy would find out.
I see.
I waited a long time to get even with Conrad, but now I don't want to because of Tommy. Oh, don't you see? I can't let anyone else have that notebook. I want a chance to live like anyone else, like you or a million other people.
Yes, I see.
So, now what'll you do?
I can't do a thing, Miss Conlon. It's your problem now.
Mine.
That's right. You can destroy that book and let Conrad go along his merry way. You can forget your father.
He's dead. Whatever happens to Conrad now won't help him.
That's true. But leave us out of it. If you let a man like Conrad go free when you could put him where he belongs, that wouldn't be any good, would it?
Oh, please stop it.
And maybe something you've never thought about, but
What?
someday your Tommy might find out.
Oh, no.
You've got nothing to be ashamed of. It wasn't you. It was your father. Why don't you start with a clean page? If this Tommy's a right guy, he'll understand. Well, Miss Conlon?
Hello, Tommy. Darling, I want you to come over right away. There's something we've got to talk over. All right, dear.
I'll give 10-1 on Tommy, Ruth.
Of notorious racketeer after 5 years. Dead Man's Notebook.
Forget that, Susie. Turn to the society page.
Oh, all right. Here.
Now, read that.
Mr. and Mrs. Tommy Gibson leave for Bahamas on honeymoon. Gee, the Bahamas. You must feel just like stupid, Mr. Holliday.
The word is Cupid, Susie. And I'm dressed differently.
Mr. Holliday.
Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville with an original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Very fancy.
It's my first real date.
Free advice from your big brother?
About what?
Why don't you leave the sweet-tasting gum at home? You're not a kid anymore. Take my Dentine.
Why Dentine?
Dentine's got a snappy, tingly, grown-up flavor. Great for your breath, makes your mouth taste clean, not sweet.
And that's good?
Mm-hmm. What? You'll find that out soon enough.
Hi, Chrissy.
Hi.
Dentine makes your mouth taste clean, not sweet.
When I change my oil, I don't change my oil. I stay with Pennzoil.
When I change my oil, I don't change my oil. I stay with Pennzoil.
People who know Pennzoil quality don't change. They know when your car is worth caring for, Pennzoil is worth asking for.
When I change my oil, I don't change my oil. I always ask for Pennzoil.
The Ask For motor oil.